JavaScript and jQuery challenges. One of the best ways of learning JavaScript is through these challenges. And in particular, now that we're getting into jQuery, it's really important to get used to the jQuery syntax. The way these challenges work is we'll pose a challenge, I'll put forward a challenge, and I'll have you do it in both JavaScript and jQuery. So this will really help you with the syntax of both JavaScript and jQuery and understanding the differences between the two. So I'll provide you with a challenge like this. And usually the challenges start off fairly simple, and then they become more complex as we move through the challenges. So I'll give you a challenge like this, and then on the next slide, if you need to look, the solution is on the next slide. But hopefully you don't really need to look at the solution. Really try to do the challenges without looking at the solution. If you have to look at the solution, that's fine. You can look at the solution, and hopefully you'll go, aha, I see what I was supposed to do, and then you can go back and do the challenge without looking at the solution. If you want to learn JavaScript or jQuery, you have to get used to the syntax. And this is the best way to get there, is to really force yourself to do these challenges and do them several times. Do them over and over again. Do them today, and then do them again tomorrow. And tomorrow, when you do them, hopefully you'll be able to do more of the challenges without looking at the answers. Each challenge builds on the next, so that they become more complex as they go along. And that will really help you learn both JavaScript and jQuery and help you understand the differences between the syntax of how each of them work. Congratulations, you've made it to the second module in our second course on JavaScript. And in this module, we'll be working with the jQuery effects library, which provides you with a lot of animation effects that you can use with all sorts of projects in your interfaces. We'll compare that to using JavaScript and CSS to create your animations and see how the two are different and what are the strengths and pros and cons of each as you learn and work on projects. It's a lot of fun, and I think you're really going to enjoy it. So buckle in and let's get started with learning about the effects library in jQuery. jQuery effects library. We'll be looking at how to use the effects library that's built into jQuery, but there's some important things to understand about animation in JavaScript versus animation in CSS. Generally, it's better to do animation in CSS, if at all possible. When the animation is done in CSS, the computer's GPU can be used to help with the processing of the animation. That will make the animation smoother and more efficient. You'll particularly notice this on phones, especially older phones. However, the effects library in jQuery is really easy to use, and for something minor, or if you need something really quick, it can be a great option. So in this particular lesson, we'll be looking at how to use the effects library in jQuery. I have some example files that you can download, and when you open them up, they look kind of nice. Here's example one, and we'll look at how to apply some effects using these buttons here. So if we go over and look at the HTML involved here, I just have some links with these buttons, and then I've got this box here, and I've got a little bit of CSS up here to kind of make it look nice, and that's fine. And down here, you'll notice that I have jQuery plugged in, so that's all set and ready to go, and a place for us to put our script. Now, the first one that we're going to look at is the hide function, which we've already looked at before. So we've seen this hide function when we did the sidebar menu exercise. When we did that script, you've seen this hide function before. But the hide function can also do animation. So let's take a look at how to do that. So over here, what I could do is I could type in here. I could go get this first link here. So I'm going to use my jQuery object. Always type it like that, and then I'm going to come in here, I'm going to get hide box. That link. And I'm going to add a click handler to it. Click. Oops. And when I click it, I'm going to run a function. Like so. And in that function, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get this element, again, using my jQuery object, this element box, div id pound box. And I'm going to tell it to hide. Now, if we do it like this, it will work, but it won't do any animation. Let's try it out. If I come over here and refresh this page and click hide, you can see the box goes away. But in jQuery, you can actually pass a value in here. And there are a few keywords that it can use. You can use normal, slow, or fast. And you'll see now when I do refresh and click hide, it does an animation as it hides that box. You could do slow or fast. Or you could put in a number, and the number is the number of milliseconds. So if I put 500, that will be half a second is how long that animation will take place. Great. Or if you really want to see something to demonstrate how much that affects it, you could do like 2 seconds. That's a long time for an animation like this. See what that does. There we go. So you can see that you can affect the speed there. In the last video, we saw that we could add a function here that will hide the box and animate that. Let's add a couple more. We've got a few more buttons here. So let's do a few more of these. And you could copy this and paste it, or you could type it again. I think it's always a good idea when you're practicing this stuff to type it again, just so you're getting used to using the jQuery syntax. So now I'm going to do pound show box, or hashtag if you prefer hash instead. And I'm going to add the click handler there, like so, and then put a function in here. Always type from the outside in, so you really get used to the syntax and understand which thing closes which thing. So I'm going to do function, parentheses, curly braces there, and move that down. And then I'm going to do, again, I'm going to go get my jQuery object and get pound show box. No box, just box, so the same box. And instead of hide, I'm going to do show. And maybe we'll make this one go for 500 milliseconds. And you'll see that will work. Let's test that. If I come over here and refresh this, I can hide the box, and I can show the box. And you can see the difference in time. So that's working great. Now, toggle will both hide and show. If it's hidden, it'll show it. If it's showing, it'll hide it. So let's do that one. And so over here, again, I'm just going to, now this time, just for expedience sake, I'm going to copy it. But I really recommend that you type it so you get kind of used to that. So this is toggle box. It's this link here. It's this link up here, toggle box. And then down here, we're going to do box. And instead of show, we're going to do toggle. Like that. And you'll see over here, if I run this, it will hide it and it will show it. So this one does both. Remember, toggle is a helper function that allows us to do both hiding and showing. And we've seen that before. But now we can use it with the effects library and do some animation with it. Now, one of the really great things about these animations and doing this in JavaScript and in jQuery is that you have a thing called a callback function. So what you can do after the 500 here is you can pass in a function that runs. with its parentheses and curly braces, like so. And in here we could put alert done, something like that. So this function will run after this animation has been completed. And in fact, I'm going to make this a little bit longer so that you can really see that it waits and runs after the animation has been completed. And this is super useful because sometimes you want to have a sequence of animations, and when that animation is done, you want to do something else, or something like that. So let's see how this works. And the page does the alert. So that's really cool. And I could do the other way around as well. Excellent. So with that, we are able to see that we can make these functions, these animations, and the animations can have a callback function that runs when the animation is complete. And this is super useful. Let's take a look at the next example in the next video. Let's take a look at example 2. Open up the example 2 HTML file, and you'll notice that it looks very similar to the first example. We have the same styling up at the top of the page. We have a box here. We have some navigation, and then we have this div ID set to box down here. And it's just an empty div. And you can see that it looks very similar here. But jQuery has some helper functions in for sliding up and sliding down and slide toggle. Because again, these are common tasks. These are common things that we need to do in interfaces. So they created a method that does specifically this. And that's kind of interesting and fun. So let's take a look at what we need in order to do this in our code. And the syntax is very similar to what we saw before. So what we're going to do is, like we did before, we're going to use our jQuery object to go in and get our link here. So it's pound, I've got slide up box as a link here. So let's do that, slide up box. And we'll put a click handler on that. So we're looking for .click. Oops, like so. And then in here, we're going to run a function with its own parentheses and curly braces. And then we're going to put our code inside the curly braces there, just the same way we did before. And again, as before, we're going to go get our jQuery object and get box, because that's what we're going to be moving up and down. And then what we're going to use here for our jQuery function is slide up. And again, we can put in an amount of time, or you could put inside quotes, you could put slow or something like that. And that will make that box slide up. So let's go over and give that a try. Hopefully I did that right. I think I did. So if I refresh this page and click slide up, it does that animation. And it's interesting to inspect this and watch what happens here. Actually, on the actual box itself. Watch what happens down here when I click slide up. You can see it very quickly went through some settings in here as it did that and ended up with display none. So that's kind of interesting as well. Okay, great. So we can do that, and we can do the other ones look very similar, as you can imagine. So we've got slide up box, we've got slide down box, and we've got slide toggle. And they all work very similarly. So I can actually copy that, paste it, and I recommend you type it actually, but you know, for expedience sake, I'm going to just copy and paste it and change this to slide down box. And this is going to be slide down. And I could choose an amount of time. we're going to do like 2 seconds, something like that. So we have kind of a longer time. Now, when you're working with animation, one thing to be aware of is that there's such a thing as easing. An animation can run, and it will run for the period of time. So this animation will run over 2 seconds, but it can run the exact same amount over those 2 seconds, which is linear easing, meaning that it's the same speed at the beginning as it is at the end. Or you could change the easing such that it speeds up, it goes faster at the beginning and slower at the end, or slower at the beginning and then speeds up towards the end of the animation. Or you can actually do easing in and out, where it starts slow, speeds up, and then ends slow, or starts fast, slows down, and ends fast. You can do all of these different types of easings. jQuery has some basic easing built in, and you can put in here, in quotes, swing. And that will do a little bit of easing on this item. And it's pretty subtle, so you might not really see it, but it will actually work. So let's go ahead and take a look at that. So slide up, slides up. I'm going to hide this. Slide down, does slide down, but it does a swing animation. So it's not the same speed all the way through. And you can kind of see the difference. It's hard to tell, but it is there. It's very subtle. Now, jQuery has built into it just some basic easing, but there's a plugin, and one of the strengths of jQuery is the plugin architecture. And we're going to talk about that in the next video. In the last video, we added some easing to our function so that now it slides up sort of just using the linear easing, but slide down is using the swing easing. And easing can give your animations a little bit of personality. They can make them seem a little bit less mechanical when the speed of the animation is not always the same all the way through the animation. But the easings that are built into jQuery don't really give you a lot of options. They're very basic. So there's an easing plugin over here that we can use, and it allows you to choose different types of easings so that you can actually do some different types of things with this. And you can go through and try some of these different settings here to see what they actually do. So ease out will affect the animation at the end, where ease in will affect the animation at the beginning. Ease out and in will affect the animation at both ends. So we've got ease in and out, ease in, out, ease, we've got a whole bunch of them in here for all of these different. We can ease out, we can ease in, ease out, ease in, all of these different animations in here. But in order to use this, we have to plug in this plugin. And jQuery has a plugin architecture that allows you to add more functionality to jQuery. And you can see over here on our file that I've already added the plugin. So the way this works is first we need the jQuery library, then you need the plugin, and then we use it in our script. So down here, I'm going to do the third animation here for slide toggle, which we're going to use this ID. So we'll grab that ID. And down here, instead of slide down, we're going to do slide toggle, which will open it and close it. And here we can use some of the other easings that we find on this website here. But this is where I got the easing plugin on the CDN that I put into here. So that's where that came from, Cloudflare. So that comes from this website here, but we can use the easings that we see here. So if I want an ease out bounce, I can actually use that animation if I want over here. So let's give that a try. ease out bounce. And did I make sure you spell it right? With the capital letters and everything. Ease out bounce. So make sure you spell it all correct and that you get the correct capital letters. Make sure you put it inside the quotes and so on and so forth. So if I save that and then come back and look at my example here and click slide toggle, you can see that it does this bounce, which is pretty interesting. Or you could do ease in bounce to get the bounce on the opposite end of the animation, which might look a little weird, but let's give it a try. So it's doing the bounce first, and then it's finishing the animation, which looks a little weird, but you get the idea. And you could try some of these other easings and see what sort of personality you can get. So I really like the ease out circ ones. Where'd they go? Yeah, ease in and ease out circ. You can give those a try. So let's see what we can do with that over here. Ease in circ. And again, at 2 seconds, that's pretty slow. You could even slow it down more if you wanted to really sort of see it. Let's set that to 3 seconds. You can see how it changes the animation by either slowing it down or speeding it up. I think this one's speeding it up as it gets to the end of the animation. Let's come back and try ease out circ. So that's starting fast and ending slow. And it gives the animation a little bit of personality as it does its thing. That's pretty cool. And you could try ease in out circ. And it's hard to see, but it is doing something there. So try these different animations. You'll notice if you spell them wrong, if I do ease out circ like that, then it won't work quite right at all. If you inspect, you'll see that I'm getting a whole bunch of errors there because I've spelled that wrong. So that's not helpful. Also, if you were to forget this easing library, you'll notice it won't work. If I just comment this out for a minute and try ease out circ, even if I spell that right, oops, you'll notice it won't work right or work at all, really. And if I do inspect, you'll see that I have a bunch of errors cooking here because it doesn't know what to do about that because it's not a function. So in order for this easing to work, you have to really make sure that you have the easing plugged in, and that, oops. There we go. And that you're spelling these correctly. Ease out circ. Let's give that a try again. And you can see that it's working nicely. Okay, great. So that will all work, and that's awesome. One last quick thing here before we're done with this video is you can also add the callback function after the easing. So I could add a function here and say done, and you'll see that when that easing is finished, when that animation is finished, that callback function will fire. Oops, I think I just did done, but I need to do that right. Alert. Done, like that. Now that'll work. And it comes back and it says it's done. So that's working great. Okay, so that gives us a lot of information about how to work with these built-in animations, and we're going to do more in the next video. In example 3, we'll look at something that's similar to the other two, but just slightly different. It's got 4 buttons, and we can use some built-in functions in jQuery to fade objects in and out, or to fade them to a particular percentage of opacity. So here I have fade out, which will fade it out completely. Fade in will fade it all the way to being visible. But then I have fade to 20%, which will fade it to 20% opacity, and then fade to 100%, which will fade it all the way in. So let's take a look at how we can do that. Over here I have example 3 open, and you can see that I have much the same styling up at the top of the page, as well as my navigation here and my jQuery libraries plugged in. I don't have the easing plugin here, but you could add it if you wanted to add some easing to these as well. So here we're going to just go ahead and do what we did before with getting our link pound fade out box, which is this first link up here. And we're going to add our click handler to it. Click, and then we're going to pass in our anonymous function that runs when you click that thing. And in here, we're going to go get our box. So again, we use our jQuery object to get box, pound box. Sometimes students make mistakes here and they forget to type the pound. So if you do that, make sure, if it's not working, make sure you have pound box in here, because that's a common mistake that I've seen. So it's pound box to go get this div ID box here. And then we're going to I believe the function is fade out, because we're fading out the first one. Yeah, fade out. And again, we could put in normal, or you could put fast, or you could put slow, or you could put a specific number of milliseconds. 3,000. 3 seconds is kind of a long time, but we can actually give that a try. So you'll see that will actually work over here. We can fade the box out. Fade out. And over 3 seconds, it will become invisible. So that works, and that's great. And we could do fade in as well. So I can copy that and paste it, or just type it again. It's always a good idea to do that, but we're going to use this ID instead. And instead of fade out, we're going to fade in. And I could do 3 seconds, and you could do the easing, swing. It's going to go in quotes, swing. And then you could also add a callback function with its parentheses, and inside the parentheses we can add, inside the curly braces we can add an alert that says done. And so now we can fade the box out and we can fade the box in. Let's give that a try. Fade out, and it fades out over 3 seconds. Fade in, it'll fade in over 3 seconds. And when the animation is complete, it runs the alert and says that it's done. So that's great. We can do all of that. Okay, cool. So now we just need to add these last 2 here, and we can look at that in the next video. In this video, we'll make these last 2 buttons work. And with that, there's a fade to method that we can use in jQuery. So let's go see how that works. So here, just as we've done before, we can add a new event handler for when you click the button that has fade to 20 box on here. So I'm going to paste that in just to make sure I spell it right. And we'll add a click handler. And again, I recommend typing this just to get used to the syntax. And then in here, we'll add a function that runs when you click it. It's just an anonymous function. And what we're going to do here is, once again, we'll go get pound box. Don't forget the pound sign. And we're going to use the fade to method. See, it even comes up here. Fade to. And we're going to fade to, the way this works is we're going to put in the amount of time. So we'll do, again, I'll do 3,000. It's kind of slow, but gives us a sense of what that is. But then the second number it takes is a duration, an amount. No, it takes the duration. That's the first number. The second number is how much it's going to fade to. And we want to do 0.2, like that. And now that should actually work. So let's go over and check it out. If I refresh this and click fade to, it fades down, but it doesn't fade all the way down. It fades to 20%. So that's really pretty cool. So we can do that, and then we can do the fade to again for the last one. So I'm just going to copy this and paste it. And we're going to use this link, fade to 100. So when you click the fade to 100, it's going to fade to 1. So the opacity is a number between 0 and 1. 0 is completely transparent. 1 is completely opaque. And that should work just fine. So let's give it a try over here. If I refresh, I can fade down to 20%, and then I can fade up to 100%. Or I could fade out entirely, and I can fade in entirely. So all of these buttons are working. This one has the callback function and the swing animation on it. And if you wanted to do some of the other easings, you would have to go get that easing plugin and stick it here after jQuery loads, but before we run our script. The order in which things loads matters because of the way that the functions build on each other. So we need to have jQuery in order to use jQuery. We would need to have the easing plugin in order to use the easing plugin. The easing plugin has to come after jQuery. So all of this stuff has to go in order on your page for it to work properly. We can have the callback functions and all that kind of fun stuff. And then in the next example, in example 4, we'll look at some custom animations where you can do some different kinds of things. In examples 1, 2, and 3, we've used some of the built-in convenience functions that jQuery has built into it for fading in and out, for sliding up and down, for hiding and showing, and toggling, slide toggle, and doing all these kinds of things that we commonly need to do. But sometimes you need to do a custom function, and we'll take a look at that in the next part of this lesson. Next, for example 4, we're going to look at some of the custom animations you can use in jQuery. And so over here, I have my example 4 file open, and you'll notice that the HTML and the CSS have changed just a little bit. I've got more links here, and my box now has some content inside the div box here, and you'll see that my styling's a little bit different up here. If you look at the actual page, it looks like this now. And we're going to make each of these buttons work so we can see how some custom animations work in jQuery. So to do this, we'll use the animate method in jQuery, and you'll see that it allows us to animate some, not all, but some of the CSS properties that we have come to know and love over the years working with CSS. And that gives us a lot of power because we can actually use these CSS properties to animate all different kinds of things, not just sliding up and down or showing and hiding and doing this kind of stuff. So that's pretty cool. So let's give it a try and see what it does over here. So down here, I'm going to add in my script. I'm going to go get my jQuery object, and I'm going to get this first link up here, grow box, pound grow box, and I'm going to add a click event handler on there. And then I'm going to pass in a function that runs when you click it. And everything's going to go inside these curly braces here. And at this point, I want to affect box, pound box, don't forget the pound sign. And we're going to do the animate function in jQuery. So this will animate the box, okay? And the way we're going to do this here is we're going to pass in an object. And we have not yet worked with objects in JavaScript. They're coming. We're going to get to them later in our instruction about JavaScript. But we'll see them pop up a few times, and this is one of those times. So I'll explain it just a little bit now, but we'll get into objects in more detail a bit later. And an object is just an alternative way of storing data in JavaScript, and it comes with a key value pair. So we define an object with the curly braces, and then we have a key value pair. So in this case, the key is width. That's the CSS property we're animating. And then the value is 710px. And you'll notice that the value goes inside quotes, but the key does not. Okay, so that's kind of a distinguishing aspect of objects in JavaScript in general and also in jQuery. So let's go ahead and give this a try. We're going to animate in here. We're going to pass in an object, open and closing curly brace, and we're going to put in width, colon, and then in quotes, 710px. And that will move the box. It'll change the width of the box to 710 pixels. So let's give that a try. If I come over here and test this, refresh, grow box, and you can see it sets it so that it's 710 pixels. And I knew it was 710 pixels to end right here so it all lines up and looks nice. So that's kind of cool. All right, so we were able to pass that in and do that one. Let's take a look at growing the text and affecting the actual text inside the box in the next video. For this next example, we will start with our jQuery object again, as always, and then go and get the element that we want to get, which in this case is pound grow box, because we're getting, oh no, we're growing the text. We want grow text. It's always good to copy and paste just to make sure you're getting exactly the right thing. And then we'll do click, parentheses, and a semicolon. That click handler will run when we click on grow text. And then we're going to come in here, we'll add our function that runs when we click on that. Oops, I put square braces. I want curly braces. Move that down. And then once again, I'm going to go get my box, pound box, inside quotes there. And I'm going to run the animate, the custom animate function here. And again, we're going to pass in with curly braces, not square brackets, curly braces, an object. And what are we going to do here? We're going to do font in quotes. No, this one looks like this. Let me come over here. Font size. We're using the JavaScript version of font size rather than the CSS version, which is font-size. So we can't have the dash in there because JavaScript will think that looks like a minus sign. And so it's trying to subtract size from font, and that's not going to work. So instead, what we want is font size, colon, and then I can set it to, say, 24px or something like that. And that should change the font size. So let's give it a try. Over here, I can grow the box and I can grow the text. Whoops, did I do something wrong? Maybe I did. Let's see, inspect. Console. Maybe I just forgot to refresh. Grow the box, grow the text. There we go. So that's working just fine. And you could try a different size text if you wanted to. Do 36 pixels or 40 or whatever you want to do. That would be a little bit more dramatic. Grow the box, grow the text, and that's working great. Okay, cool. And we could also move the box. Let's give that one a try. So with move box, what we're going to do is we're actually going to change the position of the box. And in order to do that, we need to set some positioning for box. So in our CSS over here, for box, we need to add position absolute. And then we want to set the left position, left 50px. And why is it 50 pixels? Because everything else is indented 50 pixels in here. I think I have that. Yeah, see, so I have padding 50 pixels. So if I don't set left 50 pixels, let's take a look at this really quickly. So if I reset that, that puts that in the right place. But if I didn't put the 50 pixels in there, left 50 pixels, well, maybe it won't actually do anything. I think that will actually maybe be fine. But still, I want to set the left to 50 pixels so that I'm moving from this position. Oops. Left 50 pixels. Because we're going to change the left property when we move the box. So down here, again, I'm just going to copy this for the sake of making it a little bit quicker. And down here, instead of grow text, I'm going to move box. Move box. Animate, and then here I'm going to change the left property, left, and I'm going to do plus equals 300px. So that will add 300 pixels to the 50 pixels that's already there. So plus equals will add 300 pixels to the 50 pixels that's already there, and it'll move it left 50 pixels. I mean, to 350 pixels from the left-hand side. Let's see if that works. Move box, and look at that. It moves it exactly where I wanted it to go. And that's really cool. So you could set how long you want that animation to take. You could make it go longer if you wanted to. After the animate, after the object here, I could add in a comma and say, I want this to run over 5 seconds, something like that. And that will animate over 5 seconds. So let's see what that does. 5 seconds is really slow, but it is animating it. And that's pretty cool. Okay, great. So we're able to adjust the amount of time and the amount that it moves and what it does with the actual animation, all with custom animation. For our next button on example 4, we want to actually make all of these animations happen at the same time. So they're all going to move forward at the same time. So we will change both the width, the font, and the left positioning, all three of these. We're going to change all of them at once. And we can do that by just passing in these different properties into our object all at once, separating them with commas. So let's go ahead and do that, because that's pretty interesting to be able to see that actually work. So down here, once again, I'm going to use my jQuery object to go get this pound, but what I want is do all. I want that button, do all. So I'm going to get pound do all. And then I'm going to add a click handler. Click for when you click the do all button. And then we're going to run a function when that button is clicked. And there we have it. So here now we want to affect box, parentheses, pound box, like so. And again, we're going to do the animate method. And we're going to pass in our object. So we do the curly braces. And first we want width, 710 pixels. So I'll put that in here. Width, 710 pixels, and then a comma. And then we want font size, 36 pixels. Put that in there. And then a comma. And then we want left plus equals 300. So we'll put that in there. And you'll see now, I got some extra spaces at the end. It doesn't really matter. It's fine. But you'll see with all of those in there that now when I come over and test this thing, first I also want to put in an amount of time. That will be really helpful. So after the curly brace, put a comma, and then I'm going to put 1500. So that's going to go over a second, and it's going to take a second and a half to do all of these. So let's come back over here and refresh this. And when I click do all, it should do all of those things. Pretty cool. It runs all of them at once. Now, the last button is to do them in a sequence. What if we want to do, first we want to grow the box, then we want to grow the text, then we want to move the box. So we want to do each one of these in a sequence. And we can do that with callback functions. So each one of these animations can have its own callback function so that when it finishes, it calls the next one. And when that one finishes, it calls the next one. It can be confusing for the syntax in order to get this to work, but once you sort of understand it and know how to do it and mess with it a little bit, it's not too hard. So let's do this again. So I'm going to start with this one. I'm going to copy that and stick it down here. And instead of getting that button, I'm going to get this one, sequence. So when you click the button sequence, it's going to take box and it's going to animate the width to 710 px. And I'm going to put a comma. Oh, not a comma. I'm going to put a comma. And then I'm going to put, say, 1500 for how long that animation should take place. And then I'm going to put another comma and I'm going to add a function. Okay, so it's really easy to get confused here because we're going to put everything into this function here. So I'm going to make sure I'm clicked between those curly braces, move that down, and then I'm going to go get this one. Font size 36. And I'm going to put a comma here, and I'm going to put 1500 seconds in there. So the 1500 milliseconds, that's 1.5 seconds. 1500 milliseconds in there, and then a comma and another function. Parentheses, curly braces. It's really easy to lose track of this stuff, so you have to be really careful with it. But then I'm going to put the next one inside these curly braces. So I'll move that down, and I'm going to do this one here. I'll change that to 1500. There we go. And that's the last one, so it doesn't get a callback function. So I've got a callback function inside a callback function inside a function that happens when I click. And let's see that that works. If I come over here and test this, refresh, if I did it right, sequence, it should do that one. When that finishes, it does that, and then it moves it. And everything is working all in a sequence. And that's pretty cool. So with the JavaScript effects library, we can do all kinds of really interesting things. And you can animate all kinds of different CSS properties. However, it is better to do the animations in CSS with transitions or keyframe animations in CSS and then apply those classes. But sometimes using the effects library in JavaScript is still useful, and especially if you're doing something fairly quick, there's not a lot of reason not to use it. So we'll see an example of when is a good place to use this effects library coming up when we create our tabbed interface. Tabbed interface using jQuery. We're going to create this tabbed interface, and this is a really good project to see the jQuery effects library in practice. And we've looked at how to use the jQuery effects library, and now we're going to use it a little bit in this project. And this is a really good project for seeing how that effects library can be effective without adding a lot of extra weight to a project. We're not going to do anything too intensive with it, but it's kind of a nice use of the effects library. And then we'll actually remake the same project using plain JavaScript, so you can see the difference between the two and compare the code between the two versions. So let's get started and see what this is going to look like. If we go and look at the markup file over here, you'll see that the way it's set up is we have a div called tabs with an ID of tabs. And in here we have an unordered list. And these things are going to be the actual tabs that you click on. And then the href for these links to the IDs for these pieces of content down here. And this is the content that will be on each tab. And this is typical for the setup for this type of interface, is that you would have an unordered list that makes the tabs, and then the tabs themselves would have IDs that match the hrefs for them up here. So that's the basic markup that we're going to be using, and it should really work well for us. So from there, we need to add some basic styling, because currently the page, if you open up the start files in the browser, they look like this. So there's very little styling here. I've done just a tiny little bit on my style sheet. So you can come over here and see in the styles.css. I've got this reset rule, which is not great to use for production websites, but for this, it's just taking margin and padding off of everything. And then we're just adding some padding to the body and setting the background color and the font and the color. So let's add a few rules here to kind of make sure that we get this thing all in place. The first rule I'm going to add is for the tabs themselves. So this is the entire interface, really. I'm just going to give it a width of 400 pixels and set margin to auto so that it centers on the screen. So with those two pieces in place, you come over and refresh this, and you can see that now it's looking like this. So that we've got that. And then for the actual tabs for the unordered list, I'm going to get rid of the bullets and set them to display flex so they go next to each other. So tabs, pound tabs, angle bracket, UL. I'm going to say list style type, but not disc. I want none, and then display flex. If I could type it, there we go. Now you might wonder about this angle bracket in here, and when I saved my file, Visual Studio Code got rid of my spaces. I kind of like the spaces in there. But you might wonder about this angle bracket. And what this does is it makes sure that the UL, the unordered list that's inside the tabs directly, the direct descendant is targeted. So in other words, the only unordered list that would be selected is an unordered list that's a direct descendant or direct child of tabs. It's possible that inside my tab content here, maybe I'd want to have an unordered list of things. I might want a UL with, with some list items. Example 1, something like this. LI, example 2, I don't know, something like that. But I don't want this unordered list to get targeted by my rules. I only want this one, because this is actual content in my tab. So that's why I'm using the angle bracket here, is that it will only target the specific selector for my element tabs, that UL there. So that will actually work for that. All right, great. So we've got that in place. And now my tabs are lining up next to each other. It still doesn't look very good, but we're getting there. Okay, great. We'll continue with the styling in the next video. The next rule styles the actual anchor tags that are inside the list items, that are inside the unordered list, that are inside the tabs. And I've got the angle brackets to very specifically get the elements I specifically want. And this is a longer rule, so I'm going to paste it in, but you're going to have to type it. So I'm going to come over here and I'll add it here. And again, you're going to have to type it. But first thing, I want the anchor tags to display as block elements, not inline elements. Remember, anchor tags by default are inline elements, and I want them to display as block. And what that does is it makes the entire area of the tab clickable, not just the text. Plus, it makes padding and margin a little bit easier to work with on block elements because they don't all affect inline elements quite the same way. I'm setting the height to 30 pixels and the line height to 30 pixels, and that puts the text in the vertical center as long as it doesn't wrap around. Margin on the right, 2 pixels to create a little bit of a gap, and then I'm just setting a background color, the color of the actual font color, and then the text decoration. I'm getting rid of the underlining, putting some padding on the left and right, so 0, 15 pixels. That would be 0 on the top and bottom and 15 pixels on the left and right. And then I'm doing some border radius where I'm putting the border, I'm giving a little 3 pixel radius on the top left and top right of each tab. So with that in place, you'll see over here, if you save that, you'll see that the tabs are starting to display the way we want them to display, and they're looking like tabs. So that's great. That's coming along really nicely. We have a few more rules that we need to add here to make our interface look the way we want it to look. So I'm going to add these 2 rules here. You're going to have to type them in. But this is, again, going to target the divs that are specifically these divs. The divs that are labeled tab 1, tab 2. Because again, I could add a div in here as part of my content, and I don't want that to be affected. But I want just these divs here, the ones that are tab 1, tab 2, and tab 3, to be affected by this rule. And basically what I'm doing here is I'm setting them so they don't display initially at all. So that hides them all entirely. And then I'm just giving them a little bit of padding and setting the background color. But then the first one, I want the first one to display as block and set its background color. So what that will do, you'll see when we come over here, is currently all of our tabs are showing. And really, I just want the first one to show. So when I refresh this, you'll see that the first tab is showing, but the other tabs are not. And I'm not going to have styling for these list items in here, so I'm going to go in and take them out just because I don't need that stuff in there. That was just to demonstrate that those won't get targeted by the other rule. I'm going to take that stuff out for now. So that's great. And then I've got a couple other really minor rules for styling that will just kind of fix up the way we want our tabs to look and everything to look for this for this project. Switch back to the styles and add 2 more rules that you'll have to add in here. The first one is styling the anchor tags. Again, this is getting our first tab up at the top of the page, and I'm just changing its color and changing its background so it matches our interface. And then I'm just giving a little bit of styling to the paragraphs to make them look a little bit better. So there's, this one isn't super critical, but it's kind of nice to add in there to make our paragraphs look a little bit better here. So now we have the actual interface. It doesn't function, but this is the interface that we want for our tabs. And the reason why I showed you the styling is, again, because JavaScript is very much tied to the browser and tied to adjusting the styling. It's important to understand how the styling works, and that when you're making an interface like this, you want to get the styling for the widget or the element or the interface element to work properly before you start working on the JavaScript. So here we have 3 divs, but 2 of them are set to display none, and 1 of them is set to display block. We have an unordered list, and they're all styled here, but the first one has a background color that kind of matches this thing. So it really starts to look like a tab, and we want to get that styling in place. The next step will be to add the jQuery to make the thing actually work. And we'll start working on that in the next video. Okay, now we're ready to start with writing our script to make our actual interface function, our tabbed interface function. And you can see down here at the bottom of this file, I've added the link to the jQuery library. One thing that's kind of interesting is I was reading online yesterday that they have just released jQuery 3.6. So I'm still using 3.5.1 here, and at the time that I'm making this video, if you go to the Google CDN for jQuery, they've not updated it there yet, but eventually it will get updated to 3.6, and everybody's going to have to test out their scripts before switching over. But I don't think it's a very major update, so we'll work fine with this one, and that'll work out just fine. All right, so the first thing we want to do here is add some jQuery to get our to gather all of our anchor tags in here and make it and add it so when you click on these, something happens. So again, we're going to use our jQuery object as always. And in here, again, I want to very specifically target the UL angle bracket li angle bracket a, or even better, I want pound tabs angle bracket ul li a, because I want to very specifically target these anchor tags, not any other anchor tags anywhere else on the page. So that's why I'm using the angle brackets in there. So I want to target those, and then I want to add a click handler, click, so that when click, something happens. And of course I come in here and, as we've done before, add a function that runs, an anonymous function that runs when you click these links. So this anonymous function will run. And as always, I'm typing from the outside in so that you can really make sure that you don't lose any curly braces or semicolons or anything like that. And then I can click inside the curly braces. And in here, what I want to do first is I want to get all of these anchor tags here and make it so that the background color, the color and the background color of these are all set to the default background here, this default color. And then I want to take the one that I've clicked on and change its background color to this color and the color of the font to this color. So I'm going to change 2 things in this click handler. I'm going to change this background color and this, and then that one there. So again, what I want to do here is I want to get these same anchor tags. So down here, I'm actually going to copy this. So I'm going to affect these elements that I'm already getting here. I'm going to get those, and I'm going to do .css. And before, when we did CSS and we did something like this, color, comma, you could do green, or you could do whatever you want, and pass in two arguments that are setting the color to green like this. But you can also use this method with an object if you're going to set multiple things. And that's what we're going to do here. So we're actually going to set multiple things. So I'm going to put an object in here. And we've talked about objects briefly. We'll get into objects later on in our lessons. We'll get more deeply into objects. But an object starts and ends with curly braces. And then we can pass in key value pairs that will work with this object. And the CSS method in jQuery allows you to do this if you're going to set multiple things. And we do want to set multiple things because we want to set the background and the color. And we're going to set background, and that doesn't go in quotes because it's the property. And we're going to set it to, this one does go in quotes, pound, A2, and then a comma, and we're going to set color, colon, and its property is going to be pound CECECE. So that's going to set these colors. And again, where am I getting that? That's coming straight from the styling over here. So these tabs, the color of the text is this lighter gray, and then the background is this darker gray. So that's where that's coming from. And that's what I want to set these to. So they immediately all get set, all of them get set to the color of the background. And if I come over here and test this, as soon as I click on one of these, you'll see they'll all turn to that dark color. Then I want to take the one that I clicked on, this one, and set it to this color here. So we'll do that in the next video. All of the backgrounds to the default color. Now we need to turn the background and the color of the font for the one that we've clicked on. And again, you can only click on one tab at a time. So which one did you click on? You clicked on this one. So we're going to use the this keyword, $, this. And then we're basically going to do a CSS command like this here. So I'm going to copy that and paste it here. And then, but the colors are going to be different. The background is going to be EA, I think, and then the color is going to be 333, like that. And that should work. Let's save that. And when I come over to my tabbed interface here and click refresh, now when I click on brownies, you can see they're all turning the dark gray. And then this one, the one I've clicked on, is turning light gray. So it makes it look like this tab is active. Now we've activated the tab, but we haven't actually changed the tab content. So that's what we're going to do next, is change the tab content so that when we click on this, the correct tab content shows up here. So how are we going to do that? Well, when we click on one of these, there's an href attribute associated with this link, with each one of these links. And we know that the href attribute that's associated with these links is also associated with the content below, because that's how we had our markup set up over here. Remember, up here, we set these hrefs here to link to these IDs down here. So really what I need to do is find out what href I clicked on when I clicked on one of these. So we can do that very easily down here using our this keyword. I'm going to make a variable, var this tab. I'm going to assign it a value. It could be var, it could be const. I'll just use const for now. I'm going to use this keyword. I'm going to use in our jQuery object, and I'm going to use .attr, which is the attribute method in jQuery that allows me to get a particular attribute on an element. And what attribute do I want? I want the href. And just to see what's going on with this, if I do alert this tab and see what I get when I do this, if you come back here and refresh the page, if I click on brownies, I'm getting pound tabs 2. If I click on cotton candy, I'm getting pound tabs 3. If I click on cupcakes, I'm getting pound tabs 1. So that's getting me the correct tab, which is exactly what I want. Now that we have that working and we're able to click on these and swap out the correct information there, what do we want to do? How do we want to actually handle this content here? And what I want to do is I actually want to fade out this content that's showing for the tab that's selected. And then when that's done fading out, fade in the new content. And that fade, that animation is going to be handled by the jQuery effects library. And it's very simple and it's going to happen very quickly. It's going to happen in 200 milliseconds, so a split second. But that fade is important to the interface because it gives the user a clue that the information is actually changing. Because the information in these tabs doesn't look all that different in these content areas, we want to do that animation so that we can actually show the user that when they click the tabs, it is actually changing and getting some different information in there. So that's what we'll do in the next video. And we'll finish this thing up and you'll see how the interface looks when we're done. All right, so now we need to fade out the current tab that is showing. And we can get rid of this alert. You can either just comment it out if you don't want it there, or you can delete it. But we don't need that anymore. But what I need to do is I need to get the particular tab that's currently showing. And we can do that using jQuery. And remember, in jQuery, there's always so many different ways of getting to elements on the page. And in this case, I think the most effective way is to use tabs, angle bracket, div, :visible. We've talked about this, this filter before briefly, and it will give us whichever one is currently set to display block. So that's the current one that we need to set, and we're just going to set it to .fade out over 200 milliseconds. And that will fade out the current one that's showing. So the other ones are all set to display none. So that will fade that one out. So now they're all set to display none. So what do we need to do once we've finished fading this one out is we need to take the one, once this animation is finished, we need to take the one that we've clicked on and fade it back in. So that's what we need to do next. So what we need here is a callback function. Remember, that's how the callback functions work. So once this is done fading out, we want to add a callback function with its parentheses and its curly braces in here. I'm going to click enter to move that down just to make some space. And then I'm going to say, okay, I want this one, the one that I have currently clicked on. I want this tab to get faded in. So the way we're going to do that is we're going to make use of our variable that we've already created here. So we can use our jQuery object to get this tab. And we know that this thing is going to hold in it either pound tab dash one or pound tab dash two, because that's what we found when we did this alert. So we can get this one, and then we can do dot fade in over 200 milliseconds. So it will fade that one in. Great. So now we have a nice simple little script that allows us to capture these elements and use the jQuery effects library to fade them in and out. And, this isn't particularly heavy-duty effects library stuff. It's not going to look terrible on mobile or anything like that. We're just doing something very simple here. This is a really good use of the effects library. So let's see if this actually works. Come over here, refresh the page. When I click on brownies, it fades the first one out and fades the next one in. And that's working perfectly. And because of the animation, it's giving us a sense that the content is actually changing. So it's a really good use of the animation there and of the effects library. So that's working great. Let's just review the whole script. So here we're loading the jQuery library, and then in our script, we're getting those anchor tags and adding a click handler to them so that a function runs when they're clicked. We're changing in the tabs, we're changing all of them to be the default background color, the unselected color for both the background and the color of the text. Then the one we clicked on, we're changing so that it shows the correct color in text for that one. We figure out, well, which link did we click on, and then we're going to take the corresponding div that goes with that, fade out the one that's currently showing, and take the corresponding div and fade it back in. And that's the entire script. So it's a nice, simple script and does a nice job of making use of our effects library in jQuery to build something simple and effective that you could use on lots of websites. So again, in summary, this is a great use of jQuery. And maybe if this is the only thing you're putting on your web page that would use jQuery, it's not really worth it because you're downloading the entire library just to make these little tabs. And we'll see how to do these same tabs in plain JavaScript. But it's working really great. And if you are using jQuery for other things on your website, then this would be a really good use for it as well. The last thing to do here is just, put the script in a separate link file, add the IIFE, the immediately invoked function expression closure, and add the useStrict directive and link it in the head of the page with the defer property and do all that stuff. So let's just go do that really quickly while we're here. So here I can just make a new file called script.js, and on that file I can add my function, parentheses, curly braces, and an extra set of parentheses at the end to make it run. And then inside the curly braces, I'm going to add my useStrict directive, semicolon, and then I'm going to come back here and just copy this script from here. I already use const for the one variable that I have, so I don't really have to do anything with that. So that's all fine. That should be all good there. And then back here, I can just get rid of this stuff. Instead, I'm going to move these things up to the top of the page, cut them from here, and stick them in the head. But again, you have to add the defer attribute here, like that. And then for this script here, I'm just going to link to my script tag. So I'm going to just src equals quote script.js, and then don't forget defer. And then this thing down here can go up to there. There we go. And that should all work. Let's just test it really quickly and make sure it works. Refresh, and it's working great. And we've got kind of a nice, clean, simple script that we can use using jQuery. Now that you've created the tabbed interface using jQuery, we're going to create that exact same tabbed interface using plain JavaScript. And that way you can compare the syntax between the two and understand the difference between plain vanilla JavaScript and jQuery and making use of the jQuery library. So when we're done, the interface is going to look exactly the same and function exactly the same as it did before using jQuery, except now we're going to be using plain JavaScript. To get started, I have my files open in Visual Studio Code, and you can notice that it's a little bit different in the setup, and then I've added these classes: class visible, class hidden here. And we're going to basically be making use of classes because we don't have the jQuery effects library at our disposal. We're going to have to make use of CSS and classes to do the animation and do the hiding and showing of things. And we'll use JavaScript to trigger the changing of these classes. So we've got these pieces here. And then the first thing we're going to need to do is work on our CSS a little bit. Well, first over here, I should open up this file here. So I'm just going to make a new tab and open this file. You can see that it looks the same as the previous one. I've added a little bit of the styling in here already, but the first thing we need to do is get these things styled. And the styling for getting these things styled is exactly the same that we did for the jQuery tabs. So you could actually go to that project and get that same styling from there. But over here, I'm just going to come in and just add, I'm just going to paste it in here. But this is the exact same rules from the previous version. We're setting the for the unordered list inside the tabs. And again, we're using the angle bracket because we want to target those elements specifically. And we're setting them to display flex, so they go next to each other. And then down here for the anchor tags, we're setting them to display block, height 30 pixels, line height 30 pixels, which puts the text in the vertical center. Margin on the right 2 pixels, and setting the background color and all that stuff is exactly the same, along with the border radius and all of that. So that should all work to get our basic tabs to look the way we want them to look on our design. And that's really critical to kind of get started with there. The rest of the styling that we need is a little bit different. And basically what we're doing here is I'm making these divs, that's these divs down here. They're going to be set with padding 15 pixels and a background color that's that lighter gray. And then the transition is what's going to actually handle the fading in and fading out of the opacity. And we'll see how that works in the script. But this is where the actual animation is going to take place, is here in CSS. So that's a little bit different. Then I have a class of active on the current tab up here that's selected, and that's going to get the background color that matches that background color and the color of the text. And you can see over on the HTML, if you go look, that the current tab, Cupcakes, is active. It has the class active on here. So in our JavaScript, we'll be moving that class active to each of these. We'll be removing it from here and adding it to each of these as you click on them to change them. And then we've got a few helper classes down here that we'll be using: hidden to set elements to display none, visible to display block, and visually hidden, which is going to be the opacity, and that's what gets animated down. So you'll see how this all works in the JavaScript, but for right now, we need to add this over onto our CSS. And you're going to have to type it in. I'm going to paste it so you don't have to watch me type it because it's not that interesting to watch me type this. But I'm going to paste it in here. But you can pause the video and go in and add this yourself. So just pause the video here and add these rules on your CSS. Tabs, angle bracket, div, set the padding to 15 pixels, the background color, and transition. We're going to be transitioning the opacity over 200 milliseconds in a linear, using linear easing. So it's going to be the same speed all the way through. And then the active class on the tabs gets its background color and the color. And then we need these three little helper rules down at the bottom here. So I'm going to save that. And of course, Visual Studio Code likes to have them formatted this way. I kind of prefer these all in one line myself because they're just one declaration in each. It's a little easier to read. But that's okay. We'll let Visual Studio Code have its way with it. Okay, great. So now we should have the look that we need for our tabs. If I come over here and refresh, it looks just like it did before. None of this is actually functioning yet, but the look is the same as what we had in the original version of the jQuery version. And we'll start working on the JavaScript in the next video. Hopefully you got all the CSS in place and now you're ready to start working on the JavaScript. And I have a linked script file here, and it's linked at the bottom of this file. You can see down here, I've got my script file linked. So I'm going to go to that script file and just work directly in here. And I'm going to just use var for right now and later go in and clean up with and add let and const and do that kind of stuff. But you could use let and const right from the beginning here. But the first thing I want to do is get all of my tabs and put them in a variable. So I'm going to make a variable var tabs and set that equal to document.querySelectorAll. And what do I want to get in here? I want to get very specifically the pound tabs, angle bracket, UL, angle bracket, LI, angle bracket, A. Those elements. These are the elements that I want to get and assign to my tabs variable. Then I want to add a click handler to all of them. So I'm going to use a loop for var I equals 0, while I is less than tabs.length, I plus plus, curly brace, and then down here I'm going to say, okay, tabs square bracket I. So each tab as we go through this loop, I'm going to add an event listener, and the event listener is going to listen for a click, right? And then when the click happens, we could run a function. And we could do an anonymous function like this and put everything inside of here. But in this case, I think it'll be a little bit cleaner to make a separate function. So I'm going to have a function down here, function select tab, or select tabs. I forget what I did. I'll leave it select tab and parentheses, curly braces. So instead of an anonymous function, I'm going to run select tab. So I can just copy that and stick it here. When you do this, you don't put in the parentheses up here. If you put in the parentheses, it'll run right away. And I don't want it to run right away. I want it to run when I click on this thing. So I just put the name of this function here, and that will run this function down here. So that's going to get us started with getting our tabs. And then the next thing we need to do is figure out what we need to do in here. So what do we need to do in here? Well, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to pass in the event object here. So I can do event.preventDefault. And what that will do is make it so that when you click on the tabs over here, you don't get the little hash showing up at the end of the URL. I don't really want that to happen. So prevent default will keep that hash from showing up when I do that. So that's great. And then I need a little bit of a loop. I'm going to just do a for loop. And basically what I want to do is I want to go through and remove on index, I want to remove any class that's on any of these links. So this one has the class of active on it. I want to remove the class of active from all of these and then add it to the one that I clicked so it gets the correct class on there. So I'm going to use a loop to do that. In jQuery, we didn't really need to use loops because we could apply things to groups of elements using our jQuery object. But in plain JavaScript, we need to loop through and do this. So here I'm going to add var I equals 0, while I is less than tabs.length. We're using the same variable that we created up here in the global scope there. And then I++. And then I'm just going to go through and say, okay, tabs square bracket I dot remove attribute, there it is, remove attribute class. And that'll remove the class attribute from each tab. That'll get rid of all the class attributes. Then after I'm done with that loop, I want to add it to the one that I clicked on. And I could use the this keyword here, but I think it's a little bit easier and better to use the event object that I've already passed in and used with event prevent default. I can use it again here, event.target. That will get this item, event.target.class name equals active. And that will put the active class on the one that I clicked. So I'm removing it from all of them and then putting it on the one that I clicked. So what we did in one line of jQuery, we're writing a little function here to do in plain JavaScript. But that should work. Let's go over and test it. If I refresh this and click brownies, you can see it's getting the correct class on there. And if I inspect and look at my elements here, you can see that one has the class of active on it. But then when I click on these, that class goes away on that one, but now it's been added here. So that one has class of active. And we can see it moving around. That class active is moving around to each one of these. Okay, great. So we've done half our project. We've made it so that you can click on these tabs and have the correct classes, and it looks like it's doing that. Now we have to actually make the content work. And we'll do that in the next video. Now that we have the actual tabs working properly, we have to do something with our actual tab content to get it to display. We have to do something with the new tab that we've clicked on and the old tab that is going to go away. So we're going to do that here. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to make a variable here, var this tab. And we're going to make that equal to event.target, again, the one that we clicked on, event.target.getAttribute, and we want to get the href attribute. So that will get the href of the link that we clicked and put it into this tab. Okay, and then we want to actually go and get that element. So I'm going to have another variable, var this content, and that's going to be equals document dot query selector this tab, because we know that this tab is going to return, the href attribute is going to return either a pound tab -1 or pound tab -2, and then so we want to go get that div for whichever one was clicked. And again, only one of these can be clicked. So if you click on brownies, it's going to get the class active. Then we're going to say, okay, go get tabs 2, and that's going to be this one down here. So that's what's going to happen there, to go get those 2 things. So we've got those 2 things, and we're going to just hold off on those for a minute and let them do their own thing in a minute. But now we need to do something with the old tab and get its content so we know what we're going to do with that one. So here's what we will do. We will add another variable, var old content, and I'm going to have that equal document dot query selector quote, single quotes there, dot visible. Now in jQuery we had the :visible filter that would get visible tabs, but here, since we're not using jQuery, what we're doing instead is each of these tabs has a class of either hidden, or visible on it. So the one that's visible, so basically what we're going to do is we're going to swap these classes around so that when we click on one of the tabs, this one's visible, we'll get this one, and that's going to be the old one, and we're going to change it to hidden while the other ones become visible. But we have to do kind of an intermediary step to get the animation and the fading in and fading out that we'll take a look at and see how that works. Okay, but essentially that's what we're going to do, is we're going to get those elements and work with that. Now that we've got this element, the old one, what we're going to do is we're going to set its class name to visually hidden. And over here in our styles, we remember that visually hidden will set its opacity to 0, and that will trigger this animation, which changes that opacity down to 0 over 200 milliseconds. So that will actually fade it out when we do that. So over here, we're going to do old content, dot class name equals quote visually hidden. Make sure it matches how you spelled visually hidden over here. I'm just going to check and make sure. Yeah, I just did it all lowercase, one word, visually hidden. So that's going to set that one to visually hidden. So that's going to trigger that animation and hide it while it's on the screen there. It'll run for 200 milliseconds and visually set it down to opacity 0. It's still on the screen, but it's just been transitioned down so the opacity is 0, so you can't see it anymore. So then what we need to do is we actually need to add an event listener to this old content, and when that animation, that transition has finished, we need to do something with it. We're going to take it off. We're going to set it back to its basically display none at that point. And so in jQuery, we have these great callback functions after the effects library does its effects that we can use. But here we don't have that. Instead, what we're going to use is an event listener. So I'm going to put an event listener on old content. Add event listener. And the event that we're going to listen for is transition end. And this is, be sure you get this right, transition end. It's not transitioned, it's transition end, the end of the transition. And make sure you get that right, because when I've done this assignment with students in the past, that's frequently where things go wrong. People put transitioned, which kind of makes sense, but it's actually transition end. Okay, so once this content the transition has ended, so transition end, we're listening for that end of that CSS transition. It's pretty cool that we can do this in JavaScript, is listen for the end of a transition, a CSS transition. We're going to run a function with its curly braces and a semicolon. And in this function, we're just going to set the class name on this to, after it's transitioned so that it's invisible, we're just going to set the class name old content dot class name equals hidden. Because now we can just say display block none, and we've transitioned it down to opacity 0. Now we can just set it so display none instead of display block at that point. We've taken care of the old content so that we've set it. We've taken the old content, what was the element that had visible on it, and we've set its class name to visually hidden. And that fades it out. That sets it down so its opacity is at 0 over 200 milliseconds. When that transition has ended, we're going to run a function to set it so that it's completely hidden. And that just sets it to display none so that it's off the DOM entirely. Now what we want to do is for the new content, we need to handle the new content, which is this tab, the tab that we clicked and the content that goes with it. We need to set it to be visible, but with the opacity at 0. And then after a very short set timeout, we'll talk about set timeout in a minute, but after a very short wait, we're going to change its opacity to 1 so that it fades in. So let's do that really quickly here. So let's do that here. We're going to come down here, and we already have a variable, this content, so we can use that, this content. So this is our new content. We're going to set its class name. We're going to give it 2 classes. We're going to give it the class of visible, I think I spelled that right, hopefully, and visually hidden. And hopefully I spelled that right. Of course, you could go over to the styles and make sure you copy and paste to make sure that they're spelled right. That's always the best way to make sure you're spelling things right. I think I did do it right. And visually hidden. So visible will set it to display block so that it's on the page, but visually hidden will set it so that its opacity is at 0. And then we need to wait just a split second and then get rid of the visually hidden class so that the opacity comes up to 100%. And to make it wait, we're going to use a method in JavaScript that we haven't talked about yet. And we'll get more into this in a future lesson, but this is a good place to introduce it. We're going to use set timeout. And set timeout will wait a certain amount of time to do something. And basically what we can do is we can pass it a function that's going to run over a certain amount of time. And I'm just going to wait a split second, like 20 milliseconds, very short amount of time, just to let that thing come on the page, get the class set, and then remove the class. So this function will run, this callback function will run after 20 milliseconds. So I'm just going to click in the curly braces there. And what am I going to do here? I'm going to do this content dot class list dot remove. I think that works. I think I did that right. Visually hidden. I can spell that right. So that should wait 20 milliseconds and remove the visually hidden class on there. All right, we're ready to give this a try. You'll notice that there's a terrible bug that we need to fix, but it should be mostly working, and then we'll fix the bug. So let's give this a try real quick here. I'm going to refresh the page, and if I spelled everything right, it's fading that one in and switching my tab. Click on that one, and it works. It's great. But then if I click another one again, I start getting this kind of weird thing going on. What the heck is up with that? That is not what I was expecting at all. All right, cool. I'm going to refresh this so that I don't have that going on. Okay, we're going to fix this and look at sort of the solution for fixing that in the next video. We got our tabbed interface working, but you probably noticed that we had a pretty severe bug where it works once clicking on the tabs, but once we click on them a second time, we get this weird flashing thing going on. So what's going on with that? Well, the real problem has to do with this transition end event listener, because we've added the transition end event listener, and it works when you click on the links the first time. It's looking for that transition end. But that event listener is getting added onto old content each time you click on it. So all of a sudden, when you're clicking on it a second time, it's firing a second time and running again, and it ends up in this weird loop where it's doing this kind of thing. So what do we do about that? What we can do is at the end of this event listener down here, after the function, so this function opens here and closes at this curly brace here, after this function that runs when the transition ends. We can put a comma and another object, so another set of curly braces in there. And there's actually 3 settings that we can add to the add event listener that will help us work with these different pieces here. And what they are capture, false, once, true, and passive, false. The only one we really care about here is this once true. What once true does is it says add this event listener once, and then when you're done with it, remove it. So that will get rid of that problem. Capture and passive, they're all false by default. If you don't put this thing in here at all, then they're all here, but they are all false by default. So we're leaving these 2 as false, but we're making this one true. We have to put these 2 in if we're going to just change this one. So we pass in this little object here that has capture, false, once true, passive, false. And if we save that and come back and refresh the page over here, now you'll notice that I can click on it and it will run, but it's only it's dispensing of that event listener after the first time. So now when I click on it again, it's just doing it properly. It's getting rid of the old event listener and adding the new one, and it only gets added once. So that's working perfectly fine, and that's great. So now at this point, we have a working functional script over here. We can look at this script, and it's a lot more complicated than the jQuery version. I think we can all agree that this script is a lot more complicated than the jQuery version. And part of your decision as to which one you would want to use if you wanted to include such an interface on a project of one sort or another is it worth including the entire jQuery library in order to have a shorter script here, or is it better to have the longer script and make use of CSS and do this kind of stuff? Now we can do a few more things to make this a little bit better and to make it a little bit more efficient and perhaps a little bit shorter and easier to read and all of that stuff. So we're going to add those things in next. The first thing, of course, is to just do our best practices and add in here our IIFE, our immediately invoked function expression, function parentheses, curly braces with a set of parentheses at the end and a semicolon. And then in here we can put our use strict directive like so. And then we can just make some room here and we can move this whole script into there. Like that, and I'm just going to tab everything in. And of course we can go through and we can change var to const. If you didn't do that right from the beginning, that could be const. This one has to be let because it's inside of a loop. Down here, this one needs to be let. And then these can be const here. That one, that one, that one can be const. And I think that's it for that stuff. So that should all work. Let's just test it, make sure I didn't mess anything up there. I think it'll work. Yeah, that works fine. I didn't break anything, so that's cool. Okay, but there are a few more things that I want to show you that we can do with this script to make it a little bit better and a little bit more modern. And there are things that we're going to talk about in more detail in a later lesson. But I think it's kind of good to introduce them in these small projects so that you can kind of get used to them before we talk about the theories behind them and really delve into them in more depth. I think it's nice to sort of come into that kind of conversation with a little bit of experience with them. So we'll look at those features of JavaScript next. As mentioned in the previous video, this script is definitely longer and more complex than what we would see with the jQuery script. And there's some things about it that are always going to be a little bit confusing and hairy, like this transition end thing with the capture and once and all that stuff down there, as well as using set timeout to have to wait a split second before swapping the classes to get the transition to work properly. But there are a few things that we can do to clean up the code a little bit and make it a little bit better. And again, you don't have to do any of this. You could leave the script the way it is. It works fine the way it is. These are just some things that are worth looking at and thinking about in terms of syntax for JavaScript. And we'll get into these features in more depth later. This is just a good opportunity to introduce them. One of them is the for each method, which can work on arrays. Tabs is an array because it's going in and getting all of these tabs, and there's just 3 of them, but it's an array. And the for loop is fine, it works fine, but it's a little bit hard to read and a little bit cumbersome, and the for each method is a little bit nicer. So let's just try that and see how that looks instead. So what we would do is we would say tabs.forEach, like this. This is the for each method. And the for each method, again, it's an array method, so it works on arrays. So we do tabs.forEach, and we pass in a callback function that runs. And this function takes a variable that's going to work on each element in tabs. And you could call it each tab, or you could call it tab. I'm just going to call it tab. So it's going to do something with tab. So it's going to go through each of the tabs and do something with tab. And what are we going to do here? We're going to say, okay, tab.add event listener. And we're going to do click. And then we're going to run this select tab down here. So this piece of code is doing exactly the same thing as this for loop here. So you could either comment this out or delete it altogether and just use the for each method here that will allow us to add an event listener to each tab. And I just think it's a little bit easier to read. And again, we'll get into this more later, but this is a good place to introduce it. And we could do the same thing down here in place of this for loop down here as well. We could even just paste this in, but instead of adding an event listener, we can just do this instead. But instead of tabs dash square bracket I, it's just tab. tab, remove attribute class. So again, we're just replacing this for loop with that. And that should work just as well as before. So let's go over and just test this really carefully here. So if I refresh this and test it, you can see that it's working exactly the same as it did before. And that's great. So you can get rid of these things here. Now, even further, in JavaScript, there is now something called an arrow function. And if you've looked up JavaScript online, you've probably come across arrow functions before. And again, we're going to get more into arrow functions and sort of talk about them in depth in a future lesson. But this is a good place to kind of introduce them, because we could even further clarify these little functions here with arrow functions. And the way they work is like this. You get rid of the word function, and instead over here you put what they call an arrow, which is really just an equal sign and a greater than sign in here. And if you're passing in only one variable, you can get rid of the parentheses. So now we have tab, for each tab, and then this becomes the function that runs. And we could do the same thing down here. And again, we're going to do this in more depth later to talk about arrow functions and when to use them and when not to use them and what they're good for. But this is a good place for them. And it just gives us kind of a really clear tabs. For each tab, we're going to do this kind of thing. You could even move this up so it's all in one line practically. I mean, it becomes so short and clear. And that kind of really helps with sort of the clarity of the script. I'm going to get rid of this just to make it a little bit shorter. Leave that space there. And then up here, I'll get rid of this. And it should work just the same as it did before. And again, you don't have to do any of this stuff if you don't want to. The script worked perfectly fine before. And there's nothing wrong with using the for loop and not using the for each or using the arrow functions. But it just seemed like this would be a good place to introduce those ideas. And just to summarize up the lesson, what we've done here is we've created a typical interface element, a tabbed interface, and we've done it with plain JavaScript. And it's a little bit different than the version that we did in jQuery, and ultimately you have to decide whether including the jQuery library and doing the shorter script is worth it for making this thing. And it's not that long, it's not that bad, and it's certainly a lot less code to download than the entire jQuery library. On the other hand, if you're using jQuery for other things in your project already, then, using it for the tabs doesn't actually add any extra weight. And it works really well, and it's short and quick and right to the point. So this is a really great example of the difference between JavaScript and jQuery. And again, jQuery is just more JavaScript, but there are differences with the way the syntax works. And you can write shorter, more efficient scripts with jQuery. If that helps you get used to working with JavaScript and more excited about learning it, then by all means use the jQuery. If you prefer to really learn the plain vanilla JavaScript because jQuery is starting to get phased out, then this is a really good example of the kind of work you're in for with plain JavaScript. Welcome to the third module in our second course on JavaScript. In this module, you'll create some scripts that are useful and that you can put on actual web pages. Plus, they'll build your skills and you'll get better at working with JavaScript and jQuery. They provide a lot of practice. So let's dive in and start working on these scripts. I think you're going to get a lot out of them, and I look forward to going through them with you. jQuery image slider, version 1, the basic slider. Learning JavaScript and learning jQuery is most fun when you're actually working on projects that you could actually use. And in this lesson, we're going to make a basic image slider that you could put on any website. And that's pretty exciting and pretty awesome to be able to make something that you can actually use. Plus, along the way, you'll learn some new things about jQuery and some new things about JavaScript and get a lot of practice. And really, this is a great way to learn JavaScript and jQuery. So let's move forward and see how this project works here. The final project, you'll have just a simple little slideshow where the images will slide from left to right, or they'll come in from the right-hand side and slide over to the left-hand side as you go to the next image, and then the other way around as you go to the previous image. And we'll see how that actually works and how it comes out as we move along here. In the Start folder, so download the files that go with this assignment. In the Start folder, you'll find there's an index.html file. We've got a script file, and we've got a folder with some slides with some images that I took up at Bodie National Park, which is an old abandoned ghost town. And it's a pretty interesting place. Lots of great places. Great place to take a lot of great photos. So I took some photos up there, so we'll use some of those for this project, and that's kind of fun. And if we come over and look at the index file, you'll notice that we have a div with an ID of slider, and then an unordered list with list items for each of the images for the slides in the slideshow. And this is actually a fairly common setup that you'll find for image slider scripts that you might find around the web. And then I've just got some links for the previous and next buttons. So if we come over here and actually look at that HTML, you'll see that that's what it looks like here. I'm loading my normalized script. I've got my CSS. I've got jQuery loaded here. I'm loading an easing plugin that we'll talk about in a bit. And then we've got our script file here. And then we've got our slides. So that's all there. I've got a script file here, which is empty. That's where we're going to write our JavaScript. And then we've got some styles that we'll talk about in just a minute here. The important way to think about this is, or the important strategy here is that the images are all going to be lined up in a row. And what we have as the actual window, this slider div, is going to have overflow hidden on it so that you can't see the other images. And it's going to be set to position relative so that we can absolutely position the string of images, the strip of images inside that window. So the current image will be displaying, and when you click next, the next image will slide in, or if you click previous, the previous image will slide in. And that strip will basically slide back and forth, left and right, as we move through the slides. Now, one thing to check out is the way that the styling works. And it's really important to understand the way HTML and CSS works, because it's these tools that will provide the basic content and structure for our pages. And even though we're learning JavaScript, and that has to do with the behavior very much is affected by the layout and the content on the pages. So if we come over here and look at this, the overflow hidden on this slider element here, which is, again, if we go back to the index here, it's this div here. And if I come and look at the page, it's this div here, or this div here that has the picture in it. And that div has overflow hidden on it, and it is showing only the slide that is in the window. And the width of it is set to the same width as the actual images. And the height is set to the same height. And then it's set to position relative so that we can use absolute positioning. And if you know some CSS and you know about positioning, you know that when you set a parent to relative positioning, then the child set to absolute positioning is going to be set in relation to that parent element. So position 0, top 0, left 0 puts that thing inside this container here. And then display flex is what makes all the images go into a row. Top 0, left 0 puts that in the top left corner. Now, if I were to go in and mess with this just a little bit, you could see what it will do. For example, if I take overflow hidden out of my slider declaration here, let's do this just to see what happens. If I come over here to my styles and remove overflow hidden, just temporarily, I'm going to just comment this out like so and save this. And then when I come back and refresh this, you'll see that the other slides are all lined up. Each one is on there next to each other. And they're all lined up here. They're all in a row, just lined up, waiting. Just because of overflow hidden, we're not seeing them. We're only seeing what's actually in the window. So we want to go back and put overflow hidden back. So we're not seeing those additional slides. We're only seeing the one that's actually in the window. And it's important to understand that that's how this project is set up, because it has an effect on how we write our JavaScript. One thing we want to do as we're working on our scripts is we want to make them as general as possible, so that if we were to add more images into our slider, then our script would be able to handle them. So I'm going to use some variables to keep track of some things like, well, how many images do I actually have in my slider? I know right now that it's 5, and I could just leave it at that for image count, but I could just set image count to 5. But I'd really rather have it actually find out what is the length of my element here. And then I also want to find out how wide is my image. And I'm going to assume that all my images are the same width, because the slider won't look right if they're not anyway. So I'm going to assume that all the images are the same width, but I need to find out how wide is one of them. And so let's go ahead and add these two variables to our script over here. So I'm going to come back to Visual Studio Code and go to my script file. And here I can just add in const and what did I set this for? I set this variable to image count. How many images do I have? So I'm going to set image count, a variable image count. I'm going to make it equal to, I'm going to use my jQuery object to go in and find out how long my my script is. So it's pound slider ULLI dot length. And that will actually go in to my document over here and look for this slider element, and then go and find the list items. And I'm going to find out how many are there. So that should return to me a 5. It should give me 5 there. And then I'm going to have a variable const image width, and I'm going to use my jQuery object for that. And I'm going to put in here pound slider UL li colon first img dot width. And that should give me a number that tells me how wide my first image is. Let's see what that does. Alert image width. Save that. Come back here and refresh the page, and I'm getting 400. It's telling me that it's 400 pixels wide. Now, before I move on, I'm looking at my slide here and realize I'm using this first pseudo class here to get the first list item. So what that does is it goes into the DOM here and it looks at the first one of these list items and then gets the image. Now, as it turns out, jQuery has deprecated this first pseudo class. If you look this up on the jQuery website, it'll say deprecated. They don't want to use this. Instead, they want you to use the first method. So let's actually do that really quickly. If I just do first, I'll do jQuery :first and look up, I want to look up this one here. You'll see as of jQuery 3.4, the first pseudo class is deprecated. Remove it from your selectors and filter results using .first instead. And it's important when you're using a library like jQuery to stay up on sort of the latest trends with the language as best you can. It's not always easy to. This one slipped by me when I made this slide, but I'm aware of it now. So I'm going to fix it here in the video really easily here. I'm just going to come over here and get rid of first here and instead use first, like that. And that should get me the same result. Let's just check really quickly. If I come over here and refresh the page, I'm still getting 400. So that's great. So it is important to sort of pay attention to these things as you can. I should add, while this still works currently in the current version of jQuery, it might not work in future versions of jQuery. And since I'm loading this version of jQuery up with this project, unless I update my link to jQuery to a newer version, it will continue to work. So this is actually fine to use for now with the current version of jQuery that we have. But going forward, we should use the .first method instead. And I just wanted to show you that. The next thing to consider is when resources are going to load. And in this case, this seems to be working just fine. If I click refresh, it's giving me a 400 here. But it's loading these images. Now, I have this file local on my computer, and that's all well and good and fine. It's going to load it really quickly since it's local on my hard drive. However, if I were actually putting this on the internet, it's possible that that request to find out how wide the images are would run before the images have downloaded, and I could get a 0 there. And I don't want that. I want to make sure I'm getting the actual images. So what I want to do to sort of prevent that kind of problem from happening is I want to add an event listener that checks to see when all of the assets for the page have downloaded. And it's not going to run the script until they're all downloaded. So we can use the on method in jQuery. And the on method in jQuery is similar to the add event listener method that we have in plain JavaScript, in that you pass in a particular event that you're looking for, and then it'll run a function when that event happens. So here we're going to put the on method on the window object, on the window itself. And we're looking for a load event. And this event, this function here will run, this callback function will run when load is completed, meaning all of the images for the page have downloaded. So that will keep the script from running until the images are actually there. Again, while we're working locally on our hard drive, not such a big deal, but if you put this script up on the internet, you don't want your slider to think that your images are 0 pixels wide, because that will screw up the whole script, and that would be bad. So let's go ahead and add this onto our script, and we're going to put everything inside this window load function for our page. So over here, I'm going to add my jQuery object. I'm going to pass in the window object, and I don't have to put that in quotes because it is an object. The window is an object that jQuery recognizes. And I'm going to use on, and I'm going to look for the load event, and then I'm going to run a callback function, like so. And then everything's going to go inside of these curly braces here. So I can actually move all of this up, cut it from there, and paste it in here. Like that. And while I'm here, this thing, this function here, will work as a closure for the page. So for this function. So this thing is all in its own closure. So we can add our use strict directive right here. And we don't need to make a separate IIFE, the immediately invoked function expression. We don't need that because we want this function to run when the page has loaded all its files. And when it has, then we can say, okay, now you can run, and we're going to set up these variables in alert. And this should show absolutely no difference at this point over here on the front page. As long as I typed it right, we should still be getting 400. But you can see that the image started actually coming in because before that alert ran. So that's one thing that's slightly different, is that it's actually loading the images first. And because we're loading from our hard drive, it's not that big of a deal, but it's still kind of, it's still a really good idea to do it this way. Next, we're going to add a few more variables to our project. We need to know the total width of our whole slider. And for that, we're going to take the image count and multiply it by the width of each image. And that will give us our total width. Plus, we'll add a px to the end of that. So let's go ahead and add that to our script now. I'm going to get rid of this alert and just do const total width. And this is going to be equal to image count, or image width, times image count. Doesn't matter which way around it goes, right? It's going to come up with the same thing. And then we're going to add on to that a px at the end of there. So that's going to put that in there. And then let's just alert out total width. Alert total width, just to sort of see what we're getting here. So I'm going to come back here, and now when I refresh, I'm getting 2,000 pixels because I've got 5 images. Each of them is 400 pixels wide. That's 2,000 pixels. So that's adding up and doing that properly, which is great. Okay, next I'm going to need a variable for left position. This variable is going to be changed in the process of running the script. So I'm going to set it with the keyword let, and I'm going to have a counter that's also going to change. And then I'm going to set the width of my slider UL to be that total width. And we'll talk about that in just a minute here. Let's go ahead and add these in. Let position equals 0. Let counter equals 0. And then I'm going to use my jQuery object to go in and say, okay, pound slider ul dot CSS, your width is going to be total width. Did I do that right? Let me go check my slide over here and make sure I did that right. Width needs to go in quotes. All right. Left, there's the left position. Let me just change that. Left position. And width needs to go in quotes. And there we go. So let's stop the video here, and then we'll talk about this more in the next video. In our previous video, we had set this setting here, which sets the width of our unordered list to the total width. And I just want to talk about this just for a second really quickly. If we go over to the styles over here, you'll see on here that the slider UL isn't given a specific width. But I want to add a width to it because that will just make sure that when I set it to display flex and that everything's going to fit properly inside this UL. So adding that to the script just ensures that the slider is going to be the exact width that I need it to be, 2000 pixels. And I don't really need this alert to come up anymore, so I'm just going to comment that out. But that gets us all kind of set up with all our variables that we need in order to get started with this script and get it working the way we want it to work. Now we're ready to add our click handlers and actually make the script actually work. So let's go ahead and do that. So we need a click handler for that next button. And when you click the next button, we're going to increase the counter. So the counter is going to go from 0 to 1. And then we're going to set the left position to a negative 400 pixels. So we take that counter and we multiply it by the image width. 1 times 400 is 400. And we're going to put a minus sign in front of it because we're going to move it a minus 400 pixels. So let's go ahead and add this into our script over here. Again, the best way to do this is to type from the outside in. So I'm going to add an event listener like this. I'm going to start with my jQuery object. And then I want to get the element that I want to work on, my pound next element, which if we go back to the index file here, is this link right here, ID equals next, for this link when you click on this button that says next. So when we click on that, we want to have a click event handler, like so. So when you click on it, you're going to do a click. And then we're going to pass in an anonymous function that runs when you click. Function, parentheses, curly braces, click between the curly braces and move that down. All right, so when we're here, now we're going to take counter, which is the variable that we created just a minute ago, counter, and we're going to increment it, plus plus. So counter is now gone from 0 to 1. And we're going to set the position of that slider over to the left minus 400 pixels. So we'll set left position. That variable there is going to be set to equals what did I do here? I did counter times image width. And I need a negative number. Counter times image width. A negative, so that's going to give me a negative 400. And then I also need plus px, I believe. And that will set that left position to what I need it to be there. Well, this should work. I think it's a little bit easier to read if I use my tick marks. Put the whole thing inside of tick marks. And then I can get rid of these quotes and the plus sign. And then here for my variables, I'm going to use the $sign and the curly braces. Oops. $sign and curly braces, like that. So I've got counter times image width. So I'm using my string literal here to give me a negative, to counter, multiply by image width. That's going to generate a 400 and put a negative there and put a px there. So that's great. So there we go. That's going to set the left position. Now all we need to do is to actually animate that element. And what will that look like? It'll look like this. We're going to go get that slider UL and we're going to use our animate function and we're going to animate the left property to left position, which we know is going to be, when you click it the first time, it's going to be minus 400. When you click it the next time, it's going to be minus 800. When you click it the next time, it's going to be minus 1200. It's going to move over 400 pixels each time for each image. We'll set it to a speed of 700 milliseconds, and then we'll use the ease in quad easing And we can use that because we have the easeIn plugin already put into the project. So let's go ahead and add this into our script over here. So down here, I'm going to say, okay, great. Go ahead and get our pound slider UL, and we're going to do the animate method on it, our custom animate. And in there, we're going to pass in an object. And we'll get more into objects and how they work in a later lesson. But for right now, it just takes key value pairs. We're going to animate the left property. And what are we going to animate it to? We're going to animate it to left position, which the first time you click the button will be -400. Then a comma. And then I'm going to actually, no, we're going to leave that like that. And then after the curly braces, I'm going to say 700, because that's the only property I'm actually animating. 700 milliseconds is how quickly it's animating. And I'm going to do ease in quad, which is the easing that I have selected for this particular animation. You could do a different one if you wanted to, but that will get the correct animation. Oh, and that needs to go inside quotes. Make sure you put that in quotes. Ease in quad needs to go in quotes, like so. Now with that, this should be somewhat functioning. It'll function until we get to the end of the strip. But let's give it a try over here and see if I did it right. So now if I refresh and if I click next, look at that. It's animating right to the correct spot. And then it goes to the next one. And then it goes to the next one. And then it goes to the next one. And if I click it on the last one, it animates right outside of this, out of the side of the strip. So the entire strip is off to the left over here. So that's what we'll need to fix next. In the previous video, we got our click handler working so that you can click on the button and the images will move forward and the slider will function. But when you get to the end, the strip slides right outside the slider window, which is not really what we want. So what we need is an if statement to make this work. We're going to add an if statement to check to see if the counter is the same as image count. And if it is, then we're going to set that counter back to 0. And that'll put the strip right back to the beginning. So what we want is, remember, image count is saying how many images we have. So it's 5. So we want a number that's either, we want counter to either be 0, 1, 2, 3, or 4. As soon as it hits 5, then we're out of range and we want to put it back to the beginning. So let's go ahead and add this if statement into our script over here to handle that. So down here, I'm going to increment the counter and then check to see if the counter, is the same as image count. If it is, then I'm going to set the counter back to 0. Equals equals the same as. You could also do triple equals, which would be exactly the same as. In this case, I'm not really worried about type coercion, but you might want to be extra careful and put triple equals in there. And there we go. So now if we come back and test this, refresh the page, when I click next, it'll go all the way through my slides, and when I get to the last one, it goes back to the beginning. And that will continue to work as we go forward through the script. Great. So now your job is to think about what you could do to create the click handler for the previous button, because currently this button doesn't have anything going on with it here. It doesn't have any event listener at all. So we need to add an event listener for this that will make the slide strip go the other way. Now the way to think about this is to start with thinking about what happens if you're at the end. Whoops, I went too far. There we go. If we're at the end of the strip and we click previous, we want to decrement the counter and move the strip the other direction. So think about what you could do to create your own event listener for the previous click button. And then we'll take a look at it together in the next video and see if you got the same answer I got. In the last video, we created the click event handler for the next button, and it's your job to create the click event handler for the previous button. And hopefully you were able to do that, or at least tried. The only way you're going to learn JavaScript is to push yourself to do these things without just looking at the answers, and try to do it. Even if you're unsuccessful, that's a success because it makes you think about it. It makes you work with the syntax. So try to do it on your own, and then look and see if you got the same answer I did, or if you got stuck, that's fine. You can look and see what I did, and hopefully then it'll make sense and you'll have an aha moment. But you won't have the aha moment if you don't even try, if you just look at the answer without trying. This is the answer I came up with. I have an event handler looking for that previous button and for a click on that previous button. And then I'm going to take the counter and decrement it. And here, the if statement's going to change so that if the counter is less than 0, then I'm going to set the counter to image count -1. I don't want to set it to 5, I want to set it to 4, because remember, our counter needs to be a 0, a 1, a 2, a 3, or a 4 for our 5 images. Okay? Those are the 4 numbers, the 5 numbers that the counter should be: a 0, a 1, a 2, a 3, or a 4. So if the counter is less than 0, then it's out of range, and then we want to put it in range by putting it at the end of the strip. And really the way to think about it is to think about it from the right end of the strip, the right-hand end, or 5th image. So that if we're on the 5th image, we're going to decrement to 4, and then we're going to decrement to 3, and then to 2, and then to 1, and then 2, and then when we get to under 0, we're going to set it back to the last image. Okay, and then we're going to leave the left position. These two pieces stay exactly the same. So in fact, we could actually make this script, make this event handler by copying and pasting this one, because a bunch of it is the same. The last 2 bits, we don't have to type that again. We can just copy this and paste it. And then what we're changing here is, instead of next, we're changing this to previous. Ideally, we want to do less typing if we can. The counter, instead of getting incremented, gets decremented, -. And then instead of setting counter, checking to see if it's the same as image count, we're going to see, is it less than 0? If it's less than 0, then we're going to set it to image count -1. So remember, we're talking about an array here. We want our counter to be a 0, a 1, a 2, a 3, or a 4. But when it's 5, that's too high. So image count is going to be 5 in this case because we have 5 images. There we go. And then these two remain the same. Let's test it and see if that works. Come back here, refresh the page. Our next button works. Our previous button works. If I go all the way to the end, I can go all the way to the beginning. If I'm somewhere in the middle here and I click previous and then click previous again, it will go all the way to the end. And there we go. So I can go next and previous, and I can go, and basically this is a strip of photos that's moving back and forth inside of this window. And that's working great. So here you have a basic image slider that you could style and work with images on your website for any website you want. You just want to make sure that your images are all set up to be the same size to begin with, and it'll just work. And you could have as many of them in there as you want, or as few of them in there as you want. And that's really great. So we were able to get all of that to work. Now, it might seem kind of weird that the images, when it gets to the beginning here, it sort of moves the whole strip over to the end. Wouldn't it be kind of nice if it kind of wrapped around instead? And that's what we're going to do in the next project. We're going to take this script and push it further so that we can actually make it so that it wraps all the way around. We'll take a look at that in the next project. jQuery Image Slider version 2. In this version, we're going to take the slideshow that we already have, the slider that we have, where the image is sliding in, the one that goes to the end and then brings you back to the beginning and works as a strip. We're going to take this thing and make it so that it wraps around, so it feels a little bit more natural. And I think that that will be kind of a nice effect if this thing wraps around like that. So we're going to take the same set of files that we've already worked on, and we're going to rework them to create this next version of this slideshow. And by the way, this is a really great way to learn JavaScript, is to make a small project and then look at it and go, you know, what could I do to make this a little bit better, and work on ways of revising it to improve it and make it a little bit better. And this is a great way to learn JavaScript and a great way to challenge yourself to take on new coding challenges and learn new things. So what's our basic strategy here? How is this going to work? How are we going to make it wrap around? What we're going to do is we're going to basically clone the entire strip of slides, so that if we look at this top picture here, if you click the next button all the way till you get to the last slide in the strip of slides, we're going to clone the entire unordered list, the UL, which is the unordered list, with all the slides in it. We're going to clone it and tack it on the end, so that when you click next again, this one slides into place and it's on the first slide. Then we can remove the unordered list that was there before, and it will go away. And we're right back where we started, with a strip of slides on the first slide, and we can keep going forward. And then if you click the previous button, it's just going to do the same thing in reverse. Instead of tacking it on at the end here, it'll tack it on at the beginning. So that way, we will always have kind of an unending loop of slides, whether you're going forward or backwards through the slides. That's the basic strategy that we're going to use to make this thing work. So the first thing we can do is to start to work on the next click handler and make it different, a little bit different from what we had before. We're going to add an else statement in. The if statement is going to handle the cloning of that unordered list and what happens when we get to the end, but the else is going to handle what happens if we're just on a slide in between, in which case we're just going to move forward in our slides. So this is the exact same code that we had before. We're just going to move it so that it's inside of an else statement. So let's go over to our files. And here I have, nothing's really changed here. This is the exact same set of files that I had at the end of the previous script, the previous version of this slider. And in here, I'm going to just come down to my, my next click handler. I'm going to add an else in here. Else, like that. And I'm going to move this stuff into the else. We're going to do something very different here. And we'll take a look at what's next in the next video. The next thing what we're going to do is we're going to clone the unordered list using the jQuery clone method. You can see here we've got a clone method that will allow us to take that entire unordered list and make a clone of it. And then we're going to append it to the slider. that'll put it at the end of the element slider. So what that'll do, if we come over and look at our code here, if I look at my index here, is it'll take this entire unordered list and make a copy of it and stick it right here, like that. It's going to end up looking like that when it's done cloning and appending. That's what it's going to do, sort of in code, rather than physically adding the HTML like I just did there. So it's going to add that on there. It's going to clone it and then append it to the slider. And then I need to set the CSS of that second unordered list, the last one. I'm going to set the left to image width plus pixels. So it's going to be positioned right here because this is our little window. So it's going to say, okay, left, since the image is 400 pixels wide, it's going to set the left at 400 pixels. That'll put the corner, the left corner, right up against the edge here, which is exactly where we want it to be. So that's what's going to happen here as we work on this and make this go here. Also, you might be wondering, well, how would I know about clone or something like that? You can go to the jQuery documentation really easily. jQuery clone. jQuery clone. And the api.jquery.com has all the documentation for all the different things that you can use with jQuery. And it's really just a matter of looking through and seeing what the different functions are and what they do and looking them up. And it's kind of fun to pour through the documentation sometimes and see the different examples of things that you can do. So that's the way that would work. Okay, let's go ahead and add this to our script. So I'm going to go back to my script file here. And you can leave the counter in if you want. All this stuff is going to come before the counter. We're going to do the counter thing at the very end. So you can leave the counter in if you want, or you can take it out and put it back in at the end. It doesn't really matter. But I'm going to use my jQuery object to go get pound slider and get the UL, the pound slider unordered list. And then I'm going to clone it, .clone. And that will make a clone of that unordered list. And then I need to append that clone to slider, pound slider. Don't forget the pound sign. Append it to pound slider. And that will actually make when we get to the last slide, that'll make a clone of it and put it on there. And then I need to set the position for that one. So I'm going to say, again, I'm going to get my jQuery object, pound slider, UL, but I want to get the last one. Now I have two, so I want to get last. We're going to use this last method again. I'm going to get the last one, and I'm going to set its CSS. And I'm going to set the left position, left. And what am I going to set it to? I'm going to set it to image width. Image width, plus I probably need pixels on there, right? Image width plus px, right? Image width plus quote px. And that will put it in exactly the correct spot here on the page. That will put it so it shows up at the end. Okay, so now it's shown up on the end. And in the next video, we'll actually handle the animation. Before I do the animation, I want to set the variable left position equal to a value where I'm going to move that first unordered list to. And in this case, the unordered list is 2000 pixels wide. That's total width. because the images are 400 pixels each, and there's 5 of them, so that's 2,000 pixels. So I'm going to move the left position to minus 2,000 pixels. And what that'll do is it'll move that entire first unordered list, or it sets the correct position for that first unordered list so that it's entirely off the left side of my slider window. So let's go ahead and do that first. I'm going to put in left position equals, and then use my tick marks and a negative sign because it's going to be minus, and then total width is going to evaluate to 2,000 pixels because remember, total width is the image width times the image count plus px. So that's going to say minus 2,000 pixels right there. Great. So that puts that into the correct place. Okay, so we've got that variable set. Now what we need to do is animate both unordered lists. I'm going to animate the first one and the last one. And they're going to animate at the same time, so they both move at once at the same speed into the correct positions. In this list, I'm moving, the first line moves the second unordered list, the last one, the one that we added with our cloned unordered list. And it's going to move that to left 0 so that it's moving it from the left side of that window. If we come back up here to here, it's moving it from this left corner of the window into its space here. So that's going to put that into the correct place. Whereas the second one is going to move from this space all the way out so that this point is at minus 2,000 pixels, which will put this edge right at this edge here. So you can see here I'm getting slider UL last, the last one, animating it. I'm animating the left property to 0, so that will put it right so that the first image is right in position inside my slider at 700 using ease quad, whereas the first one gets animated to left position, and we just set that to minus 2,000 pixels, also at the same speed using the same easing so that they kind of move together. So let's go ahead and add this into our script over here. So I'm going to say get my pound slider, quote, pound slider UL dot last, this one, and I'm going to animate. I'm going to animate it. How am I going to animate it? I'm going to animate the left property to 0. That one goes to 0. Left goes to 0. And I'm going to just use the same easing and everything else that I had down here. I can even just copy and paste that to move that into place. So that moves that one. I can copy this line and paste it here. But now I'm going to move the first one, animate left, and it's going to get moved to left position. There we go. So that will move both strips at the same time. It's going to animate them into the correct place. Then the last thing that we need to do is remove this one. And we'll look at that in the next video. So far in our next click handler, we've checked to see if the counter equals the image count. If it does, we have cloned the unordered list and then added it to our slider and then set its position into the correct place. Then we animated the two unordered lists at the same time, the first one and the last one. We animated the last one so that its left position puts it right so that the first picture is inside the window, and we animated the first one off the left side of the slider. Then the last thing we need to do is, after this animation is completed, I want to remove it from the DOM altogether. So the key word there is after this animation is completed. So that means I need a callback function. So in here, after the ease in quad, you're going to put a comma and add a function. Like so. And it's wrapping around funny. I'm going to close this Explorer here so you can see it better. But this function is a callback function that runs when this animation has completed. And that's what I want to do here. So I'm going to click inside of there and move that down. And then I can say, I want to actually remove this first one. So I can say, $, get my jQuery object, and say here, pound slider, ul dot first, the first one, dot remove. And that will, that will take it off the DOM entirely. So you can see here on my slide, that's what I have here. Pound slider first remove. So that will take it off. And then once that's off, I can set my counter to 0 and everything's back where it should be. So make sure you have down here counter equals 0. If you took it off before, make sure it's there now. Okay, so we've got that in place. We could even put a space there and make it so it's nice and clear what's going on. You could add some comments if you need to. Sometimes it helps. Make sure this thing is running as a callback function and that these two are running at the same time. And then moment of truth, we get to test it and see if this script is actually working properly for the next button. Click refresh. When I click next, 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 next. Now it should, without wrapping around, it should wrap around and put the next one in. Let's see if it did it right. Whoops, something went haywire. Let's see what we did wrong. Let's see if we can figure this out, because it's very common to make a mistake in your code like this. And it's important to be able to develop the skills to troubleshoot and figure out what's going on with it. And this is a really good example of something that can go terribly wrong, because you can tell the script is not working properly at all. So I'm looking at my script and it looks like, I look at it and logically it seems like it's set up right. So I must have some sort of error in here somewhere. So the way to solve this problem is to come back here and refresh the page and then inspect. And use the inspector and see if you can see what's going on. So if I come down here and look at my slider and I go to next, when I get to the end, something weird was going on here. I know it's working right, but let me make sure everything is saved properly over here. Save this, come back. Refresh, and let's just see. So if I look at my slider here, when I get to the end, like something is going really haywire there. What's going on? Now, I look over here and my slider doesn't have any unordered list in it at all. What the heck is up with that? So the way to solve this, the way I go about solving this, is to come back here and start by commenting this out. I'm going to just comment this out and see, is this part of the script working? Is it cloning and doing what it's supposed to do properly here? So I'm going to just do that, and I'm going to come over and refresh and watch my HTML here, because remember, JavaScript is just manipulating the HTML. So let's see what happens here. That goes, and it goes, and it goes, And it goes, when I get to the last one, it's not cloning properly. It's not cloning my thing properly. So something's wrong with my line with the cloning. So if I come back and look at this, I'm like, oh, append. This should be append to. I'm using the wrong method here. That should be append to. And you may have caught that if you were looking at my slide carefully and thought, oh boy, you made a mistake there. Maybe you even caught that before I did. So that should be append to. So it wasn't cloning properly, so it wasn't getting added properly, so then none of this was working right. So let's turn that back on and see if that solves the problem. Come back here. But the inspector is your friend. It'll really help you solve these types of problems because you'll be able to sort of watch here and see what's going on. Next, 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 next. And then now when I click next again, you'll see it should add an unordered list and then remove one. It'll add one and then it removes it. So it adds one on to the end, animates into place, and then removes the first one. And now we're back to the beginning. And I should be able to move through this very easily each time. And each time when you get to the end, it very quickly adds an unordered list and then removes one. So that's really cool. All right, great. So we're able to get that to work and not without any problems, but that's pretty typical and par for the course. And it's great when you see me make those kinds of mistakes because I will make them and you'll make them too. Don't feel badly about it. But now the question is, can you do the previous button link yourself? See if you can do that one. Try it on your own. And then when we come back, you'll see my solution for it in the next video. In the last video, we figured out how to get the next click handler to function properly. We ran into a few problems, but that's pretty normal. And we managed to fix them and we got it working. So now we want to get the previous click handler to work. And hopefully you tried to do that and were able to do that on your own. And if you weren't, don't feel bad. It's not easy. This is a tough problem because you have to really understand this stuff and think about it the right way. So let's do it together and sort of see how it's actually going to work. So the script I came up with looks like this. What's going to happen here is when you click the previous link, the counter is going to get decremented. And then we're going to check to see if the counter is less than 0, which means we've run through all of our images. So that's the same as before. And then we're going to set the counter to image count -1. So we've got 5 images. And so we're going to set the counter back to 4. Remember, our counter is always going to be a 0, a 1, a 2, a 3, or a 4. Any of those 5 values. So we set it to image count -1. So it's now a 4. Then we're going to clone our unordered list and append it to the slider, just like we did before. But here it will be helpful to go back and look at our diagram once again. Looking at our diagram, this is our situation in this part down here. Our strip is at this position, and we've clicked the previous button. What we want to do is we want to add the new strip and append it on this side. Instead of appending it on that side, we want to append it on this side of our slider window. And when you click the previous button, this one is going to move in from this position here. And really we're tracking this corner here. So this corner is going to go from -2,000 pixels to -16,000 pixels, 1,600 pixels. 2,000 because our image is 400 pixels wide. We've got 5 of them here. So it's going to go from 2,000 pixels to -2,000 to -1,600. And that will push this first picture into our slider. And then this one is going to go from 0 pixels to 400 pixels to move that there. So hopefully the diagram helps with sort of thinking about how this works in doing this kind of thing. And maybe you drew your own diagram in trying to solve this problem. Okay, let's go back to our slide with our answer. Here we are with our script here. So again, hopefully that image in your mind helps you. I know it helps me because I'm a visual person. But we're going to clone our unordered list like we did in the previous one. But I'm going to set that last one that I've added into my DOM, the one that I've appended to the slider. I'm going to set the left to minus total width again. So that sets its left corner at that minus 2000 pixel mark, right? And we're going to set left position to minus counter times image width. So remember the counter got set to 4 here because it's image count minus 1. Image count is 5. We've got 5 images. Subtract 1, you get 4. So counter is 4. 4 times 400 gives us 1600, right? 1600 pixels minus 1600 pixels. And remember, we're moving our strip from minus 2000 pixels to minus 1600 pixels to move that left edge that's way over off the side there into the correct position. So that's what that left position is going to be set for. So then we can take that last one and move it into the correct place. That moves that strip onto the screen. And then we take the first one and move it so it's off the screen. And then we can, with our callback function, remove that first one. So let's go ahead and do this on our script over here. So down here in the previous counter, we're going to do the same thing we did before and add the else and move this stuff in here. So that's all going to happen, the else. We're going to decrement the counter, and then we're going to set the counter to image count minus 1. So that all stays the same. Then we're going to do the thing that we did with the cloning up here. So I can actually copy this and paste it in here. But the position is going to be a little bit different here. This position, the last one, is not going to be set to image width. Instead, it's going to be set to, get my tick marks, minus, oops, I'm going to put that in the tick marks, minus $, curly braces, total width. I'm going to set it to minus total width, right? Left minus total width. Then I'm going to set the left position to counter times image width plus the px, a negative with a negative number there. So let's put that in next. So that's really this line from up here. I'm going to put that in down here. But instead of just minus total width, it's going to be minus, it's going to be counter what did I put? Now I've forgotten. It's minus then the counter times image width. That's what it is. Counter times, not total width, but image width. There we go. Plus px. I'm going to need a px on the end of that, I believe. Yep, there we go. Okay, great. So then we just need to get these two pieces in here, and we'll do this in the next video. In the last video, we worked out the logic of how the previous click handler is going to work. And where we left off was actually moving, animating these strips into place. So that's what we need to do here. So we're going to take the unordered list that we cloned in there and animate it into its position. And again, what we're doing is we're moving it from this position here. We're moving it from this position into here. And the corner we're tracking is this corner over here. So this corner, when we added it to our DOM, is set to minus 2000 pixels because these are 400 pixels wide and there's 5 of them. So it's at minus 2000 pixels. So we're going to move it from minus 2000 pixels to minus 1600 pixels, which will move it over 400 pixels, which will push the right side of this into our slider. And you can see that's what's happening here. We have our last element, we're animating to left position, and left position is now minus 1600 pixels over 700 using quad. So let's go ahead and add this line into our script over here. And really, you could actually come up here and copy this one and stick it in here. But instead of left 0, we're moving to left position, which is that minus 1600 pixels. The counter, which is 4 times image width, which is 400, that's 1600 with the minus sign in front of it. And with the PX, that's going to move that into the correct place. So that gets that one into the correct place. The other one, the first one, this one here, not that one, sorry, this one here first. We can actually copy this whole thing because we are going to remove it. So we can come down here and we can add that in here. But instead of moving it to left position, it's going to be moved to image width. Image width, which up here at the top of our script, image width is the width of that image. So we're going to need a PX on there. Image width. Let's do our tick marks. And then I can do $, curly brace, image width, PX, like so. I believe. Is that what I had over here? I have plus PX. I'm adding it on there. You can do it either way. With the template literal, you could add the PX in there like that. And then we're doing it over 700 milliseconds, ease in quad, and then we've got our callback function again to actually remove that first one from the list. Let's see if it works. I'm going to save this, come back here, refresh it. We know the next one works, but does the previous one work? There's our first slide, and boom, it works. There's our 5th, 4th, 3rd, 2nd, 1st, and once again, boom, we can go around that way. If you choose the inspector, you can see it actually working. I've got my slider here. I've got my unordered list inside of there. Click next. You can see that's going to minus 400. Click previous. It's going to 0. When I click previous again, you'll see it add the unordered list, move it into place, and then remove the other unordered list. So that's actually working exactly the way it's supposed to. So that's great. Very cool. So that's all working the way it's supposed to. There you go. Now you have a slider that will work in a looping kind of way rather than just a strip that moves back and forth. It seems a little bit more complicated, and it is a little bit more complicated, but these types of projects and these types of lessons are really helpful for thinking about different ways and different kinds of things that you can use on your websites and build that will make use of jQuery, make use of the built-in effects library, and teach you how to handle and think about these different types of situations that come up. Slider, using JavaScript. In the previous lesson, we worked on making a slider using jQuery. We did a couple versions of it. Here, we're going to do the same thing using plain JavaScript without jQuery, just so you can compare the syntax and see how different it is. There will be a few little minor differences in the script, but it's very similar to what we saw with jQuery. So that'll be pretty exciting. Here, the animation is going to take place in CSS, and we'll be using JavaScript to trigger the animation. In the end, you should get a slider that looks like this. It's a little bit different in that the slides are going to have some actual content on them. So they will have, the pictures will actually be in the background of the slide, and then they're going to have a little bit of a title and some text on them. So let's take a look at how that's set up. The basic strategy is the same in that we're going to have a parent window that has overflow hidden set on it. And that's going to act like a window for these slides. And the slides are all set up. In this case, I have them floated, but they're all set up to float next to each other so that they end up in one long strip. And as you click on the buttons, either left and right, the strip of slides moves in and out of the parent window, showing only one image at a time. There's our basic strategy. Very similar to what we had with the jQuery version. Now the HTML is a little bit different in this case because instead of the list items just having a picture in it, like what we had for the jQuery slider, the list items have a div inside of it. And the div is going to have an H2 and a paragraph inside of it to create some content on that slide. The actual picture will be in the background of the list item so that the list item is actually showing the picture as a background image. Now let's take a look at the CSS for the wrapper. The wrapper has a width of 1,000 pixels, and it's set to a height of 358 pixels, which is really the size of my pictures. And I'm setting margin auto on it to sort of center it on the screen, and then position relative, because we're going to absolutely position that string of pictures inside this window. This is the window that's going to show only one image. And then overflow hidden so you don't see the other pictures. And we can come over to our code over here and see this markup in place. So you can see here I have my div with the slider wrapper. I have an unordered list with a list item. The list item has the div with the content, which includes an H2 and a picture. And I've got a bunch of these list items in here. On the CSS, you can see that I have slide wrapper here set to a width of 1,000 pixels and the height for the picture. And then margin auto to center it, position relative, and overflow hidden. Down here, as you look down through the CSS here, you'll see this is where the background images are. It's on the list item. So the first list item gets this background image, second one gets that one, and the images are here in the folder. So I have all of my images here. So everything will sort of line up and go into place that way. The actual animation is happening in CSS. So you'll see this transition left, 700 milliseconds, cubic Bezier with a bunch of numbers in here. And I'll tell you about where those come from in a minute. But we can see this in our CSS over here, right here. Using this transition, we're going to transition the left property over 700 milliseconds. So that's the same as what we had in the jQuery version. But this cubic Bezier, where's that coming from? What I use to create those is this little web tool called CSS Easer or Caesar. It's an animation tool. And you can see here, here's linear animation. If I click left, it just moves it at the same speed. And you can pick one of these built-in options here to see what it looks like. Where you can change the amount of time. So that's starting slow and ending fast, whereas if you were to do ease out circ, it would be the other way around. Start fast and end slow. And then down here, you can see the CSS that you actually need for this. Transition all. But instead of transitioning all, I'm just transitioning left. But you can see that that's the code that we need in order to do this. And you can even customize this. You can drag these handles and create your own custom easing to do whatever you want it to do. And it'll adjust these numbers accordingly. So that's where that comes from. So that's going to create the actual animation for the slides. So each time a slide moves, this transition is going to take effect. Or each time we change the position of the slide, the left position, this animation is going to take effect. And that's where we'll see the actual animation for our slider. We have a little bit more CSS to talk about before we start working on our JavaScript. And the first thing is the actual slides themselves. So the list items that are inside the unordered list that are inside the slide wrapper, which are these elements here in my index page, these list items here. So these are my actual slides. And I want to set some styling for those. First of all, I'm going to make sure the background image covers the entire list item. So even if they were to get a little bit cropped or something like that, then that's fine. I want to make sure the image covers the whole thing because it's a background image, as we see over here. And as we mentioned before, each slide, each list item gets its own background image. So those images go in the background and they cover the background of that list item. And then they're set to position relative because the content that's inside these slides, this div with the H2 and the paragraph, is going to be absolutely positioned. Basically, this div here is going to be absolutely positioned here so that it gets positioned on the slide inside of the background there, on top of the background. So these are set to position relative because those divs are positioned absolutely. And then we set the width of the slide and the height of the slide, and I have them floated left so they all go in a line next to each other. And that should make them all work pretty well there. Okay, so we've got all of that in place and working. And now we're ready to start working on our actual JavaScript. And for our JavaScript, in the jQuery version of this, we used the on method to make sure that the window has loaded. We did an onload method. And that was an event listener in jQuery to check to make sure that all those images have loaded. Here, we're just going to add an event listener with the add event listener event, and we're the add event listener method, and put it right on the window. And we're going to check for the load event. And that will also do the same thing, where it's going to check to make sure that all the assets have loaded before it runs the callback function, which is the anonymous function you see on that first line of the script there. And everything's going to happen inside of that anonymous function that runs after the page has loaded. So let's go ahead and add that event listener to our script first. Come over to my script file, and I'm going to add a window. If I could type it, window.addEventListener. And I'm looking for a load event, comma, I'm going to run a function that runs when the page has loaded all of its content. So we're going to run that function, and in here, I'm going to add a number of variables. And a lot of these variables are going to look familiar because it's very similar to what we did with our jQuery version of the script. Also, this function here will function as a closure for this whole script. So I don't have to worry about adding an IIFE immediately invoked function expression, because this function will make sure all the variables, everything in here, are local to this function, and nothing will be leaking into the global scope. So we don't need to worry about doing that for the script either. because we're putting it in this event listener for when the page loads. So what do I need to know? I need to know how many slides do I have, how wide is each slide, what is the total width of the slider, and then I need to get some DOM elements that I'm going to work with on my page. The actual slider element itself, this just kind of makes some shortcuts. If I make a variable called slider, I don't have to type document.querySelector every single time I want to work with the slider. Same thing with the next button and the previous button. So let's go ahead and add these in over here. I'm going to go back to my script over here, and I'm just going to paste this in. You're going to have to type it, but I'm going to paste it in. I'm going to make a variable called slide count, and I'm going to use query selector all to go and get the length of how many list items do I actually have. If I were to do an alert here, you'd get the number of list items that I have coming up. Let's do that real quick. Alert. Again, I'm having trouble typing today. Slide count. If I were to come back and refresh this, I should be getting a 5. I've got 5 slides. So that's working. The next thing I need to know is how wide is each slide. And there's a property in JavaScript called offset width. So I can go get this wrapper and say, well, how wide is my slider wrapper? And that's how wide my width of my slides are going to be. So I can go and get that next over here. Oops. How wide is each slide? So I've got that. The next thing I'm going to need is the total slider width, which is going to be the slide count times the slide width with the pixels. And then I need my DOM elements, which are these. The slider itself, the next button, and the previous button. And you can get rid of some of the space in here if you don't want it, or even get rid of the comments if you don't want it. It does take up kind of a lot of room, but I don't need this alert anymore. I can get rid of that. There we go. So now we're set up with some basic variables here. We're going to need a few more variables to get before we really get started with our next click handler. First, let's put in some questions here. Okay, here are a few more variables that we need. We need to use the let keyword because these variables are going to change. We need to get the left position and set it to 0. We need a counter, and then we want to set the slider style width to the total width. So let's go ahead and set those as well over here. And again, I'm going to paste these in. You're going to have to type them. So setting slider style.width to total width will actually set the width of that element. And we'll talk about that and look at it a little bit more in the next video. In our last video, we got some basic variables in place for our slider, and they're very similar to the variables that you saw for the jQuery version of the slider, but now we're using plain JavaScript. So the syntax is slightly different. It's a little bit longer, but it's not too bad. And here we've set the slider style width to total width. And remember, total width is the slide count times the slide width with the px, the end. And we're setting that locally in the style here. And over here, if I come in and look at my slider and refresh this, and then click inspect, I should see in here for the unordered list an actual number of pixels here. UL style width 5,000 pixels. Because I've got 5 slides and they're 1,000 pixels wide, so that's 5,000 pixels. So, and the reason why I want to set that here is just in case I add more slides to my slider. I could add more if I wanted to, or remove some if I wanted to, and I want to keep the script as general as possible. Over in the CSS for this, I have in here, I think I have 5,000 pixels set here. I have it set here. And I could remove that from here if I wanted to now, because I don't really need it here. It's getting set on that element manually with an inline style, and JavaScript is setting that. So I don't really need it here. And really, I don't want it here. I want it to be handled by the script because I want to be able to add or remove elements here. And the script is going to override that anyway, so it's not even really necessary to have it there. So that's kind of a nice thing to pay attention to and to realize is that I can take that out of there. Okay, so the next thing we need to do is set up our event handler for when you click the next button. And the first thing we'll do is handle an event for what happens when you click the link. We'll pass in the event object and prevent default so that you don't get the little hashtag for clicking the next link up in the URL. It's kind of nice. We'll increment the counter, and then we're going to have an if and else for if the counter is equal to the slide count, in which case we'll set the counter to 0, we'll set the left position to 0, and then we'll move the slider into position. Otherwise, we're going to just move the slider to the next slide. So let's go ahead and set up this event listener on our next button. Go back to my script here. And now I can just use the handy shortcut next because I know that that is actually going in and getting my, from here, it's going and getting my button pound next. Next, add event listener. I'm listening for a click, and I'm going to run a function when you get a click, like so. And then I'm going to pass in EVT. Sometimes people put in event. I usually use event because it's very clear that's what that is. Sometimes people just put in E for event. But E sometimes also stands for error, so I don't want it to stand for error. So I'm going to put EVT, which is kind of a nice compromise between the full word event and using the shortcut E. And this is just a variable, so you could put whatever you want. You could make it cheese if you wanted to, or llamas or chickens or something else. It's just a variable, but it represents that event object that we're passing into this function, the event that happens when you click on this next button here. So down in here, we're going to do evt.preventDefault. And that's because these buttons over here are really just links. And I don't really like it when this, if you click on the link without that, then this pound sign ends up in the URL, this hash. And I don't really like that. So the event prevent default keeps that from happening. EVT prevent default, passing in that thing. Okay, then we're going to have an if statement. If, and we'll handle what happens if the counter has gotten to the end of my end of the line and an else. And again, what we're going to put in here is, we also need to increment the counter. Counter is the same as slide count. Equals equals the same as. Read that as the same as. So don't forget, we need to increment the counter. Counter plus plus. It's the same as counter equals counter plus 1. Just a nice little shortcut there. And then if counter is the same as slide count, then we're going to do something in here. And then we've got an else in there. And then we'll pick up the rest of this next event listener in the next video. If we've reached the end of our strip and the counter is the same as the slide count, then the first thing I want to do is set that counter back to 0. Then I want to set this variable left position and make sure it's set to 0. Left position. It was set to 0 initially, but I just want to make sure it gets set to 0 again. And of course, I misspelled position there. Left position, there we go. I'm going to make sure that gets set to 0. And then I'm going to take my slider style.left and set it equal to left position. And that will put it into the correct position on the page. Now remember, over here on the styles, when we talk about slider, we're talking about this unordered list here, and it has the transition on it. So that's going to take care of the animation. So I don't have to do the animation over here. All I have to do is set that position left, and CSS will handle the animation. So that's one thing that's different between the JavaScript version and the jQuery version. In the jQuery version, we're using the jQuery animate method, which is using their built-in effects library for doing the animation. Here, we're just setting the CSS position of the CSS property of left to left position, which in this case is 0, and then we let CSS handle the animation. And because CSS uses the GPU instead of the CPU, it's kind of nice and buttery smooth. And it'll work well on older devices that don't have a faster processor. On a newer device, the jQuery will work fine, but older devices, the CSS in particular, will work a little bit better and be a little bit smoother. But I think it's even smoother on newer devices, honestly. So that takes care of the if statement here. For the else, we need to increment the slide forward if we're not at the end. We're just going to move that slide forward. So I'm going to set left position here. Left position, now spelled properly. I'm going to set it equal to, I'm going to use a pair of tick marks, and I'm going to set it to a negative number. And what I want it to go to is I want it to go to whatever the counter is times the slide width. So I'm going to put in your $, curly brace, counter. So if I'm clicking it the first time, that counter is going to go from 0 to 1. So that's going to be 1. And then I want to multiply it times slide width. And of course, I want to add a px in here, I believe, because slide width doesn't have the px. No, it's just the width. So I need the px in there. So that sets that left position there. And then I just need this. Same thing. I'm setting that left property to what the left position should be. And that should, in theory, work. Let's go check it out. Refresh, see if I did it right. And notice it's nice and smooth with the animation. And when I get to the end, it goes back to the beginning. We have a script that's working, and this is perfectly fine the way it is, but it could be simplified a little bit if we look at this. You'll notice this line is the same as this line. And really, if I set the counter to 0, I don't need to explicitly set left position to 0, because this will do the same thing. So if I get set counter to 0, 0 times slide width px is going to be 0. So I don't really need this line either. So in fact, my if statement could get much shorter. It could just be if counter is 0, counter is the same as slide count, set counter to 0, and then I don't really need an else because this is going to happen no matter what, like so. And you could, if you wanted to make the script even kind of shorter, you could put these on one line. I think Visual Studio Code is going to scream at me when I try to do this and put those back on 2 lines as soon as I save this. But you could even just put this all on one line. So it makes this really nice and short and compact. We're setting the event prevent default. We increment the counter. If the counter is the same as slide count, we set the counter to 0, and then we set the left position to whatever the counter is times the slide width. If it's 0, then it's going to be 0, and that's fine. If it's 1, then it's going to be 1 times slide width 1,000 pixels, minus 1,000 pixels, so on and so forth. And then we set the slider style left to left position and let the CSS do the animation. Save that and come over here, and you'll notice it should work exactly the same way. If I click next, it's going all the way to the end and then back to the beginning. So that's great. Okay, great. Now we've got that in place and that's all working and that's awesome. So your chore is to do the previous event listener. And this one's not as hard as the jQuery one, but it's very similar to what we have here, except we're using the previous link and we're decrementing the counter. But other than that, it's very similar. See if you can do it on your own. In the previous video, we completed the event handler for the next button, and your challenge was to write the event handler for the previous button. Hopefully you gave it a try and were able to do it. If not, let's do it together here. But it's good to at least try. Even if you tried and got stuck and couldn't quite get it to work, then that's fine. We want to make sure we try these things because that's the way you learn JavaScript. And then now we'll try to do it together. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do is just copy this entire event listener and paste it. So a lot of it's the same. And I'm going to say next, instead of next, it's going to be previous to go with my previous variable here, which is getting my prev element from my HTML. Over here in the HTML, you can see that I set the previous button to ID prev. Okay, so I'm getting previous. Click event prevent default. Instead of incrementing the counter, we're going to decrement it, minus minus. And now I need to think about this. If the counter is equal to, is less than 0 probably, what do I want to set it to? So if the counter is less than 0, I want to set the counter to slide count minus 1. Remember, slide count will give me a full number of slides. In this case, there's 5, so that's going to be 5. But I want my counter to be a 0, a 1, a 2, a 3, or a 4, those 5 numbers. So counter is set to that. And then the left position is going to be the same. This is going to be the same. This is going to be the same. That should be all I need to do to make this work. Let's see if it works. I'm going to save that and come back to my slider and refresh. The next button should still work. The previous button works. If I click previous again, it goes to the end of the slides. And then it will back up through my slides. When I get to the first slide, if I click previous, it goes to the end. I can click next and it goes to the beginning. So now I have a slider that is working, that's going from slide to slide, and it's moving the strip along back and forth through here. that's it. You've completed this project. Here on this slide, you can see the full script with everything in it that we needed. You can see I left the else statements in here. Don't really need these. This is actually the longer version of it. But that's pretty cool. We've got a full version of that script, and you could use this on your websites and compare this to what we did with the jQuery versions. Now, if you want a challenge, try to make the version of the JavaScript slider work where these slides don't go all the way back to the beginning or go all the way back to the end when you get to the end. Make it so that it wraps around. Do the second version of the jQuery script, but just with JavaScript. And hopefully that will work. Okay, and with all of that, hopefully this is a great project for you and you've learned a lot about JavaScript along the way. Hello, you've made it to the fourth module in our second course on JavaScript and jQuery. Congratulations, you've learned a lot of JavaScript and a lot of useful jQuery for all of your interactive projects. I think it's a lot of fun and I hope you've enjoyed the ride so far. In this module, we're going to get into timers and recursion. And these are very useful tools that will open up a whole world of possibilities for JavaScript and jQuery and for your interactive projects. So break out your code editor and your web browser and let's get started on learning about timers and recursion in JavaScript and jQuery. JavaScript timers and recursion. I have a few scripts that we can look at that will explain how timers and recursion can work in JavaScript. And these are really fun methods to play with because you can do a lot of really interesting things with them. So occasionally you do want something to run after a certain amount of time has happened or on some sort of interval. And this is where we can really get into how to do that with JavaScript. So let's take a look at this first script here. I have the example files open in my code editor here. I'm looking at example 1. And this is the script here. It's a very short script. I'm going to close my Explorer here just so you can just see this line without it wrapping. But best thing to do is to actually see the script run. So I'm going to come over here and just open the example 1 script here. And you'll notice that after a certain amount of time, the script starts adding paragraphs to this web page. And if I view the inspector and look at the body here and my div, you can see that this div, it's adding another paragraph. Every second and a half, it adds another paragraph. If I want to stop the script, I can click the link, stop the script, and it will stop adding paragraphs. So let's deconstruct how this works just a little bit here. That's the full script. And essentially, there are 2 functions in JavaScript that allow us to set timers. One is set timeout, and the other one is set interval. Each of these functions takes a callback function and an amount of time. So for set timeout or for set interval, you would run a function and then you'd put a comma and then the amount of time that you want to have elapse before it runs or on the interval. So for example, down here, I have set timeout wake up. So it would run this function wake up after 8 hours, or set interval eat meal after 4 hours. Every 4 hours, I'm going to eat a meal, something like that. Now, you can't pass in 8 hours and 4 hours. You pass in a number that represents milliseconds, but it's that basic idea. So let's take a look at our script here. we have a timer that is a variable, and it's assigned the set interval function. And if you'll remember, this is called a function expression, because in JavaScript treats functions as first-class citizens within JavaScript. So you can assign a function to a variable just the same way you could assign a string to a variable, or a number to a variable, or anything else to a variable, any other piece of data. You can assign a function to a variable. And that's one of the things that's very powerful about JavaScript. And it allows us to assign functions to variables. So I've assigned the setInterval method to the variable timer. And then the setInterval method has a function in it. And the function simply says, take the div.innerHTML and plus equal the content. And so we'll take some content and add it into the div. And then we'll do that every 1500 milliseconds, or every second and a half. And so that's how this is adding the content onto the page, is that timer loads and setInterval immediately starts running and starts doing its thing and adding this content in the page. Let's go look at the script again in the actual file over here. So I have the content here, which is adding another paragraph. It's just a string here. And then setInterval runs, and it says take this div, the div, get element by ID the div, which is this div here. It's got some default content, and it's going to set its inner HTML to content. So in a second and a half, the content is going to get switched to a paragraph, and it's going to add that. It's going to set the inner HTML to that content. And then in another second and a half, then what's going to happen is the content plus equals is going to take the content and add it again. So now there's two paragraphs in the content, and it's going to change the inner HTML on div to having the two paragraphs. So the two paragraphs are on the page, and so on and so forth, until the page is completely full with the paragraphs. We'll talk about the clear interval method in the next video. We're looking at the first example in our timers and recursion examples here. And we've already talked about how this example is using setInterval to keep adding content into the div and then adding those paragraphs onto the page. And we have setInterval assigned to this variable timer. And down here, I have an event listener that when you click this button, stop, ID stop, document get element by ID stop, it's got an event listener. When you click on it, it runs a function, and the function runs this method, clear interval, and I'm passing in timer. Timer holds the set interval thing here. So that's what allows me to stop the script. So up here, when I refresh my page, it'll automatically start adding content into that div. And when I click stop the script, then that event listener fires and it runs the clear interval. It runs a function with clear interval in it and then stops that script. It clears the interval timer. Now, we don't need to use the function expression here. If I were to remove this, the page would still work in that it would still run setInterval and start adding div to the content. If I save that and come back here and refresh, you'll see it will continue to work in terms of adding that in there. But the stop script function won't work. In order to stop the script, I have to have this thing set to some sort of variable so that I can pass that variable into clear interval over here. The other option would be to just to put set interval inside there, but then you need something to start it, to get it started. So in order to clear the interval, I need to assign my set interval to a timer, is really the bottom line here in order to make that work. Hopefully that makes sense. and we can see how that's working. Now there's one other thing that I'd like to be clear about with this script before we finish. If I go back here and refresh the page and right click and choose inspect, what I'd like you to really notice here is that notice all of these paragraphs are highlighting every time this script runs in my inspector here. And that's because of the way the script is running. It's not just adding a paragraph to what was there before. It's replacing the entire contents of the div with all of the paragraphs every second and a half. And that's something to pay attention to because it might not be the best in terms of performance to replace all of the contents. And we could make it so that it's just adding to the div with an append method. We could append to the div a new paragraph every second and a half, and that might be a better way of running the script. But I thought that it was interesting to point out that what's happening here is that every second and a half, our variable, the content, is getting an extra paragraph in it. So the first time it runs, it has one paragraph in it. The second time it runs, it's got two paragraphs in it. The third time it runs, it's got three paragraphs in it, and so on. And then each time set interval runs, it's taking however many paragraphs are there and putting them inside the div using inner HTML. So that's kind of an important way of understanding how this one works. In the next video, we'll take a look at the next example. Let's take a look at example 2. In this example, the script is going to run exactly one time. And let's just see what it does. Let's just run it first. I'm going to come over here. I'm going to change this to example2.html. Example2.html. And when I refresh the page, we have a square on the page. And after a certain amount of time, it resizes the square and changes its background color. And that's it. That's all this one's going to do. If I refresh the page, it'll do it again. After a certain amount of time, it resizes the page. So let's take a look at what's going on with this example. I'm going to go over to my code examples here and turn on my Explorer and get example 2. Done with example 1. And down here, I have a div with a class of 1 on it. And that class is setting that div to be 100 pixels tall by 100 pixels wide with the background color of red. Notice the transition is here on the classes. Transition all 2 seconds, transition all 2 seconds. Set timeout runs, and it runs a function. So it's running this function here. And what this function is doing is it's setting the class attribute to 2, but it's not doing it for 2000 milliseconds, for 2 seconds. So as soon as this class gets attached to it, then this class becomes active and the animation happens and the size and all, and the background color, everything gets transitioned. So that's pretty neat. Again, I'm going to come over here, I'm going to run it. It doesn't seem very exciting, but when you think about what's going on here, it really is pretty cool in that CSS is handling all of the animation, and that makes it nice and smooth and work really nicely, first of all. Second of all, one thing that's really nice is that you can use JavaScript to add a class or change a class on an element, and when it gets that class, it then applies all of the declarations or rules within that class, within what you've assigned to that element. And that's really pretty cool because it means that you could have elements on your web page, and then after a certain amount of time or when a user does something, you can apply a class to it and change that element and change based on the styling associated with that class. And it could have an animation in there, and that's really pretty cool. Next, let's take a look at example 3, which uses recursion. As I said before, Set timeout runs only one time, but when you use it in a recursive fashion, you can get it to repeat. And this can be a very powerful technique in JavaScript. Let's go take a look at the actual example file and see what happens when we run it. If I come in here and change this example 2 to example 3 and run it here, you'll notice it waits a certain amount of time and then it starts this pulsating div that's set to a circle, the different background color here. And so this circle is getting larger and smaller as the script runs. That's pretty cool. Let's go take a look at the JavaScript that makes this work. So if I come back here, I can close example 2 and look at example 3. And you can see again, I have a div with a class of 1 on it. And down here, I've got getElement the div. I've got a variable called current class, which is set to 1. And then I've got a function called class rotator. And this function, class rotator, checks to see if the current class is the same as 1. I'm going to set timeout, and I'm going to run a function that's going to run after 2 seconds. And in this function, I'm going to take the div and set the class name to 2. And then I'm going to set current class up here to 2. So if it's set to 1, set it to 2. If it's not set to 1, then it must be 2, in which case I should set it to 1 and set current class to 1 and run it over 2 seconds. But notice that this function is running class rotator. So a recursive function is a function that calls itself. And this is an example of a function that calls itself. It calls itself here, and it calls itself here. To kick off the function entirely, we have to run it once down here. So when the page loads, it runs this once, but then when it runs itself, it either runs itself again here, or it runs itself again here, depending on what's going on with the if statement and the set timeout. Now, recursion is a very powerful thing, and it's easy with recursion to get confused or to do something that will cause your script to run out of memory and to run crazy and wild. So for example, if I took class rotator here and just stuck it outside of the set timeout, it would run very quickly and it would keep running itself and they would start to get stacked up and eventually you'd run out of memory. You get a heap overflow error showing that basically JavaScript has run out of memory. And that can happen very easily when you're working with recursive scripts. But when handled properly, recursion can be a very powerful feature. And not only that, it can be the preferred way of actually working with data and working with set timeout or set interval. If, for example, you're going out to the world and getting a piece of data from somewhere and then doing something when it comes back, usually recursion is the better way to go because you can wait until it's come back before you try to do something with it. Whereas if you use set interval, then you're more likely to try to do something before you get your data back. Set interval will run every X amount of seconds. Set timeout will wait at least 2 seconds, but maybe longer, depending on where something is in the stack of things to run with JavaScript. And we'll get more into the event loop in JavaScript and talk more about how that works and why it is like that in a later lesson. But for right now, I just want you to bask in the glory of looking at what happens with this, because I think it's really kind of interesting. I've got 2 classes, and this function is calling itself, but it's only calling itself after 2 seconds has lapsed, either here or here. And that gives us this very interesting, pulsating, kind of creepy circle that feels like it's breathing on our web page. And you could do, more stuff with that if you wanted to. Okay. So with these techniques, we can do a lot of really interesting things. You could do interesting things with games. You could do interesting things with other types of scripts where you want them to run automatically on some sort of timer. Sliders on a timer. Putting slides on a timer. In this lesson, we'll convert one of the slideshows that we did in the previous module so that it runs on a timer without having to click the next and previous buttons, so that it runs automatically. And you could pick any of the three that we did in the previous lesson, or if you figured out how to take the JavaScript only one and make it run on a never-ending loop, you could use that one. You could use any of them. So I'm going to use the slides here, this slider here that loops around and goes in any direction this way. But I'm going to make this one run on a timer. Now, before you follow my lesson and follow these videos showing you how to do it, I strongly encourage you to try to do it for yourself. It's not that hard, and see if you can actually figure it out. See if you can get one of your sliders to work on a timer. To do that, get rid of the buttons, delete the buttons off the screen. You can delete the CSS that has to do with the buttons off the files, and then modify the script so that it's using set interval or set timeout using recursion. Either one of them, you can make it work either way. So use one of those two methods and see if you can create your slider so that it works. As an added challenge, make it so that when the user hovers their mouse over the slides, the slider stops. It stops doing its automatic moving forward of the slides. And then when they move their mouse off of it, it starts again. That's kind of a fun challenge. And it also happens to be a fairly useful interface technique, because if you have a slider on a web page, it's very possible that if you've got content or things in those slides that you want people to look at or read or do something with, it's kind of annoying when the slide just automatically changes before you're done. So it's kind of nice if while your mouse is hovering over that element, that it pauses the slider, and then when you roll your mouse off, the timer can kick back in and it will continue with the slides. Okay, so see if you can do that on your own. And if you get stuck or you want to see my solution, continue on with this presentation and with these videos. Hopefully, you were successful at creating your slider on a timer and were able to do that on your own. But if you weren't, or if you want to see how I did it, this is how I'm going to do it here. I'll show you how I did it here. So to start with, I'm going to go into my files and I'm going to remove this paragraph at the bottom that has the previous and next buttons, because we don't really need those anymore. So I'm just going to come in here to my files here and go down and remove that there. Also, I might as well go over to my styles and remove the things that have to do with the styles that have to do with the links, because I'm not going to use them anymore. I just think it's a good idea to remove unnecessary code if you're not using it. You don't really have to. It's not going to hurt anything if you leave it there, but I just think it's a good idea. So now our slides will not have buttons attached to them. It's just going to be an empty slider. So we don't have a thing that we can click on. So the next thing we need to do is remove the click handlers. For the next click handler, I'm just going to remove the first line here and the last line of the click handler and leave the guts. For the previous click handler, we can just remove it entirely. So let's go over here and do that next. Done with styles. done with this file, we can go into our script. And I'm going to remove this line for my next click handler and the closing one down here. And then I don't need the previous one at all, so I can just get rid of all of this down to here. Actually down to that one there, I think. Yep. This is closing our window on event handler for when the page loads, so we want to keep that. Okay, so now I'm left with just the guts of my next link thing here. I've got just the guts of that there. So the next thing I need to do here is create my function that will create my set interval. I'm going to use set interval for this, but you could also use set timeout with recursion if you wanted to. But I'm going to use set interval here. So I'm going to go ahead and add my set interval method and pass in the anonymous function and set it to 3000 milliseconds, 3 seconds. Seems long enough for slides. So let's go ahead and put that in. So I'm just going to put it here. Set interval, like that. I pass in a function, like so. Oops, extra set of those. And then I'm going to say over 3000 milliseconds. And that will run. Then all I need to do is I need to stick the guts of this stuff inside here. So if I move that down and then come and take all of this stuff down to here, cut it and stick it in there, that will just work. So now set interval is going to run this function, and it's going to do the counter, and then it's going to check my if statements, and it's going to do this every 3 seconds so that it will move the slides forward every 3 seconds. And when it gets to the end of this slide deck, it'll wrap around to the beginning. Let's test it. You have to wait 3 seconds for the first one to go, and there it goes. And here we are in the last slide, and it should wrap around to the first slide. If you inspect and look at the body here, look in the slider, you'll see the unordered list is moving along and changing its position here. And when it gets to the end, you'll see the new one gets added in, moved into place, and then the old one gets taken out right there. So that's working perfectly. Great, we got that. Now, think about what you could do to make it work so that if you hover over this, it'll stop sliding the slides while you're hovering your mouse over the slider. That's your next challenge. Did you successfully complete the challenge? Remember, again, the challenge was to make it so that when the mouse hovers over the slider stops. So let's see if we can actually make that work. What I'm going to do here is currently I have set interval running this anonymous function, and it runs it over 3000 seconds. What I'm going to do instead is I'm going to make a function down here, a function called slider. And I'm going to put the guts of this anonymous function, this one here, inside of that function instead. So I'm going to take all of this stuff that I had moved into there, all the way down to here. I'm going to cut it. So now we're back to just setInterval with the anonymous function in it and comma 3000, back to where we were before. But I'm going to put all that stuff in here instead, inside of this function here. So I've got my counter and all of this stuff inside of here. And then here I'm going to say run slider. And this is a reference to my function slider. I do not put the parentheses in here. If you put the parentheses in here, it won't wait 3,000 seconds. It'll just go right away. But we want to wait 3,000 seconds and then run slider. So then it's going to go find the function slider and run. And that should work in terms of exactly the same thing that we had before. This should just run. So let's just test that really quickly. If I come over here and refresh the screen, it should wait 3 seconds and then start running the slider. And that works the same way it did before. But the difference now is that I can now set my setInterval here. I can assign it to a variable. So I can assign that to a variable. I could put let my slider equal setInterval slider. And then I can actually create an event listener that will run when the that will do something when the mouse hovers over it. So I'm going to make an event listener for when you hover over this element on my page here, when you hover over the slider here. So down here, I'm going to do document.getElementById slider add event listener. And when the add event listener runs, I'm going to be looking for mouse over. When you mouse over, I'm looking for that event, and then I'm going to run a function. Like so. Whoops. Extra set of curly braces again. I don't know why I keep doing that. All right, so I'm going to run a function there when you mouse over this, over that element, the slider. And what function am I going to run in here? Well, I'm going to say clear interval my slider. And that will stop it from running. So that's great. So that stops it, I hope. Let's test it. If I refresh this and then stick my mouse over there, it should stop the slider. It should not run anymore. So now I've cleared my interval and it's not going to advance the slides. So now I need one that will actually advance the slides when I roll off. Coming back here, I can actually copy this. Yeah. Get interval slider, add event listener mouse out. And I'm going to run a function. And what am I going to run? I'm going to say slider. I'm going to just do this again. So I can actually just copy that. This is why I used let up there instead of const, is because I'm reassigning this variable. In order to reassign it, I need to be able to set it to let up there. So now if I set that to setInterval slider, when I mouse out, slider's now going to have setInterval on it again, and that should run. So let's test that and see. Come back here and refresh it. Now if I wait 3 seconds, my slider should start going, and it does. If I roll over the slider, it should stop. So now set interval has been cleared and it's no longer picking up that, it's no longer advancing the slides. But then if I roll off of it and wait 3 seconds, it should start back up again. Look at that, it's working perfectly. So hopefully you were able to solve those 2 challenges. If not, I recommend going through this a few times. Do it on your own a few times. Create your own slider or create your own script where you can play around with set interval and set timeout. Another thing to try is, I'm using set interval here, but could you do the same thing with recursion and set timeout instead? That would be an interesting thing to try to do. So the best way to learn JavaScript is to keep practicing with it and to keep challenging yourself by making small experiments, taking a small script that you have, and then extend on it and see if you can make it do a little bit more. What else could you do? Could you make it so that it has the buttons for advancing the slides manually, but it goes automatically when you're not using the buttons. But then when you do use the buttons, it moves it manually. That would be an interesting modification to the script. Maybe you can come up with other ideas and other things that you could do. In this project, we'll look at creating a content rotator. It will use jQuery, it will use timers and recursion. And this is a fun project. I hope you enjoy it. The finished version of the project will give you a quote that rotates around to different quotes after a period of time. And this is potentially very useful. You could put this on a website to rotate customer testimonials or that kind of thing. In fact, I came up with this script. I wrote this script myself because a client needed on his website to make something that rotated testimonials. And this is way back in the early 2010s. So a lot of these scripts hadn't been written or were easily accessible at that point. So I had to write one myself. It was kind of fun to do. I really enjoyed putting the script together. The website I was building for him was in WordPress, and I wanted something super simple that he could just put in paragraphs and they would just automatically get rotated around and make it easy that way. And this script really did the trick. So that was kind of a fun, simple little project. And it generates a project that you could use for lots of websites. So let's take a look at how this is set up so that we can actually work with it. The project setup is really simple. We have a page with a div with 4 quotes in it. And you could add quotes or remove quotes and put in more if you wanted to. And basically, the quotes will all get set so that they're hidden, and then so that the div is empty to begin with. Then the first paragraph fades in over 2 seconds. It stays on the screen for 7 seconds so you can read it, and then it fades out over 2 seconds. Then the next paragraph fades in, waits 7 seconds, and then fades out. After the last paragraph fades out, we want to go back and fade in the first paragraph and repeat the process indefinitely. So this is a really great job for recursion. We'll also be making use of the jQuery effects library a little bit, along with some of the other features we've talked about in this course. So I hope you have fun with it and end up with a script that you could use for something. It's pretty fun. To start with, recursion can be hard to wrap your head around. It can be really hard to think about while you're trying to puzzle it out and make it all work. So I have here this diagram that can help us sort of simplify it and think about exactly how this is going to work. So when the script starts, it's going to set a counter to 1, and then it's going to run a function called content rotator. And then on the right here, I have that function, content rotator, and it starts. It fades in the first paragraph, or it fades in paragraph that matches the counter number. To begin with, it's counter number 1. And then it asks, is it the last paragraph on the page? If it is, then we're going to wait 7 seconds, fade the paragraph out, and set the counter back to 1. If it's not, then we're going to wait 7 seconds, fade the paragraph counter out, and then increment the counter. And then we run this function again. We run content rotator again. And that's where the recursion comes in. So this function's going to call itself. And we'll be using set timeout. So can you spot here where set timeout happens? We're going to fade the paragraph in, and then we're going to wait 7 seconds. So there's a set timeout where we wait for 7 seconds, and then we're going to fade the paragraph out. So that's where the set timeout will go, is when we're waiting 7 seconds. Let's get started on the script. The first thing to note on this script, and I have my files open here in Visual Studio Code here, and the first thing to note is that in the CSS, I have all the paragraphs inside my container. So here's my div ID container. They're all set to display none. Now, when you look at this, it might look a little bit weird because of these things here, but this is just an HTML entity that's creating a curly quote. So that's the left double quote. And then this one over here creates the right double quote. And then this one in here creates an M dash. In design, typography is very important. And rather than I could just put the straight up and down quotes, but those don't look as good. And since I want this to look a little bit nicer, I'm putting in the curly quotes and the M dash, which is the longer dash. Rather than the N dash or the hyphen. And if you take a typography course at some point, you'll learn all about these different glyphs that are in our that we can use when we're creating content. The quote button on the American keyboard, anyway, really represents 6 different possible characters. There's the straight up and down double quote, the left curly quote, the right curly quote, and then the same thing for the single quotes. There's a straight up and down single quote, left single curly quote, and right single curly quote. So that's 6 characters on one key. And other languages may have other characters associated with that as well. But for English, it's actually 6 characters. Okay, so we've got that all set up. We have our jQuery library loaded down here, and we have a script or rotator.js, and that's where we're going to do our work over here, is on the rotator.js. We've got our IIFE, our immediately invoked function expression, set up to keep everything out of the global scope, and we've got our use strict directive in there. Okay, we're all set and ready to start working on our script. Here we go to write our script and get our content rotator to work. First thing I need is a variable, let counter, and I'm going to assign it the value of 1. And then I'm going to make a function called content rotator, like so. And we'll do stuff in here, do stuff. And then I'm going to call that function, content rotator, to get it started and make it work. There we go. So this will get us started with our function and our counter, our variable, and gets our file all set up and ready to go properly here. Our next job is to get our first paragraph and fade it in. We'll use our counter to do that and the CSS nth child filter to allow us to get the first paragraph. Because remember, currently all the paragraphs are set to display none. So we can use our jQuery object to go get that first paragraph and fade it in. So let's do that. So down here, inside content rotator, here, we want to use our jQuery object to go get, I'm going to use my tick marks to say pound container p nth child parentheses. Now, if I were to put a 1 in here, that would go get the first paragraph. If I were to get a 2, that would get the second paragraph. That would get a third paragraph, so on and so forth. You might wonder why I didn't start my counter with 0, and frequently we do when we're working with arrays because the first element in the array is 0 indexed. But the nth child pseudo selector is actually indexed with 1. So 1 will get me my first paragraph. But I don't want to put a 1 in there. I want to put the variable counter. So I can do my template literal like so and put the word counter. And that will go get counter, which is a 1 in this case, the first time this runs. So that goes and gets that first paragraph and gets it in there. And then we can do fade in 2000. Because remember, this is our jQuery effects library here. So we can actually fade in that first paragraph there. Save that. And then I'm going to come over and give it a try over here. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. Open this file here. When I open it, it fades the paragraph in. Great. So that's working perfectly so far. Now that I've faded the paragraph in, I need to wait 7 seconds. And this is going to happen after the 2-second fade in. Remember, with jQuery, we have a callback function that we can use with our fade in helper method that will allow us to do something after it has faded in. So after that animation has run, we want to run that callback function. So fade in, comma, function. We want to run this function after the fade in is complete. And that's where we're going to put the rest of our script is going to go between these two curly braces here. Everything else we do is going to go inside this callback function. So after we fade it in, we're going to run a function. And in that function, we'll set it to wait 7 seconds and then check to see if we're on the last paragraph or not. Now that we've faded in the first paragraph, and after that 2-second fade in has taken place, we're going to run a callback function. And inside that callback function, we're going to check to see if this is the last paragraph or not. So let's get that if statement in place, and then we'll go forward from there. So we've faded that in. Now we're going to do an if parentheses, and we'll do something in there. And then we've got an else, where we'll do something in there. Okay. Do something. Do something else. Okay, if, and what am I checking? I'm going to use my jQuery object and the this keyword, this paragraph. If this is, oops, that's not is, there we go. Is a jQuery function that will return true or false if something in there is true. So if this is, and then I'm going to say if this is in here, and I can't remember, do I need to get my jQuery object for this? I don't think I do. I think I can just put quote, pound container, P, colon, last child. Is it the last one? Is it the last paragraph? I think I've done that right. We'll test it in a minute here, but it looks like I've got that right. Okay, so if it's the last child, we're going to do something, and then if it's not, we're going to do something else. What we're going to do is wait 7 seconds and then run the content rotator again, or reset, and also increment the counter or reset the counter. Let's go back over to our slides here. So yeah, we're going to wait 7 seconds, fade the paragraph out, set the counter back to 1, and run content rotator again if we're on the last paragraph. If we're not, we're going to wait 7 seconds, fade the paragraph out, increment the counter, and run content rotator again. So the only real difference between these two is what happens with the counter. And hopefully that makes sense. And also, you'll see here where the recursion is taking place. Let's work with the else statement first, because I think that one's a little bit easier. So let's add the set timeout function in there, and then we'll go forward with that. So down here, we're going to say set timeout, and that's going to run a function after 7 seconds. And I like to put a little extra space in here just to make it so it's really clear what's going on there. So we're going to run a function after 7 seconds. And then we're going to put the next piece inside here. So what we're going to do is after 7 seconds, we're going to take this same thing here and just copy that. Come down here and paste it. We're going to take that same thing and we're going to run fade out over 2 seconds. And that will fade that paragraph out after 7 seconds. So now, when the content rotator starts, it checks to see if it's the last child. If it's not, it's going to wait 7 seconds. After those 7 seconds are over, it's going to fade that thing out over 2 seconds. When it's done fading out, we need another callback function. So I'm going to stick another function in here. Like so. So it gets confusing because now we have a callback inside of a callback. Sometimes this is referred to as callback hell, but this is the way we need to kind of get this thing to work well. And we actually have a callback inside of a callback inside of a callback. We're doing all of these layers of callbacks here because we're fading in, we're waiting 7 seconds, we're fading out. We're doing 3 things. So we need to sort of let those 3 things stack up there. Now in here, what we're going to do is increment the counter, counter plus plus, and run content rotator again. So content rotator runs itself with the counter set to 2. It'll check to see if it's the last child. If it's not, it'll do this. It'll increment the counter, and it'll do it again. And it'll keep going around. All right, great. We'll finish out this part up here in the next video. Okay, in the last video, we set our set timeout to wait 7 seconds and then fade out the paragraph that's in there over 2 seconds. And when that's done, increment the counter and run content rotator again. Now we just have to handle the case of what happens if we're on the last paragraph. If we're on the last paragraph, we want to do pretty much the same thing. And I could just copy and paste this and stick it in here and make minor changes. But since it's so important to understand this, I'm actually going to type it again. So in here, I'm going to add set timeout again. And set timeout runs a function over a certain amount of time, in this case 7 seconds, like so. So it's going to run this function over 7 seconds. It's going to wait 7 seconds before it does this function. So in here, and this part I will copy and paste just to make sure I get it right, just this piece here. I'm going to say, okay, go into my container and get that p-nth child counter, which in this case, it's the last one. In this case, it should be counter, should be 4, right? If it's our last child on our thing with 4 paragraphs in here. So get that one, and then I'm going to do fade out over 2 seconds. 2000. When those 2 seconds are over, I'm going to run another callback function. Again, I have to wait until those 2 seconds are over before I can do this. And here, the one thing that's different from what I did below is the counter gets set to 1. So I'm setting it back to my first paragraph. And then I'll run content rotator again. And now content rotator will run another time, but now with the paragraph set to 1. So that should all work if we did all this right. So let's go over and test it out. If I come back to my page over here and click refresh, you can see that it fades in the first paragraph over 2 seconds. Then it's going to wait for 7 seconds because, you know, it takes you 7 seconds to read that sentence. And then it'll fade it out and fade in the next one. And then it'll fade that one out and fade in the next one. That one's on the screen for 7 seconds. If you wanted to test this a little bit faster, you could change the 7,000s to say 3,000s or something like that. And it would run a little bit faster just to test it. But I really want to let it sit there for 7 seconds. I think that's enough time to really read these things. And then it comes back to the first one. And it's going back around and around and around. And this will just continue forever. In summary, hopefully through this project, you saw that you can use callback functions, timers, and recursions to make something like this content rotator work without a tremendous amount of code, especially in combination with jQuery and the built-in effects library, like the fade in and fade out. Although it would be interesting to make the same script work without jQuery. That would be a good challenge for you. See if you can do that. Or what else could you make work with this script? The script is fading content in and out. And right now we're fading in and out paragraphs on our HTML here. But it really could be anything. And I could add paragraphs. That's another thing, is that this will handle an unlimited number of paragraphs. I could just keep adding paragraphs in here and the script will just work. So that's kind of nice. But what if it wasn't paragraphs? What if it was pictures or block quotes or other types of content that got rotated in and out? You could rotate anything and see how see how you would need to modify the script to make that work. Other things that are exciting about recursion in general, the way recursion works, is that you could make a recursive function that takes parameters, and you could run that recursive function passing in different parameters each time it runs. So that makes recursion very interesting and very different than just a simple loop, because you could run the same program, but the program could do something different each time that it runs. And that's very interesting to think about. Think about what you could do with that. There's a lot of really fun projects you could make where using recursion, where after a certain amount of time, the function runs itself again, but with a different set of parameters. You could even use the random function to pass in random parameters so that you don't know what you're going to get each time the function runs itself. And that could be very interesting. Congratulations for making it to the end of our second course on JavaScript in our 4-course specialization. You've learned a lot of JavaScript so far, as well as tackling jQuery and jQuery animation and animation using CSS in JavaScript. We've created some fun interactive elements you can put on real websites. I think you've learned a lot and you should be really proud of yourself. So congratulations for making it this far, and I look forward to seeing you in our 3rd course on JavaScript, where we'll get even deeper into the jQuery library, jQuery plugins. We'll create some more sophisticated scripts and some more complex scripts so that you can really develop your skills and get better at JavaScript. So I look forward to seeing you there. Hello, and welcome to our 3rd course in our 4-course specialization on JavaScript. My name is Bill Mead, and I'm back again to do more JavaScript with you. Hopefully you've completed our first 2 courses on JavaScript, and you've learned a lot about the syntax of JavaScript and how to solve problems with JavaScript. It takes a lot of practice to get good at this stuff. So I'm back again to do more with you, to introduce some new concepts, to do some new projects, and to do some more sophisticated projects, and give you even more practice so you get even better with JavaScript and jQuery. We're going to do a lot in this course, so let's break out our code editors and our web browsers and get started and learn even more about JavaScript. Hello, and welcome to our first module in our 3rd course on JavaScript. In this module, we're going to dive even deeper into jQuery, looking at some jQuery plugins. You've already made some sliders in a previous lesson, but in this lesson, we'll look at the Flex Slider plugin, which adds a lot of features to sliders. And comparing that to what you've done manually by creating your own sliders is really instructive and useful. Plus, you end up with a great tool for creating slider elements on web pages, and that's really pretty fun. jQuery plugins. Just as a quick recap, we've learned a lot of JavaScript so far. We started with the JavaScript basics, which included working with variables, flow control structures like if statements and else statements and loops and that kind of stuff. We created reusable functions that you can use in multiple projects, or you can use multiple times within the same project. We've manipulated the DOM and handled events, such as when somebody clicks on something or hovers a mouse over something. We can capture those events and then do things with them. And with these basics, you can do quite a lot, but it might take you a long time to write the kinds of scripts that you want to do for your web page. Then we added jQuery, and your world became a little bit larger. With jQuery, we've learned that there are a lot of helper functions built into this library that make writing scripts shorter and a little bit more compact and a little bit easier. So that helps, and that makes things a little bit easier and a little bit better for all of us. Now we need to introduce plugins, and we've already used the easing plugin, which is a very simple plugin that adds additional function to jQuery that allows it so that you can use different types of easing, which is different speeds and ways in which things can animate on your screen. And by plugging in that particular plugin, you get access to all of those different features that aren't built into jQuery. And jQuery has this plugin architecture that's very powerful that allows developers to build extensions to jQuery that give it a lot of additional functionality. And there are tons of jQuery plugins available, thousands of them. And I recommend looking around the web and seeing what other ones you can find. We will look at one or two here in this course, but there are just thousands of them out there, and they're really worth exploring and seeing what's out there. And so that way, your world becomes a lot bigger, because now you don't only have to just write all your scripts yourself. You can look for scripts that other people have written and see if you can modify them and use them in your own projects through the use of a plugin. And that's really very powerful and really great. Again, plugins add additional functionality to jQuery. And we've already seen this with the easing plugin. But some plugins can have very complex functionality. Without us having to write a whole bunch of code, we have access to a whole bunch of additional functions. And we'll see what that looks like. You can create whole interfaces in a jQuery plugin. And then by providing that plugin, other people can have access to those interfaces. So for example, we did the project where we made the tabbed interface. What if there was a jQuery plugin that made hooking up a tabbed interface super easy? And there are plugins for those kinds of things. And they might come with a lot of features and functionality. What if you want the tabs to run down the side of the tabbed interface rather than across the top? You could do that kind of thing. Using plugins and essential steps. Adding plugins to your project, configuring them, and learning how to use them still takes some work and effort, but not nearly as much work and effort as it takes to write the whole script yourself. Many of the larger, more sophisticated plugins require 5 steps to get them to work. Step 1 is you have to use the markup indicated by the plugin documentation. Often you'll have to use divs or articles or other elements with particular classes that the plugin needs in order for it to actually work, classes or IDs or other structures that the plugin needs for it to work. And then you need to make sure jQuery is linked, the jQuery library is linked, because if you're using a jQuery plugin, then you need to have jQuery. Decide if you're going to put your scripts at the top of the page or at the bottom of the page. Sometimes you can put them whichever place you want. Sometimes the plugin directions will tell you to put them in one place or the other, but frequently you can make your own decision on this and put it where you want it to go and architect your file the way you want it to be structured. Step 3 is to link the plugin file. And when you download a plugin, frequently it will come with a compressed version and an uncompressed version. The uncompressed version is there for you to look at so you can see how the plugin actually functions. It's readable JavaScript, and you can do that kind of thing. But when you're ready to put it into your project and for your production ready project, you want to use the compressed version because it'll be smaller and it'll download faster. So if they provide a compressed one, then you should use that. If they don't provide a compressed one, you can compress it yourself. Step 4, link to the plugin's CSS file. Some of the fancier plugins will come with styling that will style the elements inside of the plugin. And this is usually included so that everything looks and works the way it's supposed to work within the interface for that plugin. So you want to make sure you get that CSS file linked onto your page. Then step 5 is you need to initialize the setup of the plugin in your own script tag or on your own linked JavaScript file. Often you can set additional options so that when the function is initialized, and so that you can pass in whichever options will get the plugin to display the way you want it to display. But you want to make sure that this script loads last. So the order of things are that you will have the jQuery plugin, then you'll have jQuery, then the jQuery plugin, and then you will initialize the plugin on your own script. And then also make sure that if there's any CSS files, those are included as well. Documentation mishmash. Suppose you find a jQuery plugin you want to try on your website. How do you go about adding it to your page? How do you know what to do? Because these plugins are all made by different developers or groups of developers, there's no real standard in terms of the documentation. So this is where having a solid foundation in JavaScript really helps, because you need to look at the documentation they provide and be able to tease it out and go, okay, I understand what they're asking me to do here. On this page, they're telling me to install the plugin like this and then add these configuration options and so on and so forth. And unless you have some experience with JavaScript, it's going to look like a bunch of messy code and it's not going to make a lot of sense. So that's why it's really helpful to have a solid JavaScript foundation before trying to mess around with this stuff. But now that you do, and you'll see once you work with a few plugins that many of them work pretty much the same way. The documentation may look a little bit different, the directions may be written a little bit different, but it's the same basic steps each time. Gotchas and rookie mistakes. Number one on this list is the biggest one. I see this all the time, especially with students who are new to working with JavaScript and jQuery. And that is ending up with multiple copies of the jQuery library linked to your page. Only load the jQuery library once. You may have multiple plugins, but you should only load one copy of the jQuery library, which is used by all the plugins. So what happens is you find a plugin that adds some interesting functionality to your web page. So you follow the directions and load the jQuery library and do all the directions to make that plugin work. Then you find another plugin that does something else that you want to use. So you follow the directions on that page and it tells you to load the jQuery library and to load the plugin. So you follow those directions. And then in the end, you end up with the jQuery library loaded twice. And frequently when you download these plugins, they'll include a copy of the jQuery library. So you'll follow the directions, you'll link up one, then you'll link up another. And it turns out that the two plugins you hooked up actually are using different versions of the same jQuery library. So now you've got two different versions of the jQuery library linked up, and that's going to cause all kinds of problems, and things will break and it won't work right. So you want to make sure you only ever have one copy of the jQuery library plugged in. And I'm saying this now, but I promise it will happen. I see this is the most common error that I see from students who are working with jQuery, is they'll follow the directions and then they wind up with multiple copies, different versions of the jQuery library plugged in. So that's the number one gotcha, and it happens. It happens a lot. The second thing is file management. When you download a plugin, sometimes plugins require other files, whether it's CSS files or maybe an images folder or fonts or something else. And you want to make sure that when you put those files in your folder, everything is going into the correct spot and is linked properly. Because for the web, remember, everything is linked. All the files are linked to each other. And if those links become broken, then your project won't work and it won't work properly. So make sure you have all the correct files in all the correct places for the plugin to work. So that's number two. Those two issues comprise 90% of the problems that people have with plugins. It's probably those two problems. The next thing is top of the page versus bottom of the page. Make sure you're placing your plugin scripts in the correct place. Some of them may require you to load jQuery up at the top of the page. Usually you can put them where you want as long as you run the scripts properly. And that sort of leads us to number 4, but make sure you have a strategy for where your JavaScript is going to load, whether you're going to have it load at the bottom of the page before the closing body tag, or whether you're going to put the links to scripts up in the top of the page and maybe use the defer attribute to make sure that they don't load until the whole page is loaded. Okay, so keep that in mind. Now, jQuery has a document ready method that will allow you to check, and that will check to see that the DOM has loaded before anything inside the document ready function runs. And that's just checking to make sure your HTML is loaded. So sometimes people will provide plugins and tell you to use the document ready function. And you'll need that if you're up at the top of the page and you're not using the defer attribute. But if you put it at the bottom of the page, you may not need it. There's also a window load method, and that's in older versions of jQuery, version 2 and lower. It's now been replaced with window.on, and the load, and you pass in load as the event that we're looking for, and then run an anonymous function, which is what we used in the previous lesson with the sliders. So beware about these different functions, what they do, which versions of jQuery they work with, and that kind of stuff, because if you're reading the documentation for a plugin, it could be older documentation, and if their documentation is telling you to use window.load, but you're using the most recent version of the jQuery library, you'll have to switch it to the window.on method and use that one instead. So you want to make sure that you're using these functions properly. And really where you're going to use these is just where you're initializing your script. So it has nothing to do with loading the actual script file or the plugin file. This is where you initialize your script on your page, where you're telling the plugin to run. You'll need to make sure you use these functions properly. Then number 5 is overriding CSS on your style sheet. If you want to customize the look of the plugin, and you should, put your rules that override the styles they've set on their CSS file on your CSS file, and then make sure your CSS file loads last. That way, when you load these up, they will, when your CSS loads, it will override the CSS on their style sheet. You don't want to overwrite the styles on their CSS file, because if you ever update the plugin files, you'll lose that and you'll have to do it again. So you want to make sure you put it on your CSS file. Beware the plugin. One last topic that I have to talk about before we're done with this lecture on plugins is just to beware of the plugin. Plugins can add bloat to your project with a lot of additional code that you may not need. All of the features that are programmed into the plugin, but you may be only using 1 or 2. So that's something to be aware of. Without modification, plugins can make your site look generic. So if you're not updating the CSS file or adding your own styles to it, then it could look the same as everybody else's website. Plugins can turn us into lazy designers looking for a quick fix. So rather than actually trying to solve our interaction design problem, we go look for a plugin that looks cool and interesting that may not really be the right fit for our project, just to avoid having to do some custom code. So watch out for that. Also, plugins can be poorly written. They can have all sorts of bugs built into them. Because they're made by other developers, you don't really know. So you really have to test them out and research them. Find out who else is using them. What kinds of problems have they had? What sorts of things work well with them? It'll take time to do the research, but probably less time than actually writing the code yourself from scratch if it's an extensive plugin. And so it's worth it to make sure that the plugin you're using is really worthwhile. Looking to the future. Getting used to using other people's code, now via jQuery plugins, is a good preparation for the future. If you get deeper into JavaScript coding, where you might use other repositories of shared code, such as NPM, which is the world's largest software registry, then having experience with jQuery and jQuery plugins will really help you out. It's very common in the software development world to be working on modularized blocks of code, and working with plugins can be seen as an introduction to that way of thinking and working, where you're taking sort of functionality and separating it out into a separate file and then plugging it in so you have access to that. It's a really great way of thinking and working with JavaScript and jQuery in general. And getting used to that here will help prepare you for a future as a JavaScript developer. Flex Slider jQuery Slider plugin. Now that we've talked about jQuery plugins a bit, let's take a look at one that we can use that adds a significant amount of interface options to our page. And the Flex Slider is a good one to look at, partially because we've been working on image sliders. So we come to this with the context of having created some sliders on our own, so we can see what this particular plugin has to offer that's different from what we coded ourselves in the previous lessons. So that's kind of fun. And the other thing that's nice about Flex Slider, it's called Flex Slider because it's a responsive slider. So I've opened up the page over here, and you can see if I pull this off and resize it, the page is responsive and it squishes and stretches. And so we can actually create a slider that will work for different screen sizes using Flex Slider. That's kind of fun. If you look at the markup, you'll notice that it's pretty basic. I just have, if you download the start files that come with this lesson, I have in here some basic markup. This is where the actual slider will go. And then I've just got some columns with some articles. And then the styling is all in place on the CSS file that includes some media queries for when the screen gets larger or smaller. This kind of stuff will handle, the media queries will handle the sizing of stuff on the page. And there's just a few rules in there just because this is pretty basic. But there we have it. And we'll make a slider about kittens because who doesn't love kittens? Kittens are awesome. So yeah, so we looked at the media queries and they'll handle the screen if it's wider than 600 pixels. Up to 600 pixels, you just get a very basic layout. And then once you get larger than that, it will give you kind of a more of a layout on the page with the columns. Okay, then the next thing is the Flex Slider website and the Flex Slider script. So if you go to the Flex Slider website, which is here, you can download Flex Slider, or you can click on the live demo. This is, it's posted by WooCommerce, and they have the basic directions here with some additional functionality that we'll look at. And this is the documentation for how to use Flex Slider right here on this page. And you can download the files to get started. However, I've already provided the same files with this lesson, so you don't have to go there and download them. They're also included with this lesson. So get those files first by either clicking the download button here or by downloading the Flex Slider files of this lesson. Now, when you get those files, the Flex Slider files, you're going to need to figure out what you need in order to actually make the Flex Slider work in your project. And this is a little bit confusing, especially if you're not that familiar with this kind of thing. So let me go through it carefully because you're likely to run into this with other plugins as well. So here on the left, I have my folder with my website in it. That's my index page. I've got a JavaScript file. I've got slides which have different slides for the different pictures of the kittens. And I've got my style sheet. That's what's in my folder. Over here, these are the files that got downloaded when I unzipped the Flex Slider folder. This is what I got. And you might wonder what some of this stuff is. Bower components and bower.json. Bower is a build tool that's used to combine stuff together, so we can ignore those. The changelog will show different versions of the program. Composer is a different build tool. Contributing is another file that talks about it. If you look in the CSS folder, you'll see there's a bunch of less files that compile down into basic CSS files. So we don't need that. The demo will run to show the demos of the different versions of the Flex slider. So we don't need those files, but you can look at them if you want to. And then we've got some files down here. We've got a less version, we've got a CSS, we've got an RTL CSS and RTL min CSS, fonts, images, all this stuff. Really the only things that we need in our folder are the actual plugin, and we want the minified version. Notice here, if I make this a little bit larger, the non-minified version is 57K. The minified version is less than half of that in size. So we want people to have to download the smallest file possible. So we want this one. We need the CSS file, and we're actually going to need this fonts folder. The fonts folder includes a font that has the next button and the previous button that will show up on the slider. So we need that in order for those next and previous buttons to load properly. So we will need that as well. So I'm going to grab the Flex slider CSS, the fonts, and the minified version of Flex slider. Just those three files. The rest of it I don't need. And I'm going to put them into my project folder over here so that I have them. And that gets us all the files that we need in order to get started for this project. About the minified version. And again, I'm just repeating myself here, but it's really important that you understand this. The minified version is the same file with all the white space removed and a few other things done to make the file smaller and faster to download. Use that version if it's available for any plugin that you want to use. The non-minified version is available if you want to see the actual JavaScript or maybe even edit it, but you'll probably never want to do that. So we'll always use the minified version. And again, these are the files that we actually need for our project. So we're going to copy them over and put them into our project folder, just like you see here, and just like we did just a minute ago in the previous video. Next, it's about following the directions to make the Flex slider work. And you can come back to the Flex slider website, and I recommend that you do this. Even though I'm going to walk through doing it with you, it's good to sort of come in here and see how these directions are written and to understand what the steps are. First, link the files, then add the markup, then hook up your slider, and then tailor it to your needs with special stuff down here. And if you're new to this, this may look a little bit confusing and difficult, but it's really not. And also, it may be written differently for different plugins. So it's important to know a little bit about how JavaScript works in order to get this stuff to work right. Once you've done it a few times for a few different plugins, you'll see there's a lot of similarity. All right, so let's go through this together so you can see what I mean about how to do this. First, we can look at where these scripts go. And over here, notice this one is listing jQuery 1.6.2. Like, that's a really old version of jQuery. And then we've got the Flex slider JS here. We've got the CSS file. I'd rather load up the most recent version of jQuery rather than the old version of jQuery. So let's go over to our files over here. And on our index page, up at the top of the page, this is where we want to put a link to the Flex slider CSS. So I'm just going to add a link here. Link href equals quote Flex slider CSS. Don't forget rel equals quote style sheet. And make sure you spell style sheet right. Okay, so that will link that up. You can see I've got jQuery 2.24 loaded here as opposed to the 1.6, but I'm actually going to load the most recent version of jQuery. So I'm going to come back here and I'm going to go and look for jQuery CDN on Google hosted libraries, and I'm going to go find jQuery. And here is the latest version of jQuery. You'll notice it's been updated recently to 3.6. Okay, so I'm going to replace this version of jQuery with that one. But notice I need to go back and add the defer. I want to put defer back in here, because really I want the script to load at the bottom of the screen. Okay, now I want to load the jQuery flex slider script. So I'm going to put that in here. Script src equals quote, and I want this one. That's the plugin. So I want to load that one next. And then I've got my script file here, and it's currently empty, but I want to load that file last. Script src equals quote myscript.js. There we go. I've gotten the files loaded. So what's the next thing that we need to do? If we come back to the directions, it says place somewhere in the head of your document. Oh, the other thing I want to do is I want to put the defer attribute on my script. Let's do that too, because we want to make sure that it loads after the jQuery library. So I want to put defer here and defer down here, so that they will load in this order. First this library, then the plugin, then my script. And they'll load after the rest of the page is loaded, just to be certain. So we've got that. Okay. The next thing we need to do is to add the markup. And this is the markup that this plugin expects. It expects a div with the class flex slider and a UL with the class slides, then list items with the images inside of it. And we'll do that in the next video. In the last video, we got all of our files linked and everything hooked up so that it should all be ready to work. And you want to make sure that your style sheet loads after the flex slider style sheet so that you can modify changes there. And we'll get to more on that later. Now we're ready to actually come down here and make our markup work the way it's supposed to work. And if we come back to our slides, in our directions, it says to make the markup look like this. So this is what we need to do. This is what this particular script requires. It requires a div with the class of flex slider and an unordered list with the class of slides. And then we can actually put our images inside each list item for that unordered list. So let's go over here and set this up the same way. So we need a div, we need a class equals flex slider on here. And this needs a class equals slides. And then down here, we can have list items with our different pictures in here. And I'm just going to copy this one and paste it. And over here in the folder, I have slides, and I have 7 of them. I have 7 kittens here. So let's go ahead and add this 6 more times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then just change these numbers. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. And that will give us 7 slides with 7 kittens, 1 on each slide. Okay, so that's great. So now we've got our markup looking the way that it needs to look for our project. What's the next thing that we need to do? We did the markup. We got that all in, so that's great. Step 3, directions. Hook up the flex slider. And this thing says to use the window.load function. Now I happen to know that the window.load function does not work with the latest version of jQuery. But that's okay. This is what it says down here. And we could just copy this window.load function here. It says place after these links, script, type JavaScript. But we're going to put this not inside script tags, but we already have a separate file called MyScript that's linked up here. That's this one here. So I'm going to put it on there, MyScript. Take flex slider and make it run. So this says, jQuery, go get this flex slider element, .flex slider. Remember, we put that class on the flex slider, and run the flex slider function here. Now, this function exists because we have the plugin. The plugin is defining this function. This is an addition to jQuery, and it wouldn't exist otherwise. We're putting it inside window load because we want to make sure all the images have loaded before we can actually start making the slider run. So we want to make that happen first. But I happen to know that this isn't going to work because the window.load function is deprecated and they want us to use window.on instead. But let's just test it anyway. If I come over here and refresh this page, you'll notice the flex slider is not here. And if I do inspect and then come over to the console, index of is not a function. And if you're seeing this kind of stuff where the problem is actually in the jQuery library, jQuery.min.js line 2, function load, like this is a really good indicator that something's wrong with jQuery itself. It's not anything we did. It's actually jQuery. And what's wrong here is that the latest version of jQuery does not support this file. Now, if I were to go back to my hosted libraries and take this one instead, and come back here and replace it, you'll see that it'll work. If I put this up here instead of the newest version. I'm going to put that in there, put my defer back in. And now if I go test the page, you'll see that it works. Close this, refresh. And look at that, we have a kitten slider. And it's working. I get my arrows. I get these buttons down here, so I've got this additional functionality. And it's working. It's doing everything it's supposed to do. But what if I really want to have the latest version of jQuery? Well, this is where knowing a little bit of JavaScript and a little bit of jQuery really helps, because I know that this load method here has been replaced. It's been deprecated. And you could go look that up on the jQuery website if you wanted to. But I'm going to come back here and I'm going to Command Z and put this back to the version 3.6 and save that. And over here, instead of load, I'm going to use on. And in here, I'm going to put in load as an event and then run the function. And watch this. That should work. Make sure both files are saved. Come back and refresh. And look at that. It works fine using the on method, the more up-to-date method. Okay, great. Now, while we're here, let me just do one other thing. Suppose I forgot something. This is the thing that is often forgotten here, is what if I forgot to include this fonts folder in my files? I'm going to move that to the trash. Come back here and refresh this. I get these boxes instead of arrows. So that's what that fonts thing is actually doing. This is providing the fonts there. And could you do something other than those arrows? Yes, you can. You can customize the slider so it doesn't use those arrows. But for right now, let's just leave it at the default, which means I want to leave these arrows. I want that fonts folder back over there. because the script is making use of that in order to put those arrows on the page. And there they are, they're back again. Okay, great. So we've got the basic slider working. Now we can talk about what else we need to do with it. And we'll do that in the next video. In the last video, we got the flex slider working, and it's working great. It's functional. All the pieces are functioning, but it's got some weird issues that we need to fix in terms of the layout and the styling. So for example, why is my flex slider sticking out on the edge over here? What's up with this gap? What if I wanted to change the color of these dots down here? These are things that I can adjust if I start poking around in the CSS. So if I right click on this and choose inspect, I'll get my inspector up over here, and I can actually see if I come in here to my class flex slider here, that it's got some margin on it here. It's got, let's see, what else does it have here? I think the slides maybe. Somewhere there's some, where is it? Oh, it's got this border. Border 4 pixels solid. You know, if I uncheck that, I can see, okay, that's causing that gap right there. So it's doing some weird stuff that we can fix. So if we want to adjust that, we can make a rule on our own style sheet that attaches to .flexSlider. We don't want to adjust their style sheet. If I wanted to get rid of that border, I could go poking around in these files for the jQuery FlexSlider CSS. No, that's the actual minimized file there. Where's the CSS? FlexSlider CSS. I could go poking around in here and see if I can make changes here. But I don't want to do that, because if I ever update this slider script to a newer version, I don't want to lose any changes that I've made. So this is one of the main reasons why I want to make sure that my script, my CSS file, loads after their CSS file. Because if I can add a rule on my CSS file that says .flexSlider, then I can override the rule over here. So what do I want to do over there to do that? I want a rule for .flexSlider. I want to set the margin to this, 0, 20 pixels. So 0 on the top and bottom, 20 pixels in the left and right, border none, border radius 0. And that will clear out some of those styles and kind of clean up the styling of the actual flex slider. So let's go ahead and add that to ours. And how do I know that? Just by poking around in their CSS file. So I want to make sure I'm on my CSS file, which is where? I don't want to do flex slider CSS, turn that one off. Styles.css. There we go. And then somewhere in here, you can put it wherever you want. It doesn't really matter. Make sure it goes above the media queries. Maybe I'm going to make a comment here that says, flex slider styles. And in here, I can make a rule .flexSlider. Margin. I wanted 0 on the top and bottom and 20 pixels on the left and right. I want border. None. No border at all. And border radius 0 to give it square edges. Just with that one rule in place here. With that one rule, if I come back and check my page, you'll notice that the flex slider looks better here. It's fitting into the space well, and I've gotten rid of that gap and all that kind of stuff. Down here, I still want to adjust these buttons a little bit, so I'm going to inspect again. Maybe move my inspector to the side. And it's this thing here, .flex control paging li a flex active. That's the class that's changing the colors on these buttons here. So that's the one that I want to actually attach to. So I'm going to come over here. I'm going to add that rule in here. If I want a different color, what did I put on my slides over here? I put pound B40205. Make it match that. What was it, just color, or was it background? Background. Pound B4. No, what was it? Pound, I've forgotten already. 402205. 40205. 40205. There we go. And that will give me sort of a red background color. Save that and come back and test it. And you can see my color is now overriding the color that was there before. And I can go ahead and click on these things and they all work. So that's great. So you want to put styling on your own style sheet that will override styles on the Flex Slider CSS to customize it to make it look the way you want it to look. And finding out what those styles are just a matter of using the inspector and hunting around to see what rules are being applied that you might want to change to get it to style and look the way you want it to look on your page. Your slider should be looking good. We've gotten everything in place and it's working. It's functional and it looks good, and we've adjusted the CSS and all that kind of fun stuff. So that's really great. And it's a lot easier to do this with just a few lines of code than having to write all of this functionality ourselves, especially since you've seen how to make a slider. We didn't include this functionality for being able to have these buttons down here, being able to go to slides that way. But we could have done that manually on our own. But with this plugin, it provides it for us automatically. And that's great. Now, what about all these additional options that show up down here at the bottom of the screen? There's all this stuff down here, and we can use this to further customize the functionality of our Flex Slider. And that's really cool. But how do you do it? It's not really clear by looking at this exactly what you need to do. But basically what we need to do is we need to pass options in to this Flex Slider method here, and we pass them in the form of an object, because these things here look like key value pairs that you can pass into an object. And it would be really nice if they made it really clear on exactly how to do this here on the instructions. But if you know some JavaScript and you're familiar with having done this kind of thing before, you figure it out pretty quickly. So what can we do? Let's take a look at it. Just like we did with the custom animate method in jQuery, we can pass in an object, curly brace, and then we can pass in these key value pairs to get the slider to do some different things. So let's give that a try. And I know we haven't really talked a lot about objects yet, and we will get into that in more depth in a lesson coming up. But for right now, we'll just kind of go with it and get used to this syntax, because we'll see it a lot, especially with plugins. So let's come over here, and inside our script file here, inside our parentheses here, we're going to add a set of curly braces. And then inside these curly braces, we can add different settings. And what are the settings that we can add? Well, there are these settings over here. So for example, if you wanted to do animation slide, so you can set it here, set your animation type, fade or slide. By default, it's doing fade. So over here, when we go from slide to slide, it's fading from slide to slide. It's doing a fade in, fade out. But if we wanted to actually do a slide, we can change that to animation slide. So you could take this, copy it, and then come over to your script and stick this in here and change this to slide. Get rid of the comma because we only have the one here. But if I do that, you'll notice over here immediately, refresh, when I click on the next thing, instead of fading, it's sliding. And look at that, it loops around. Don't have to do any special programming for that. It's all built right into the plugin. And you remember what a trouble that was for us to figure out how to do manually? Well, here it's built in, so we don't have to really even worry about that. What else could we do? Over here I had slide, you can set the speed, slideshow speed, that's in here. Slideshow speed. Slide, comma. For each one of these in here, you have to put a comma at the end, except for the last one. I'm not going to set it to 7 seconds. That would be really long. I'm going to set it to 2 seconds. So that will tell us how quickly it's going to slide from slide to slide automatically. 1, 2. 1, 2. There we go. So now it's going rather quickly. So that's great. What else could we do? We could do direction vertical. If you wanted to just slide up and down instead, we could do that. Comma, direction, vertical. This has to go in quotes because it's a word that JavaScript doesn't know, but it knows that one there. It knows what 2000 is. All right, so now if we do this, after 2 seconds, it's going to go vertical. We could do reverse true, so it'll go from top to bottom instead of from bottom to top. Reverse true. True is a word that JavaScript knows. Now it's going from the top to the bottom. And then finally, another one we could do is pause on hover, true, which is in here. You can find it in here somewhere, pause on hover. There it is. So we had set this, this was a feature that we had tried to build into our own version, Set that to true. And when you're hovering over the slides, they'll stop. It's a very nice interface element, right? So now, every 2 seconds, it's going to go unless I hover over the slides, in which case it's going to stop. And it won't, because I want to enjoy these kittens. I want to look at them for a while. 2 seconds isn't really long enough, so I can really enjoy them and look at them for as long as I want. And then when I stop hovering on it, it'll wait 2 seconds and it'll start going again. So that functionality is built in as well. So that's great. It gives us a lot of opportunity to build in a lot of extra functionality through these additional features that are here. And there's a lot of them. Manual controls, controls container, you could do all kinds of things. Those arrows, you could swap those arrows out for something else so that it doesn't look like every website you go to that has Flex Slider on it could look the same because they all have the same arrows here, left and right arrows, but we can get rid of those and do something else. That would be kind of interesting and fun. Now that you've created the basic Flex Slider with some advanced options, we can really do some different things with this Flex Slider. And to do that, it's kind of nice to keep the basic version working the way it is working so that you have a version of that if you want to refer back to it. So if you want to, you can duplicate that folder and create a new folder and change the name to something like Kittens Advanced or something like that. You can see over here, I have actually changed mine here. So I don't need that folder anymore. I can close that one. But I just duplicated and called it advanced slider. So this set of files is currently exactly the same as that set of files, but I've made a copy so that I have this version if I want to refer back to it, but I'm essentially done with it. And now I'm only going to work on the advanced slider version here. And I have that version, these files open in my code editor, and I've also switched this over here so that it's pointing to my advanced slider folder here, so that I know that I'm working with the right set of files. Okay, so make sure you're working with the right set of files in your browser. Make sure you've got the right set of files in your code editor. Over here you can see it says advanced slider there. So this is my advanced slider files. All right, great. So now that I've got that into place and I'm ready to really do some different things with this flex slider, the first thing I want to do is I want to have a fancier version where I actually have some content on top of each slide, like we did with the JavaScript version of the slider, where we had a div on top with the heading and a paragraph in there, and then the slides, the actual pictures, were background images on the slides. And I'm also going to have an animated call to action button that will drop down and make it really clear that what you should do is adopt one of these kittens on this lovely kitten page. So I need to update the markup to go along with this for my flex slider. And I will provide some snippets with this lesson that you can open, and they look like this. There's some snippets here. And so I'm basically going to replace my slider with this content here. You could type it all out if you wanted to. Instead of just putting the pictures in, I have a div with an H2. The div has a class of slide 1, slide 2, slide 3, so on and so forth. And then I have the H1 and the H2, and I have an anchor tag with the class of CTA for call to action and a span around the text, which I'll explain what that's going to do in a few minutes, that says these kittens are available now. So this is going to be like a call to action button that you can click on to, to access these kittens. And it's not really going anywhere because the link is just set to a £, but if this was a real website, that could be a link to a page where you could actually adopt this kitten or something like that. That would be kind of fun. But rather than make you type all of this stuff out, which is kind of tedious, you can actually come to the snippet page and just copy it and then come back to your project, and on your index file, in place of the slider down here, this flex slider, we're just going to paste this one in instead. Paste that in. And it's still div class flex slider, still UL class slides. All that's changed is the list items in here. These divs have a class of slide 1, slide 2, slide 3, slide 4, and slide 5. I dumped slide 6 and 7 for now. Probably 5 kittens is enough for this slider, and that's great. Okay, so that gets us started and on our way with creating our fancier version of our flex slider. In the next video, we'll start looking at what we need to do to adjust the styling for this. In the last video, we updated the markup for our fancy version of the slider, and now we need to do some updating for the actual CSS for the display of the slides. So I'm going to come back over here to my snippets, and I'm just going to copy these 3 rules here. And I'm going to come over and paste them into my CSS file over here, styles.css. And I'm going to stick them just in my section with the flex slider stuff here. It doesn't really matter where they go. I'm going to put them here. Now, this is really important. The slides, the .slide 1, .slide 2, .slide 3, that corresponds to these divs. Div class slide 3, slide 4. They're going to get a background image. Each one is going to get a different background image. The background image is positioned at the top left and said not to repeat. Now, one thing that's important about this particular slider that you have to remember is that it's flexible. That's why it's called a flex slider. And it'll work for responsive websites, and you can make these slides bigger or smaller. So we have to pay attention to the proportions of the slides from their horizontal width to their vertical height. What is the proportion there? We want to keep the slides in proportion so that if they resize on the screen, they resize proportionally. And keeping track of proportions is a little bit tricky in CSS currently. There's some features coming to CSS that will make it easier in the long run, but for right now, it's a little kludgy and unfortunate. But basically what I've done here is I've said the div that's inside these list items, I'm going to make it a width 100%, position relative, because I'm going to absolutely position some stuff inside of it. And I set the padding on the bottom to 50%. And it could be either padding top or padding bottom. And background size cover. And essentially the height of these, and I probably should add in here, height 0. Height 0. Add that in as well. Because the height is 0, but the padding on the bottom is 50%. These images happen to be twice as wide as they are tall. And that's why the padding is bottom 50%. In this case, the padding is relative to the width. So as wide as these things are, they'll always be 50% as high. And these images are twice as wide as they are tall. So that actually works for these particular images. If I come back to the Finder and look at these images, if I do Command I, you can see here that the dimensions of this image is 960 by 480. It's twice as wide as it is tall. But what if that were not the case? What if you had images that had a different ratio? You want to make sure all your images are the same size, but they might have a different ratio of height to width. And how do you find out what that is? One easy way of doing it is to open the image in Photoshop if you have access to Photoshop. Or if you don't have access to Photoshop, you could use another image editor like GIMP is a good image editor that's free for Mac or Windows or Linux. But I can go in and find out here what this image size is. And if I want to find out what the ratio is, if I change this width to 100, notice that the height is 50. So that means the height is 50% of my width, which means I need to set that margin top or margin bottom to 50%. Setting it to 100 doesn't give you a lot of resolution, but if you set it to 1,000, it would be 50.0%. In this case, it's exactly 50%. But if you had a different ratio for images, you might have 67.25 or something like that for the height to the width ratio. So that's a good place to find out what that ratio is, so that you would set the ratio, hide Photoshop, and you can set the ratio here to whatever the width, to whatever the height is in relation to the width. And then I've got background size cover. Then down here, I'm setting the H2 to position absolute top 20 pixels, left 20 pixels, and I'm setting a color for that. So that's not too fancy. But that's an important thing to understand with the way that this is working. The next thing we need is the styling for the actual call to action buttons that are going to show up on the slides. If I save this like this, you'll see if I come back and test it, it's fine, but the call to action buttons won't work very well here. So there's my call to action button there, and I need to fix that. But you can see that the background images have come in. These images are now in the background of my slide rather than in the foreground. In the foreground is an H2 that's been absolutely positioned here. But now I need to style this call to action, and I'll do that in the next video. Now we're down to styling the call to action so that it displays properly on the page. And I have a rule for the .cta anchor tags. There's a lot of stuff in here, but you'll see why as we move forward and do this. But let's go ahead and add this rule to our style sheet. If you come over here, you can see that I have it here. It's a long one, so I made it so you don't have to type it. We can just copy it and paste it. And I'll explain more about exactly why all these declarations are in here. But for right now, let's just add it in over here. And a few things to look at. It's set to display flex for the call to action, and that's making this anchor tag display flex so that this span in here can get positioned in the vertical center. So by setting that to display flex and a line item center, that will allow me to put that text in the vertical center of these call to actions. These call to actions are going to be like round buttons, and I want the text to be in the vertical and horizontal center. So that allows that to do that. And I'm just setting the height and the width to 25 VW, which is viewport width, 25% of the viewport width, so that these buttons will scale up and down with the size of the window. And you'll see that this is actually too large for the desktop, but we'll put in a rule down in the media queries to fix that in a minute. I'm also setting position absolute on these because they're going to be absolutely positioned from the right. And then bottom 100% means they're going to be positioned initially off the top of the screen. So I'm setting bottom 100%. That's going to push the bottoms of these up to 100% the height of that parent element. And that's going to put them all the way off the top of the screen. And when we come to this slide, they're going to animate down into the screen. You'll see in a minute, okay, as we finish this up. I'm setting a background color. Border radius 50% is what makes them round. I'm putting a border on them with a color. And then text align center puts the text in the horizontal center. Some padding. Text decoration none gets rid of the underline. Setting the font family. The font size for VW is 4% of the viewport width. So again, the font is going to resize based on how wide the screen is, and then also the color for the text. Whew, that's a lot of stuff. We're going to do one more rule in here for .light. And I'm setting a color in here, color, and I think I set it to, what did I set it to? ED. Pound ED. And the reason for that, it's a light gray. One of the slides is dark. So over here, I have a class of light on slide 4. You may have also wondered why on one of the slides I went up here. I went kitten 2 to kitten 6, and then 4, and then 5. Kitten 3, the colors on that one just don't work well with the colors for the text. So I swapped it to one of the other ones. But for number 4 here, I wanted to make this text light. So I put a different color in there and a different class for that one. And that's all we need there for that. So that's really good and should make sense and all work. We need a couple more rules that are going to resize these these elements for desktop and for mobile. So we need to add these rules into the media queries at the bottom of the style sheet. And we're just setting height, width, and font size. So for the tablet-sized versions of the site, which is screens that are 600 pixels and wider, I'm just going to set .cta with 20 VW instead of 25, 20 VW instead of 25, and height, same height, 20 VW. Because up here, it's setting it to 25, and that's going to get too large as my screen gets larger. So I'm going to just shrink it down just a little bit there. And then I'm setting the font size to a little bit smaller, I think. Isn't that what it was? Yes, 3 VW. Instead of 4 VW, it's 3 VW. And so I'm bringing the font size down a little bit. VW. Then when we get to the full screen size for desktop, I need this again, and I'm just going to set it to a maximum size, because at this point the screen isn't going to be flexible anymore. So I want these to be set to a specific size, 150px. So it's not going to be flexible anymore, because if you're this size or wider, it's always going to be this size. 150px. And what was the font? The font size is just 24 pixels. So I'll set this to 24 pixels. Great. So that gets all of the styling in place for these. And if we go back and review the page, you'll see that the call to action isn't on the screen at all. It's going to be up here. Oh, actually, no, it is. It's down here. I have bottom 100%. Okay. So it is showing up. But this is the way they're going to look in the end here, is round like this. And if you go to number 4, slide 4, that one should be picking up the light class. And I don't know why it's not now. Oh, you know what? I think I put it on the wrong one. Let's fix that. Over here. Cut it from there and stick it on this one. Well, that seems like it should be the right one. It says so cute. It's that one. I think I just yeah, so it should be right. All right, well, it may need to be refreshed properly, but that's okay. All right, great. So we got that all in place. The last thing we need to do is get this animation to work. Hello, and welcome to our second module in our third course on JavaScript. In this module, we'll look at scroll effects. Scroll effects are very popular these days, and you see them a lot around the web. Plus, we'll work on a project that will allow you to test your skills by bringing together a lot of the scripts we've created so far all together in one page. And that's a great way to test your skills and see how you're doing with this. So let's dive in, break out our code editors and our web browsers, and get started on this module. Smooth scroll using jQuery. In the first part of this lesson, we're going to use jQuery to make a smooth scroll script so that when you click a link at the top of the page, it does a smooth scrolling action further down the page. And I have an example page that you can download with example files, and I have them open here. And you'll notice if I click section 1, it puts section 1 right at the top of the window. Currently, this is just a scrolling page with a bunch of sections on here. And this is just basic HTML. If I click section 2, it just puts section 2 at the top of the page. You can see here the URL has #2 in here. And if I go into my files and look at this, you can see that my links are just linked to these IDs. #1 links to section ID first, and #2 links to the ID second down here, so on and so forth. And that's just basic HTML. But it doesn't provide a very good user experience, because when you click on something, it just pops to that section and you don't get the sense of it actually traveling there. So a interface element that's been popular for a long time now is to create a smooth scroll effect so that you can get the sense of traveling from one place to another place on a web page. And if it happens smoothly and quickly without a lot of interference, then it adds to the user experience. So we're going to do that using jQuery. the first thing we need to do is set the header so it's position fixed. And if you go back to the files, you'll notice in the style sheet up here at the top, I have position fixed commented out. So if you remove that comment and save it, and then come back and refresh the page, you'll notice that now the header is fixed to the top of the window, and the section 1 has now bumped up to the top of the window. And that's because the header has now been taken out of the normal flow of the document. When you set something to position fixed, it's no longer part of the normal flow of the document, and the document will ignore it. Because the top is set to 0 and the left is set to 0, this header is now pinned to the top left position of the viewport here. And it's set to width 100%, so it will stretch across the entire window. So now you can see, because it's slightly transparent, that the images and all the content is passing beneath this header. But you also notice that it's covering up part of section 1. So we need to go back to our style sheet here and uncomment out this line here, remove that comment, to set the padding on the body to top 200 pixels. And that will push that first section down. And we need to do that because the header is no longer part of the normal flow of the document. So we need to push that first section down. Oops, did I forget to save? No, I didn't. Save. Padding top 200 pixels. Come back, refresh. Oh, I probably just need to. Yeah, there we go. When you refresh, it doesn't necessarily put the page at the top of the window. But now you can see when I load the page fresh, it is loading it with 200 pixels padding, which allows this element here to be sitting below the header. But the header is out of the normal flow of the document. Okay, so with some basic CSS and some basic HTML out of the way, we can start working on our script and getting the interactivity to work properly. We have set up our files and we're ready to start working on our script. And you'll notice down here at the bottom of the page, I have jQuery linked. It's a slightly older version of the library. You could hook up the 3.6 version here instead if you wanted to. And I have the easing plugin plugged in because we're going to make use of that as well. You're already familiar with that from a previous lesson. If you've forgotten, you can go back to the previous lessons and review the easing plugin and how that works. And then I have linked here a file called smooth scroll.js, which is our JavaScript file. And this is where we're going to write our jQuery code, is in here. So I'm going to go ahead and remove that comment and just add here a click handler. So I'm going to use my jQuery object to come in and grab my nav ULLIA, the anchor tags in the navigation. Over here, it's these anchor tags that I want to get from up here at the top of the page. Nav ULLIA. And if you had another nav element on the page, you might give this an ID, so that you would target this very specifically with an ID to get to these anchor tags. But this page just has one nav element, so this is specific enough for this particular page. But I'm going to add a .click handler here. And then, of course, we pass in our function that runs when the element is clicked. So we've got that. And then in here, I want to make a variable that's going to hold the link that's clicked. This click handler will be applied to all of the anchor tags, but you can only click on one of them at a time. So I need to know which one was clicked. So I'm going to make a variable, var this section, or you could use const as well if you preferred. But I'm going to just make var this section and assign it this .attr href. And what that'll do is it'll get the href of the link that was clicked. Let's alert that out. So you can see what it actually does. So if I come back to my HTML, I've put a click handler in all of these anchor tags here, but you can only click on one at a time. And I want to know, I should be getting pound first, pound second, pound third, pound fourth, pound fifth. And I need that href because I need to know which one of these sections I'm going to down here. It's the ID, it matches the ID of the section. So if I come back over here and refresh the page and click one of these links, I should get pound first, pound second, pound third, pound fourth, and pound fifth. And you'll notice it is actually moving the page there as well as it does that. But I want to make sure I'm getting those links. Let's go back to our script. Now we don't need this alert here at all. That's not going to help anything, but it just shows us what's going on here. But now I need to tell my page. So I'm going to come in here, I'm going to say get the HTML element, and I'm going to use the stop method, and I'll explain what that does in a minute. The best way to explain it is to see it. So for right now, just put it in. And then we're going to use our custom animate method, and we're going to pass in an object here that's going to, add animation here. So we'll do that, and we'll say how long is it going to run. We're going to do it over 800 milliseconds. So that gives us kind of a sense of what's going on here when we're going to do that. And we'll test this in a minute. But this is going to actually animate our HTML, and in here we'll use our this section thing to tell us where we're going to animate to. And we'll do that in the next video so you kind of see how it all comes together. In the previous video, we created a click handler for all the anchor tags, and then we got the ID of the particular anchor tag that gets clicked on, because you can only click one at a time. So what is that? What is the ID associated with that, or what's the href associated with that, which points to the ID of the section down below that we're going to. So it's either going to be pound first, or pound second, or pound third, or pound fourth, or pound fifth. We've already seen that. Then we're going to animate the HTML. And I'll show you in a minute what this stop thing does. But we're going to animate. And in here we pass in a key value pair that is that we're going to actually animate. So what is that key value pair that we're going to animate over 800 milliseconds here? So what is that key value pair? It is the property that we're going to animate is scroll top. Now, what is scroll top? Scroll top is an HTML property that you may not be aware of, and it returns or sets the position that an element is going to be from the top of the window. So when we click on a particular link, we want to put the corresponding section at the top of the window. So how are we going to do that? We're going to do it with the offset method. Whoops. Not sure what happened there. Offset method. The offset method, and we want to offset top. So we'll set it to offset top. Oh, and I see why it was upset. Usually when things happen like that, they happen for a reason. Let me do this again. I want to take my variable here. So $ in parentheses, this section, and set its offset to the top over 800 milliseconds. And that will actually animate the page to the top of the window. So if we test this out, and if you're wondering what offset is, you can go look it up on the jQuery documentation and see what offset does and how it's used, but essentially it allows us to move a particular element to a particular place on the screen. And where are we moving it to? We're moving it to the top. So let's go ahead and see what happens if I'm going to get rid of the £second from up here and refresh the page. And then if I click second, you can see that it does a smooth scroll right to, with that section going right up to the top of the window. Now, we want it to not go all the way to the top of the window. We want it to stop here, and we'll fix that in a minute. But before we do, what I'd like to point out is what this stop method does. So over here, I'm going to actually set this to a longer period of time, 3,000. It's kind of really long, but I'm going to set it to 3,000. And if I come back and test this again, you'll notice it'll take a long time to go to the section, 3 full seconds. But you'll notice if I press section 1, and before it goes there, if I press section 2, it'll stop that animation and continue on. It'll continue on to the next one that I've started. So if I press section 5, it starts, but if I do 4, it'll actually not finish that first animation and go to the 4th section instead. And that's what this stop method is doing here. If I take stop out, you'll notice that the animations start to stack. So now if I come back here and go back up to the top of the page and click refresh, if I press 4th section and then 2nd section and then 4th section and then 2nd section, you'll notice that the animations stack and it's waiting for each animation to complete before it goes on to the next one, which is not really the experience that we want to have. We want it to stop that animation. I clicked on 5th section. Now I've changed my mind and I want to go to the 2nd section. I wanted to go there right away without having to wait for it to go all the way down to the 5th section. So that's what this stop method is doing for us. .stop. So it will stop the animation that's running and then animate the thing that we've clicked on next. Okay, now the next thing is this. There are 2 minor things we need to fix. First of all, I really want it to move to top minus 200, like so. Because I really don't want it to go all the way to the top of the page. So that's one. So now if I come back here and test this, now if I click section 2, instead of going all the way up to the top of the page, it goes to 200 pixels down from the top of the page, which you'll remember we put 200 pixels padding up there. So that's now putting it in the correct place. So that helps. So that's one thing. I'm going to put this back to 800 because that animation is so slow now. Okay, the other thing is I'm going to put a comma in here and add body. Now, pretty much these days, all the browsers will animate the HTML element, and you won't run into a problem with this. But there have been in the past certain browsers that won't do that, and so you have to actually put this animation on the body tag instead. Now, in fact, it seems like the most updated versions of Safari and Firefox and Chrome all handle the HTML just fine, but this is kind of just a fallback just in case somebody's using an older browser. I'm not sure when they actually fix that, so we won't see a difference because of that now, but it's just something to be aware of going forward. The smooth scroll script is working, and that's great. But because we have the easing plugin plugged in, we can give the script a little bit more personality by adding some easing. So let's go ahead and do that. And over here, just to verify, on our index file here, down at the bottom of the page, you can see I have the jQuery library loaded, and then I have the easing plugin loaded, and then my script comes after that. Always your script has to come after jQuery, the jQuery library, and any plugins that you're using. Okay, so over here, after my 800, I can add a comma and add an easing. And I used ease out circ as my easing here, which gives us a pretty dramatic set of easing. So if I set that, and then while I'm here, I'm just going to, I've got kind of a lot going on in one line here. So I'm going to put a return in here. So that opens, and then that closes there. I'm going to move that down like so. There we go. Ease out circ. I think that looks a little bit better, a little bit easier to read. So animate, we animate this over 800 milliseconds, and we're going to use ease out circ. Let's go take a look and see how it looks. So now it's got a nice sort of slightly snappier feel going to the sections. And if it's still going too slowly for you, you could reduce the time further. Come over here and set this to, instead of 800, set it to, 400. We'll cut it in half, see what happens. And you have to kind of find the right setting that you think feels good. This feels, very snappy. It goes there very quickly. But does it still give you kind of the sense that you're traveling to that part of the page? Yeah, it does. So that's kind of nice. Maybe I'll leave it like that. This is all working, and I could leave the script like this. It's certainly functioning, but I want to do a little bit more with it. And what I want to do is actually change the highlighting on these links to indicate which link I'm actually on when I get to that section. So up here, this becomes an indicator of which section I'm looking at, along with sort of the label on that section. So I'm going to do that by adding a callback function in here. Function. So after the animation completes, I'm going to run a function in here. In this callback function, I'm going to add an alert. And in the alert, I'm going to actually alert out the offset so that you can see how far from the top of a page the element actually is. How far off the top of the window, really. That's what it is. So I'm going to use my jQuery object to go get the window and see what its offset. Is it offset? I think it's like that, offset, if I've done that right. There we go. Let's see if I did that right. I think I did. And come back here, refresh the page, click second, and I did something wrong there. On the style sheet is a rule selected, and I might have it commented out. Let's go over and see here, because if we do, we need to uncomment it out. So if I go to styles, go down here, and it's not commented out. All right, good. So I've got selected here, and it's set to a color, and it's got a transition, a 1 second transition for transitioning that class there. And what we're going to do is we're going to change this, the link that we clicked on. We're going to add the class selected to it. So I need to add a variable, this link, and it's just this, the link that I clicked, the item that I clicked. And I could just use this down here, but I think it's a little bit helpful to have the variable name. So this link is just the thing that I've clicked. It's this. So let's go ahead and add that on our smooth scroll script. Here up at the top, I'm going to add a variable var this link equals $this. And down here, we don't really need this alert anymore. I'm just going to comment it out. I'm going to leave it there in case you want to refer to it. That scroll top stuff can be a little bit confusing. So sometimes it's helpful to have that in there just to remind yourself what the heck scroll top is and how that's actually working. All right, so now I'm going to say this link dot attr. Am I using class name? I forget what I put over there. Oh, I'm using add class. Okay, we'll use that method. You could also use the attr method, but I'm going to just use add class selected. Now, there's one small problem here in that this will work the first time you click on a link, but it won't work every time. So we'll see here as we use this. When I click second, it'll add the class. And then when I click third, it'll add the class. And when I click fourth, it'll add the class. So it's working, but what I really wanted to do is remove the class from these and then just put it on the one that I've clicked so they don't just all turn pink. Although you could have an interface that shows, well, which ones have you clicked on, and it would work for that. But I really wanted to just highlight the one that I've actually clicked on. So I'm going to go back to my script, and I'm just going to modify just a little bit here by saying, use my jQuery object to go in here and get all those anchor tags, nav, ULLIA, and here I'm going to use attr. Or I don't think I want to do that. I think I want to do something else. I want to use actually remove attr, remove attribute, class. I'm going to remove the class attribute. So that removes the class attribute from all of them and then just adds it to the one that I've clicked on. Let's see if that works. Come back here, refresh the page. Now when I click on that, it adds the class there. It removes the class from all of them and then adds it to the one that I've clicked on. So that's working great. Now you could go back at the beginning when the page loads and just add selected to the class of this element of this first one here. Let's do that. Just so that when the page loads, we're obviously going to be up at the top of the page. So we might as well have class equals quote selected on that first link in the navigation. So that now when you load the page from the start, I get rid of this stuff here, press return, that comes up selected because that's what we're showing. We're showing section 1. And then we'll go to section 2 and it'll turn off all of them and then add it there. And that's working great. And with that, this part of the script is finished. We have a script where we can click on these and it will animate to that section and highlight the correct section. One thing you'll notice though is that if you scroll the page, it doesn't change what's highlighted up here. And to do that, we really need to manage this scroll event so that we can handle what happens as we scroll the page and move from one section to another. So we're going to deal with that in the next lesson. Page location tracking using jQuery. In this lesson, we're going to take the files that we already started here. And this script is working so that if I click on the section, it goes to the correct section and it highlights the correct menu item up here. But what it does not do is if I scroll down the page, it doesn't change the highlighting to demonstrate the section that I'm looking at here. And this may seem like a little thing, a minor detail, and I suppose that it is in this page. And we're going to work on a script to fix this. And it may seem that the script we're creating is awfully complicated to fix such a small thing. But what's really cool is the script that we're going to write that will allow us to change the highlighting based on where we are on the page is capturing the scroll event. And working with scroll scripts can be challenging because there's some difficulties that you have to deal with. But the really cool thing is that if we could get these things to highlight, we could do anything on the page based on where we are scrolled on the page. And if you think about that for a second and go look at some of the interesting websites that are out there. So for example, I have one pulled up here, this website here. And as I scroll down, different things are happening based on whether I'm scrolling. Scroll down, this happens, scroll up, those go back out. So this is capturing a scroll event and doing something on the page based on whether or not I'm scrolling. So I scroll down the page here, that animation plays differently while I'm scrolling up or scrolling down. It's affected by the scroll. And down here, there's another one. So that just switched to white, which switched based on where I was scrolling. If I scroll up, it'll switch to black or dark gray. And when I get down here, this set of icons is moving based on whether I'm scrolling or not. So if we want to be able to do any of these types of effects, you need to capture the scroll event, and you need to be able to do things with that scroll event when you capture it. And that can be a little bit challenging, and we'll get into why in just a minute here. But for right now, for this script, all we're going to do is change the highlighting on these links, which seems like a very minor thing. But just keep in mind that when we're done with this script, we will have a script that you could use on lots of web pages to track where you are on the page and do lots of different animations or cool effects or other kinds of things based on where you are on the page. So that's pretty exciting. By the way, I should add that I don't know anything about this website or this company. I just went to the awards website and picked the first one that showed up over here. So this is a good website to come to. I think I've pointed out in previous lessons if you want to see some interesting interactions that people have created on the web. They often get posted here. So this is a good place to come to get inspiration about different kinds of things that you can do. Okay, let's get started with our script. And we're going to work with the same files that we just completed. You don't need to change anything on them. We're just going to continue to work on the JavaScript file in that folder. And we're going to start by adding an event handler that waits for the whole page to be loaded. Again, we don't want anything to happen until the whole page has loaded with all the images and everything else. And then we're going to capture the actual scroll with an event handler for capturing scroll using jQuery. So let's go ahead and add this to our script here. So over here on my smooth scroll page here, I'm just going to go down here. So we've got this script is handling the smooth scroll. And I'm going to click after that, and I'm going to add a jQuery object for window, the window object dot on load. We're going to run a function. And again, this function runs when all of the content of the page is loaded. And in this case, that's important because we're going to be, one of the things we need to keep track of is how tall each of these sections are. Well, how tall this section is has something to do with how large this picture is. If this picture wasn't here, this section would take up less space because it would end here. So it wouldn't be that tall. If I want to track which section is on the screen, I need to know how big the section is. For me to know how big the section is, all of the content has to be loaded, including images. Or if I had videos or other content, it all has to be loaded before I say, well, how tall are you? And I need to know how tall you are so I can know whether this section's on the page or not. So that's why I need to make sure I put everything inside this window on load callback here to make sure that I'm capturing when the window loads. So that everything I do is inside of there. And then I'm going to next add the jQuery object for window dot scroll. And this will tell us, this event will tell us if the page is scrolling at all. And as with up here, or our click handler, we're going to pass in a function that's going to run when the page scrolls. So this function runs when the page scrolls. And that's where we're going to put our script is inside here as the page scrolls. And I could just, for right now, I could just do, not alert, but I could do console.log. You don't want to do alert because you'll get a ton of alerts. Scrolling. And save that. And if I come back to my page now and choose my inspector, over here, turn on my console, make that a little bit narrower. I'm going to refresh the page. And as I move it, you'll see this event is firing. It fired 41 times already. Anytime I move just a tiny little bit, that event for scrolling is firing. And this is one of the really big things that you have to pay attention to when working with the scroll event, is that it's going to capture every time you scroll a tiny, tiny little bit. And if you're doing big things on your page, then you have to be careful about overloading your processor, because it's easy to, if you want to move stuff around on the screen, it's easy to overload it by firing this event so many times and trying to do too many things at once. Now we're going to get to the crux of the problem. And what we're going to do is we're going to look at a couple variables and watch what happens as we scroll the page. So on your page, you want to add some variables here. You want to add these three variables, and then we're going to set the value of inside the scroll event. So these are outside the scroll event. And then inside the scroll event, we're going to change post position every time you scroll the page, and change page top every time we scroll the page. And then we'll just console log these two values out here. So let's add this to our file over here. And I'm just going to paste these variables in here, but you're going to have to type them. These three variables here. Okay, now posts is just going into the index page and finding all of the sections. So this is going to be an array that holds 5 sections over here. So that's going to have, posts is just going to have 5 sections. And then down here we need to set the values of these. So I'm just going to paste them in here. And I'm going to remove this console log. We don't need that one anymore. And put this in instead. So post position is going to go find post 0, the first section on the page, and get its offset top. And then page top is going to go get window scroll top. And then we're going to console log the two values of these things out so we can see what they are. Okay, so save that and then come over to your page. And with your console log showing over here, refresh the page. And I'm going to close this down here. Oops, and I've got something wrong over here. Offset is not a function. Is it offset with a lowercase s? It is. It's offset with a lowercase s. Make sure you do this right. Offset. There we go. Try that again. There we go. So I got 0 for the first one and 200 for the second one. Remember, the first one is page top. That's where my window is. It's at position 0. My first post is 200 pixels down the page. And we knew that already because when we set up this page in the previous lesson, we put padding on the top of 200 pixels, which pushes this down. But now as I scroll the page, notice that the number on the left changes as I scroll the page. That's telling me how many pixels above the top of the screen my page is. But the number on the right does not change. that's the position of that top section from the top of the page. And by using these two numbers, I can know whether a particular section is on the screen or not. If I'm scrolled up at the top of the screen and this number here, it says 0 right now. If that number is less than 200, or less than really the height of that element, then I know that element is showing on the screen. So I need to know how tall this section is. But however tall that section is, I know it's on the screen if this number here is less than the number of how tall that section is. So the first piece that we need to know is, where does the section start? It starts at 200. Then I need to know, okay, how tall is that section? And from that, I can figure out, well, how much of the page is this section taking up? And where in my screen, where on my page am I in terms of scrolling? And that will help me figure this thing out. It's really important to understand this before we continue to sort of get what we're going for here. Because I need to know when a particular section is in a particular place on my screen or in my viewport. The next thing to pay attention to, I'm going to just go up to the top of the page and refresh the page, is notice when I scroll the page. If I scroll really quickly and look over here, you'll notice I'm not hitting every pixel. If I scroll slowly, I'm more likely to hit more of the pixels. But if I scroll quickly, I might not hit all of the pixels. So you can see in here, 2351 was registered, 2347 was registered, 2343 was registered, and then 2333 was registered. So I'm not hitting every single pixel. And what's important about that is I can't write a script that says, if you're X number of pixels down the page, do something. I can't do that because while I'm scrolling, I might not hit that specific pixel. I might, but I might not. So that's another thing to be aware of when writing scripts that are about the scroll effect or capturing scroll events. And then again, we want to watch out for performance because this scroll event is firing every time I scroll a tiny little bit. So those are the two pieces that make capturing scroll events kind of tricky. The fact that you can't be sure which pixel you're going to hit, and you have to watch out for performance. Now, the next thing we need to watch out for are what could the user possibly be doing on the page when it comes to scrolling. And there's really just two scenarios that we have to pay attention to. Either the user is at the top of the page and scrolling down, or somewhere on the page and scrolling down, or they're somewhere further down the page and they're scrolling back up towards the top of the page. It's only one of those two things. They can only scroll up and they can only scroll down. And they can only scroll up if they're not at the top. So that's all that they can be doing. And over here, we can demonstrate that by just paying attention to this. I could scroll down and I could scroll up. If I'm at the top, I can't scroll up anymore. If I'm at the bottom, I can't scroll down anymore. But that's all I can do. So there's that. So we need to sort of pay attention to this because these are the two scenarios that we need to watch out for. And we need to write our script to handle these two scenarios. So we're going to use a variable called counter, and then we're going to have an if-else statement. And the if statement is going to handle the first scenario of what happens if we're scrolling down the page. The else if is going to handle what happens if we're further down the page and scrolling up into a previous section. So let's go ahead and add this to our script over here. I'm going to add a new variable here called counter, var counter. And I'm going to set it to 0. And then down here inside my script, I can get rid of these things for now. I don't really need them. And instead, what I want to put here is an if statement. If and else if, like so. And this one's going to handle the situation of, am I scrolling down? I'm going to select that and comment it. Am I scrolling down? And this one's going to handle the case of, am I scrolling up? So these are the two scenarios that we need to watch out for. Okay, great. So we've got our basic structure of what's going to happen to handle these two situations of what happens while we're scrolling down and what happens while we're scrolling up. The next thing that we need is we need to know how many pixels down are all of the post tops of this for each post. We've got all of these posts here. We've captured them, which are really our section elements. We put them in posts, but we want to know where the tops of each of those sections are. So I'm going to make one more variable up here, var post tops, and I'm going to assign it an array, an empty array for now, like so. And then what I want to do is I want to use a jQuery method called each to push into this array the position, the post top position. A few minutes ago we did, in here we had the thing getting the position of the first post. Now we want to get the position of all the posts, or all the sections, each section. We want to get the position of each section on the page. We want to find out how far down the page each section is. The first section is 200 pixels down. We saw that just a minute ago. But now I need to know, well, where are the rest of them? And I'm going to put them into this array. So I'm going to paste this in here. You're going to have to type it, but I'm going to paste it in here. Paste. And posts, I'm going to use the each method. In plain JavaScript, we have for each, but in jQuery, we have an each method that we can pass in a function. And I'm going to push the tops. And I have math floor in here. Let me take that out just for a minute. I'm going to take math floor out because that kind of confuses things. So put this in here for a moment. Posts, each function, post top, push. This offset top. This refers to the post that's getting pushed in. So this is going to go through each one of these posts up here. And for each one of them, it's going to take this one, the one that it's on, and put its offset top and push it into the array post tops. And if I just console log out, console.log post tops, that array, it'll give us a number for where each one of these elements is. So make sure you type this in. You can pause this video and get this typed in because it's really important to see this. And we're going to need this for the rest of our script here. But if I do that and then come back to my page and just click refresh, unexpected token, when I took out the math thing, I screwed it up, didn't I? Push this offset top. That looks right to me. Oh, I see. It's unhappy because we have an unfinished if statement here with this stuff in here. So it's unhappy about that. So I'm just going to take this thing and cut it for the moment, take that out, and let's look at just the post-tops thing. So if I come back to the page and refresh the page, you'll see here I get an array with 5 elements in it for each of my five sections: 200, 700, 1500.6875, and then 2104.5625 and 2683.4875. I don't really need all the decimal points, so that's why I put the math floor in there. So let's add the math floor back real quick here. I'm going to put math.floor parenthesis and then close the parenthesis at the end over here. So it'll take this whole thing, this offset top here, and put it into the floor method so that it rounds it down. So if I save that and then come back and refresh again, now I'm just getting whole numbers: 200, 700, 1525, 2104, and 2683, and that's good. Okay, great. We'll pick it up in the next video. I've put the window scroll event back in with my if statements. We're going to work on these a little bit now. But before we do, we need to add this statement here, page top, which is this variable up here that we created but have not assigned. We looked at it before and we just set it to window scroll top. Here I'm going to set it to window scroll top plus 210. And that's because we know our page over here, the first section, starts 200 pixels down. So I'm going to mark it 200 pixels down plus a tiny bit more, an extra 10 pixels, so about there. And that will tell me how far down that page is. Or really how far down the section, well, how far from the top of the window the section is. Then in the if statement, I'm going to check to see if page top is greater than post tops, square bracket, counter, plus 1. So remember, post tops has an array with all of the elements in the array. The counter starts at 0. Our first section was at 0. It was at 200 pixels. If this page top is going to be greater than not counter 0, but counter 1, which would be over here, if we look at this, it would be greater, if it's greater than 700, if that thing that's saying how far we're scrolling down the page is greater than 700, then I must be looking at this second section must be up here, must be up towards the top of the page, if that number is greater than that number. So what I want to do here is, okay, when I get into that place, I want to increment the counter, counter, plus plus, and then I'm going to just console log out, console.log, something like tick marks, counter is now $, curly brace, counter, something like that. Or maybe just scrolling down. Scrolling down. Let's do that. Scrolling down, counter. Something like that. That should be cool, I think. And we can't do anything with this yet. I'm going to take this out and just comment out the else if for the moment. Select that to there and comment it out so it doesn't cause a problem. But now, while we're scrolling down, the counter should get incremented when we go into the next section. And also I want to either comment this one out or get rid of, actually maybe I'll leave it there. I think that's fine, I'll leave that there for the moment. And then come back here and I'm going to refresh the page. There's my array. And when I get down to the next section, scrolling down, the counter is now 1. And when I get down to the next section, scrolling down, the counter is now 2. Scrolling down, the counter is now 3. As soon as the section comes up here, and it's 0 indexed, so section 5, the counter is set to 4. In section 1, the counter is set to 0. Scrolling up won't get me anything yet, but scrolling down should get me the right number. It gets a little bit screwed up because we need to fix the else if. But you can see that it's working initially when we scroll down. As we get past each one of these numbers, it's reporting that we are now, that the top of the section has come to 210 pixels from the top of the page, which is what I want to know. What's really cool about this is that even though the scroll event is capturing every little smidgen that I scroll the page, every little tiny bit, I'm actually going to only do something when the new section comes into place. So that makes this script efficient because I don't have to do something every tiny little bit that I scroll. I only have to do something when the section hits the certain part of the place on the window. And that's one of the things that makes this script very efficient and very useful and helps address one of the gotchas with working with scroll events, which is that you have to be careful not to do something every time you scroll a tiny little bit because you can overload your CPU. Now we'll handle the else if, and we'll take care of what happens if we're scrolling up the page. So I'm going to uncomment that out. And I'm first going to check to see if counter is greater than 0. Because I only want this else if to take place. And this is why it's in an else if and not an else. But I only want it to take place if the counter is greater than 0. And remember, the counter is only going to be greater than 0 if we've scrolled down into the second section or the third section or the fourth section, because the counter only gets incremented when we scroll down into those sections. So if the counter is greater than that and ampersand, ampersand, page top is less than post tops square bracket counter. This value page top, this value here, which changes as you scroll the page every little bit. If it's less than the post tops counter, so like suppose we were down at the bottom of the page and counter was set to 4 for the last section, number 5. So that would go into the array and get that last number, which is the 2000 whatever number pixels for that thing there. Okay, so if I go get that number and this number is less than that number, then I must be scrolling up the page, in which case I then want to decrement counter. Counter minus minus, and then I'm going to do a console log. Scrolling up. And then the counter. We'll see what the counter is. All right, let's go and see what this does. I think that hopefully I did that right. I think I did. So now if I come back and refresh this page, we're at the top of the page. If I scroll down into section 2, you can see scroll down, this becomes a 1 because we're 0 indexed. We scroll down again. Now we're at 2 for section 3. We're at 3 for section 4. We're at 4 for section 5. But if I scroll up, you'll see scrolling up. Now we're coming into section 3, and then 2, and then 1. So our numbers, we're either scrolling down or we're scrolling up. And we can tell which section is on the page because of this counter. It's 0 indexed in this case for a specific reason that we'll get to in just a minute. It doesn't have to be. You could set the first section to 1 and the second section to 2, but we're going to use the 0 indexing for a reason. So I have it set so that the first section is 0, second section is 1, and so on and so forth. And you can see that the script is working. And this is a big deal because now we have a script where we can keep track of not only when we're scrolling, but when certain sections are on the page based on the height of that section that we're calculating when the page loads, including all the images because they have an effect on the height of these elements. If this seems a bit cumbersome and confusing, that's okay, that's natural. It's not easy to wrap your head around. However, the hard part of this script is over. The rest is fairly easy to do, but the hard part of this script has now been finished. So that's kind of nice to know. And this is where the magic happens, is in the if and in the else if, where we're tracking whether we're scrolling down or scrolling up and where we are in the page in relation to our various sections of the page. So the next thing we need to do is to take advantage of the script to change the highlighting of these actual pieces based on which section we're in. And that's the last part of the script that we need to do. And that part's not very difficult at this point. So what I'm going to do up here at the top is I'm just going to make another variable var all links, and that can hold $, parentheses, and then what is it over here? I've got my navigation up here is just nav ul-lia. So I just want to put those anchor tags, nav ul-lia, into a variable called all links because I'm going to use that to affect those. And then down here, I'm going to make another variable called var prev counter and set that to 0. And you'll see why in a minute for the previous counter. You'll see why we need that as we go forward here. So add these two variables, one that's just going to gather all the links just for a shortcut so we don't have to type this out every time, and then one for previous counter that's set to 0. So now to make use of that, I'm going to come down here. I'm going to add an extra if statement. I'm going to paste it in here just so you don't have to watch me type it. But I'm going to add another if statement in here, and you're going to have to type this in. If counter is not the same as exclamation point equals, not the same as previous counter, then we want to take all links and remove the class attribute. So that'll remove selected from all of those anchor tags up there. And then we want to take the link with EQ. EQ is a function in jQuery that's like equals. I'm going to get the A tag that equals counter. So on the first, for the first section, counter would be 0. For the second one, or for the first anchor tag, if we're in the first section, the first link that goes with that anchor tag is number 0. And the second one is 1, and the third one is 2, and the fourth one is 3, and the fifth one is 4, like that. So this is why I'm using the 0 indexed thing for counter here, is because the EQ function here in jQuery is a 0 indexed function. So EQ 0 will get the first one, and I'll add the class selected. So if I'm up at the top of the page, then the first link gets the class selected, and then if I'm on the second one, so on and so forth. so that the correct one gets the correct class selected. And then I set previous counter to be the same as counter. So now it's the same. So this if statement will fire every single time you scroll just a tiny little bit, but it will only do something when you've scrolled into a new section, either by scrolling up or by scrolling down. When you've scrolled down into a new section, the counter gets incremented, and then then becomes a true statement so that it does this. But it'll only do this stuff in here when the counter actually changes. And then once it's changed, these two things are set to be equal, and it won't fire again until you go into another section. And that should actually work. Let's see if that works. Come over here. I'm going to just scroll up to the top here, refresh the page. And then now as I scroll down into my second section, you can see that the class was removed from all of these links and added to that one. And as I go down into the third section, it now highlights that link. As I go into the fourth section, it highlights that link. And then going up, it'll do the correct thing going up as well. So this isn't very exciting to see these changing here. Certainly not super exciting, but think about everything else that we could do on the page. You could add a class to these elements that make them move when they come onto the screen or something like that. You could do really anything based on when you're scrolling or where you're scrolling to. So this script gives you a lot of power over that kind of thing. And that's really cool. This script is working, and we could leave it the way it is. But there are a couple edge case scenarios that are worth mentioning and worth fixing. And it kind of complicates the script a little bit, but it's worth addressing and looking at. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to click this button here, which toggles the device toolbar thing here. And what I want to point out is that this script is responsive ready in the sense that if I go up to the top of my page here and refresh, when the page loads, no matter how wide my browser window is, it's going to calculate how tall each of these sections are, and it'll be fine. So if I've got a narrow browser on a phone or a small tablet or something like that, or a wide browser on a screen with a big window, big screen on a computer or something like that, then it'll adjust itself accordingly, and that's fine. However, what it won't do is handles the situation well where somebody resizes their browser window while they're actually looking at the page. Because when you resize the browser window, the amount of space that these sections will take up could potentially change. Section 5 here goes from being, short to tall. So the length of that changes, and we need to recalculate the height of each section if somebody resizes their browser screen. The other thing that's a problem is if somebody refreshes the page while they're scrolled down the page will load, but it will load scrolled down, but the counter gets set to 0, which means the first section gets highlighted. So let's take a look at that real quick. So now I'm looking at section 5, but the first section is highlighted, and that's no good. That's not really great. Now, how often does this happen? Probably not terribly often, but even still, it's the kind of little glitchy thing that we could just clean up and make a little bit better. So that's what we're going to do in the last part of the script, is kind of handle these two situations for this. And while we're at it, we're going to find a trick that's actually going to be really useful for other scripts for handling the same kind of things that could happen. In order to do this, I want to capture an event that fires when somebody resizes the window. So down here, after my Windows scroll event handler, which is this one here, and it's down here, but before the closing of my window load. So before this closing thing here, I'm just going to add a new event handler down here. And it's going to look like this. $window dot on. We're going to use the on method again. But instead of looking for load, we're going to look for resize. And then we're going to run a function. Like so. And in here, I'm just going to console log resizing. Now this event listener will fire while we're resizing the window. And up here, I'm going to get rid of some of these other console logs. I'm going to comment that one out. I don't need that one. I'm going to comment that one out. I don't need that one. I'm going to comment that one out. I don't need that one. Just so I don't have those cluttering up my script over here. Okay, great. So then I'm going to come over here to my page, and I'm going to refresh. And I'm going to resize the window. And you can see that while I'm resizing the window, that event is firing 138 times there. As I resize the window, that event is firing. I don't really want to capture the event of the window while it's resizing. Really what I want to do is I want to know when the window is done resizing. When have I finished resizing it? When I stop. That's the event that I want to capture. So, but the start is to add an event handler for when it's resizing. And in the next video, we'll look at what we can do to capture the event for when we've stopped resizing the window. Because at that point, that's when I want to calculate, okay, how tall are my sections, and kind of fix my script up so that it will run right at that particular size. So we'll do that in the next video. Okay, great. So now I want to make it so that when we're done resizing, we know we're at a place where we can actually change the heights of our elements and do all that stuff. So to do that, I'm going to come back up here at the top of the page. I'm going to add one more variable, var done resizing. I'm just going to add a variable, and it's going to be undefined at the moment. But down here, I'm going to, inside my resize function here, I can get rid of this console log. I don't need that one. Actually, I'm just going to leave it there for the moment because we're going to use a console log anyway. But in here, I'm going to do a set timeout in here for this. I'm going to set timeout. I'm going to take done resizing, and assign it the set timeout function. Set timeout method here. And remember, set timeout takes a function like that, and then a comma, and then an amount of time. I'm going to set it to a really short amount of time, like half a second. 500. That's fine. I'm going to move that down there. And then up here, I'm going to do clear timeout, done resizing. And then I'm going to just move this console log so that it's in here, just so we can see what the heck is going on. Console log, done resizing. So what's happening here is, remember, clear timeout stops a timeout from happening. So while I'm resizing my window, clear timeout's going to fire, and set timeout is going to stop. As soon as I'm done actually resizing my window, then this will stop running. Done resizing will give me 500 milliseconds, and then it'll console log out, okay, I'm done resizing. And that's a nice cheater's way of knowing when I've finished resizing a window, because this is going to keep this thing from actually happening until I stop resizing the window, until this method stops happening, which is happening while this event listener is going to be happening while I'm resizing the window. But as soon as I'm done, then the set timeout will run. It'll wait 500 milliseconds and it'll console log out that it's done resizing. I hope. Let's see if that works, if I did it right. If we come back over here and refresh my screen here, now, while I'm resizing the screen, nothing's happening over there in the console log, but as soon as I stop, done resizing. So now I know that when I'm done resizing my window, number 2, done resizing, that event fires. And now that I'm done resizing, I can actually figure out, well, okay, how tall are my sections, and reset my page and do all of that. Now that I've set it so that I can capture when I'm done resizing the window, what do I actually want to do in here? Well, what I want to do is I want to come up here and I want to get these 2 things, because this is what's setting my post tops. So I want to get these 2 things. I'm just going to copy them from there and paste them in here. So after I'm done resizing, I'm going to reset this variable post tops. And actually, I can get rid of the var here because it's already defined up there. Reset the variable post tops, and then I'm going to put each of the posts in here. And down here, let's actually console log out post tops here. And then also up at the top of the page where I have post tops console logged out here, I'm going to uncomment that out and save that. And now we should be able to test this and see if it's working. So over here, when I refresh the page, it should tell me where it thinks the post tops are based on the heights of those elements. If I resize the page, when I'm done resizing, I get new post tops. The first one's still at 200. That's fine, that makes sense. But the next one is a much higher number, and so on and so forth. And if I make it slightly wider, I'll get a different set of numbers. But you'll notice this only reevaluates after I'm done resizing my window. So that's really cool. That's working really well. We've solved the first part of our problem with what happens if somebody resizes the window or something like that. But we haven't solved the second part of what happens if somebody refreshes the page while they're further down the page. So what I want to do for this is I'm going to come down here into my script down here. I'm going to paste something in. You're going to have to type it, and it's a little bit long, but you can put it together pretty quickly, I think. But rather than watching me type it all out, I'm going to paste it in. First, I'm going to get rid of this console log here. I don't really need that, so I'm going to get rid of that. I'm going to move this down here. And I'm going to paste in this piece of code here. And let's take it line by line. So this is going to handle what happens if somebody refreshes the page while they're scrolled further down the page. I'm going to make a variable. I'm going to take my variable page position. I'm going to make a variable page position and make it equal to window scroll top plus 210. So we know that that's going to give me, that's going to be assigned the how far down the page I am plus 210 pixels. How far down the screen I'm scrolled, plus 210 pixels. I'm going to set my counter to 0, and then I'm going to use a loop. I'm going to loop through my post tops, these post tops here that I set, that tell me where my tops of my pages are, the tops of my sections. I'm going to loop through those, and I'm going to check to see if this page position is greater than each element in post tops? And if it is, I'm going to increment the counter. So the counter starts at 0. And if I'm scrolled at the very top of the page, then page position would be 0 plus 210 pixels. I know my first post top is 200 pixels down. So counter is going to get incremented from 0 to 1. If I'm in the second one, it'll get incremented from 1 to 2. If I'm scrolled down into the third post, it's going to get incremented from 2 to 3, and so on and so forth. So for each one of these, I'm checking each one of these section tops up here, post tops, against how far down I am on the page, and the counter will get incremented if the page is scrolled down that far. Now remember, I want the counter to be 0 indexed. So if I'm scrolled up at the very top of the page, I don't want the counter to be 1. I want it to be 0. If I'm on the second one, I don't want it to be 2. I want it to be 1. If I'm on the third section, I don't want it to be 3. I want it to be 2. So then I decrement the counter. Finally, all I need to do is remove the class from all links, and then put the appropriate class on the appropriate link. And that's really cool, and that should work. So now if I save this, and notice I do have this inside the resize function, which is not great, and we'll fix that in a minute, but that will we'll take care of that in a minute. But really, for right now, it's fine. If I come over here and refresh the page, and you'll notice it didn't pick the right thing. But if I resize the page, notice that when I was done, it actually picked the correct section that I was on. If I come up here and resize the page, notice it switched this to the correct section. Section 2 I'm in. Or if I resize the page again, I'm still in the second section. But you get the idea. It is actually working and doing the right thing. So make sure, I know I went through it kind of quickly, but make sure you get all of this in here, the script here. And then this piece is just a copy and paste of this piece. So a lot of it you can actually copy and paste. You have to write the for loop for the first time, but other than that, the rest of it is copy and paste. Now, we're doing a lot of this stuff twice, so we're going to actually take some of this stuff out of here and put it into its own function, and we'll do that in the next video. Our script is getting pretty long, and we're repeating ourselves in a few places. So what I'm going to do here is make a new function. I'm going to leave it inside the window on load function that we have up here at the top. Where'd it go? This one here. Window load function, which closes way down here. But I'm going to put it after the window resize on resize function. So I'm going to put it after here. In fact, I'm going to get rid of a little bit of space there. There we go. And I'm going to add in here a function called reset function. What's it? Function reset page position, like so. And I'm going to put all of this stuff that comes inside this set timeout here. The post tops, I'm going to leave done resizing and this function here, but post tops all the way down to this end selected thing here. So the set timeout function is going to end here, but all of the guts inside of there with post tops and everything, all of that I'm just going to cut and stick it inside this function instead. And you might have to select it and Shift Tab to get it to line up right. All right, so now I have a function called reset page position, and I'm going to run that function here. Reset page position. So when my set timeout function runs, it's going to run reset page position, this function here, which is all the stuff that we had in there. So when we're done resizing, we're going to do all this stuff that we just wrote. That's cool. But I'm also going to run it up at the top of the page here. Reset page position. And then I can get rid of this thing. Comment this out. Console log page tops, post tops. So I'm going to create my variable post tops, but then inside here I'm going to adjust my post tops based on when the page loads. So this function is going to run twice. It's going to run when the page loads, and it's going to run anytime you resize the screen. When the page loads, we want to do all of these things. We want to make sure our post tops is emptied out, put the tops of all of our posts in there. And again, we're setting this again here to an empty array because we want to make sure it gets zeroed out right away. And then, so then I want to put all of these things in here. And then I want to set my page position to wherever I am on the page, set my counter to 0 and figure out where I am on the page, and then color the links the correct thing. So that should all work. And now if I go over here and test this, after saving that, hopefully I did it right, refresh. Notice second section, it should have, maybe first section, second section, third section, fourth section. Now, if I refresh the page while I'm down the page, no, it didn't work right there. Third section, second section. It seems to be a little bit off. I don't know. Yeah, it seems to be working. I'm up here at the top of the page. If I click refresh, I'm at the top of the page. If I go down to the second section and click refresh, the second section becomes highlighted. If I go down to the third section and click refresh, now that one said the second section, but it's kind of on the cusp there. Maybe that's why. Now, I'm not sure why it's a little bit off, but it's pretty close. And again, this is kind of an edge case scenario, but it'd be nice if it worked exactly right. If I resize my screen, it should, when I'm done resizing, choose the correct section. The third section's on the screen. So it does seem to be mostly working. Fifth section, refresh the page. Fifth section got highlighted, so that's correct. Okay, so the last thing we could do here is on our index page, since it's being added programmatically, we don't need class selected here at all, because that should get added automatically when the page loads. If I go back up here to the top and click refresh, it's automatically adding that. And my other script should work too, where if I click on the next section, it should go down to the correct section. You can see that it's slightly refreshing that. And the reason I think it's doing that is that it could be, in some cases, actually reloading the page. One way to keep that from happening is in our script up here at the top. The script here, I'm going to add down here at the end, return false. And that'll make it so that clicking these links, it's like it'll perform the same thing as event prevent default. Return false will keep the registration of the click of these links and keep those hashtags from showing up in the address bar. So if I do that and then come back here, if I remove this #second, scroll up to the top of the page, click enter, and then now if I click these, it should go to the correct thing. And we're not getting the hash up there. And if I scroll down manually, it's highlighting the correct section. So that's really great. So this is a really good script that you could use for all kinds of things. And it might need a little bit of refining on that last bit that I showed you, but it's really pretty exciting. We're going to do one last video on this where we just kind of look at the different pieces and review what we've done. This is quite an extensive script. We've done a lot here. And so I just want to go through it once quickly to review what we've done. We started with the smooth scroll script, which handles what happens when you click on one of those links. And it gets the href of that section and then animates to that section on the page minus 200 pixels because we're starting our page 200 pixels from the top of the window. And we're doing that using the EaseIn plugin. And then when we're done doing that, we want to remove all of the anchor tags, all the classes from all the anchor tags, and put the correct one on the correct tag. Maybe we should actually even remove this part of this script, I think, possibly, because now we have the other part that's handling this. That's something to consider. But that's what that first part of that script does. The second part of the script is handling only when the page loads and all the images and everything loads. We're creating some variables, getting our sections, setting a counter and a previous counter and this done resizing variable here, as well as the post tops. And then we run reset page position. And reset page position is looking at how far down the page each element is that we're tracking and puts that into an array and then figures out how far down the page we're actually scrolled and so on and so forth. And also it will handle the situation for when we're actually, it'll recalculate those things when we resize the screen, but that happens later. So we set all that page position stuff. The magic of the script is actually happening here. When you scroll the page, we're capturing that scroll event. And as we scroll the page, we're checking to see if we go into each section. When we do, we increment the counter. So that counter only gets incremented when we go into the section. And we're watching for the change in that counter. Because when that counter changes, when it's different from previous counter, then we can do something on the page. And that's pretty cool. Then we set previous counter to counter, and we're ready for the next change. So this script is sort of the heart of the whole thing in terms of figuring out everything that should happen there on the page. Then finally, we have the window on resize. And we're using clear timeout to keep this set timeout from happening until we're actually done resizing. So it's clearing done resizing while we're resizing. And then as soon as we're done, it waits half a second and runs this reset page position again, which we already talked about, which sets the tops of all of our pages, of all of our sections, and figures out how far down the page we are and sets the styling for the links appropriately. The only thing I can think to do is maybe to remove these two pieces here. I'm going to take those out just for a minute to see if that makes our script function just slightly better. So now when we get to this function, then we could get rid of this callback function entirely if this works. But let's see if this does what we want it to do here. I'm going to come back here to the top of the page, refresh the page, and now when I click second section, it goes to the second section. And because the other script is controlling, okay, I'm this far down the page, I have to highlight the correct script. The other script is actually handling the changing of the highlighting here. And I actually don't need that in the other script. I think the two are sort of affecting each other a little bit. So now both scripts are working. You could come back here and take out this callback function entirely, all the way down to there, and have a slightly shorter script. Assuming I didn't screw something up there. I think I got the right thing out of there. Let's just check. Yeah. So I can go to the third section, I can go to the first section, I can go to the fifth section, and then I can also do it manually. It should work where if you refresh the page, it should highlight the correct section, although it seems like that might need a little bit of work in some cases. Section 3, refresh. In section 4, refresh. That seems to be working now. Section 5, refresh. It seems to be working. Great. So everything's working the way it's supposed to, and you have a script that you could use to create all kinds of interesting interactions as you scroll down the page, all done in jQuery. We'll do the same script in plain JavaScript. Scroll effects with JavaScript. In this lesson, we're going to do the same thing that we just did with the previous lesson on scroll effects using jQuery. Only this one we're going to use plain JavaScript instead. And that will allow you to compare the syntax between jQuery and JavaScript and improve your JavaScript skills. Also, this is a fairly complicated script. It's a little hard to wrap your head around. So doing it twice will actually really help you. And I think you'll see that there's a lot of similarities between the JavaScript version and the jQuery version. The second thing I want you to notice is that, or to remember, is that this header is fixed at the top of the page in the CSS, so that the content slides beneath it. And we've got some padding on the body here to push the content of the page down. And we can see that in the HTML over here in the CSS, where the body has some padding on the top of 200 pixels. And the header is set to position fixed, top 0, width 100%. And these things will make it so that the header stays fixed up at the top of the page, but the contents of the page is starting 200 pixels down here for our section 1. So that's important to remember. Okay, great. So with those basic pieces in mind, we're ready to get started with our JavaScript. And the first thing we want to do is gather all of these links in our navigation. Come over to our script.js file. Ignore this smooth scroll.js for a moment. We'll get to that in a while. But come on over here, and then we just need a variable const nav links is assigned document query selector all. And what do I want to get? I want to get these links over here. Nav UL LIA. I want to get all of those anchor tags that are in there in the unordered list inside list items there. So nav UL LIA. If you had other links on the page inside of a navigation like this, you'd have to give this nav an ID and then call it by ID to make sure you're getting just these here. But that will get those. And then we want to loop through them and put a click handler on each one. And we could use a traditional for loop. You know, we could do that. That would be fine. We could do that. I kind of like the for each method in JavaScript that we can use with arrays, because navlinks is now an array of elements, an array of anchor tags. So I kind of like that better. So I'm going to just do navlinks dot for each, like so. And as always, we want to type from the outside in or the inside out, and so that we understand exactly what we're doing here. For each takes a function that is going to run each time that we, for each one of these links. So up here, inside here, I need to pass in a variable. Whoops, no quotes, because it's a variable. Each link. And so as for each runs, it's going to pass each one of these anchor tags into each link here. And I can just simply do each link, add event listener, and I'm going to listen for a click, and then I'm going to run a function. Like so. Now I could go ahead and put my code right inside these curly braces here and run forward with that. But instead, what I want to do instead is I want to make a separate function. Function smooth scroll. Do smooth scrolling. And in here, I'm going to pass in the event object and do event.preventDefault so that you don't register the clicks on the links. And this could be the word event, or it could just be E or EVT. A lot of times people will do that, EVT, like so. I'm going to leave it event just because I think it's helpful, and it's a little bit more letters, but it is just a variable. And then up here, instead of running this function, I'm going to run smooth scroll here as a named function. And notice it doesn't get the parentheses up here. The parentheses don't go here because this is just a pointer to this function down here. We don't want to actually run the function here. We want to put a pointer to this function here. And when you click it, if we put the parentheses there, then it'll run right away and not even wait for the click. So we want to just put the pointer down to this function down here and let it run that way. Next, we want to get the href of the link that we clicked, the one that we clicked on. And we could use the this keyword, but in some cases, event.target is a little bit more direct and explicit. So event.target get attribute href will find out which link we clicked. And if we go back to our code over here, so when you click on one of these links, first, second, third, or fourth, you're getting this href attribute, pound first, or pound second, or pound third, pound fourth, pound fifth, which match the IDs down here for our sections. So the idea is that if we can get this, then we can find out, okay, which section, document query selector, target ID. So this is going to hold either pound first, pound second, pound third, pound fourth, or pound fifth. So in target anchor, I'm going to get my target ID. I'm going to go get that. Probably shouldn't call this target anchor. I should probably call this target section, actually. But here I called it target anchor. It would probably make more sense to call it target section. In fact, maybe I'll switch that. So over here, let's go ahead and add this to our code over here. And I'm just going to paste it in, but you're going to have to type it. So in here, I'm going to get rid of that and just paste in here. I'm going to change this to target section because really we're targeting the section. Target section. And it's going to go get that target ID. So when you click on one of those, the event target, you can only click on one link at a time. Even though we've put the event listener in all of them, you can only click one link at a time. So which one did you click? Get the href that goes with that one, put it in target ID, and then we can go get that section, and that's our target section there. To test this out, let's run a console log here, console.log, and pass into the console log a statement that looks like this. So we're going to say target section, get bounding client rect top. This method, get client bounding client rect, will get me the shape of that box that that section is in, and dot top will tell me what the top edge is. Dot bottom would give me the bottom edge. We could get the left or we could get the right. But that will get me that kind of thing. So let's actually save this and see if I'm doing my job well over here by coming over here and inspect this. And when I click one of these sections, I should get in the console here. Here's my console. There we go. When I click on one of these, refresh this page, click on one of these, I'm getting a number of pixels from the top of the screen that item is, with all its decimal points. 200, getting these different positions here. And notice it's not going to that point on the page, and that's because we have the event to prevent default in there. So now it's no longer going down to those sections. It's just registering out how many pixels down the page those items are. So we have some links working where we can click on them and find out how far down the page each of those sections are. We don't really need all the decimal points, all these places beyond the decimal point. We can just round this down. So we'll do that in the next video and assign this value to a variable that we can actually use rather than just have it spit out in the console log. But we'll do that in the next video. This statement is generating the tops of each section when I click on them. So I want to assign that to a variable. So instead of console log here, I'm going to take that out. Take out the parenthesis at the end. And instead, I'm going to create a variable here, const original top, and assign it target section bounding client rect top. Now, I really don't need it to have all of the decimal points that were showing up on the page. So I can round that down here. I can put math.floor parenthesis and put the other parenthesis, over here. And then really what I want is 200 pixels down the page. So I'm going to subtract 200, minus 200. Because remember, that's where our first section starts, is 200 pixels down the page. So we really want when we smooth scroll, we want it to smooth scroll to this position, 200 pixels down, not all the way up at the top of the window, because that wouldn't really help us. Now that we have this variable, that value in this variable here, we can use it using the window scroll by method. And this is the method that's going to provide this smooth scrolling magic. And it takes as an argument an object. And again, we haven't really talked in depth about objects yet. You've seen them a few times. And the lesson where we talk about them in depth is coming up soon. You're probably ready for it now that you've seen them a few times. But this object is going to take 3 parameters. It's going to take the top parameter, which is going to be our variable here, original top. Best to copy and paste so you don't misspell it. That's 1. It's going to take the left variable, the left property, which is just 0. We're not doing anything special with that. And then we have a behavior property, which is going to be set to smooth. And if I save that and test it, I believe it will work. Before I try it, I'm just going to console log original top, just so we can see what's in that variable each time we click one of these links. It should be what we saw before. But let's go ahead and test this. So if I refresh my page, start up here at the top of the page, refresh, and I click second section, you can see it does a smooth scroll down there, and I'm getting the number of pixels there. And the first section is working too. So I can go to whichever section, and you can tell when I'm going up the page, notice it's got a negative number for how many pixels it's moved up for that for original top there. So that's working great. You will notice a few things about this script though. One is that we're not setting the amount of time like we could do with the jQuery version, nor do we have an opportunity to set the easing. And we could probably, with a bit more work, we could make use of that. We could do that by using some CSS animations to do this instead of this method here with the scroll by method. We could probably do this in a different way. The other thing that's important to note is that not all browsers support this behavior smooth. Safari does not yet. So if I test this in Safari, here I am on the same page in Safari, and I click on third section, it just pops to the third section. It's going to the right location. It's not going all the way up to the top of the window, but the behavior smooth is not working. So that's a bit of a problem. And we'll talk about it more in the next video. In the last video, we noticed that the smooth scroll is working fine here in Chrome, but it's not working properly in Safari. So what can we do about that? What we can do is we can use what's called a polyfill. And a polyfill is a term that was created by a developer named Remy Sharp. And if you go looking for, if you just Google who invented polyfill or where did the polyfill name come from, Remy Sharp has written on his blog in 2010 an article about how he came up with the name polyfill. So that's where it came from. But really what a polyfill is it's a shim or some sort of piece of script that's made to help browsers that are not compliant yet with standards work, and those browsers will use that extra script to make it work. These days, most of the browsers are pretty up to date in standards, and there's very little need for polyfills. But it's a worthwhile concept to know about, and it's worth figuring out how to use them. And as it turns out, somebody wrote a polyfill for this particular thing, and it's over here on GitHub. It's this I am Dustin character, and GitHub wrote this smooth scroll polyfill. And you could download this file here by clicking the download zip here. I also have this same file already in the folder over here. So if you were to download that, it would be here. It's the same file here. So I have this file in my folder here. All we need to do is link to it. So here on the page, I'm just going to link to, at the bottom of the page here, I want to link to that file. Script src equals quote smooth scroll JS, that one there. There we go. And I want to put it before my script so it loads first. And just by plugging that in, it'll now work in Safari. So if I go back and test Safari again, refresh this page, refresh buttons over here in Safari, scroll up to the top of the page, second section. Now it's actually working in Safari the same as it worked in Chrome. So that's pretty cool. So understanding sometimes developers create these additional scripts that you can use and just get access to is really helpful. We've now finished the smooth scroll part of the script, and it's working great. As you can see, the one thing we haven't done is made it so that the different links highlight as you click on the different sections. But that's going to get fixed when we do the next script, and we make them highlight based on where down the page we are. We don't need to make them highlight while we're actually clicking on them because it'll do it automatically with the second part of the script. So this is a really great little script. You can see that it's fairly short. It doesn't have all the features that the other one had, in that we aren't setting the easing and we aren't setting the amount of time for the actual animation. But you could do that if you wanted to work on it further. You could add some CSS animations, and instead of using the scroll by method, you could actually hook in and use those, apply those CSS properties as we go to those points in the page. But we'll do that. You can do that on your own. For now, we're going to go forward and do the second part of the script, which is the part where when we scroll down the page manually, it changes the highlighting in the navigation. So we'll again be working with this, with scrolling and capturing the scrolling event. We have the script that does the smooth scroll. And now we're going to do the second part of the script, which again is going to take place inside of an event handler that's going to make sure that all of the images and everything have loaded onto the page. And the reason for that is we need to calculate the height of each section. And the height of each section is going to depend on the images in that section. So if the images haven't loaded, then the height will be different. So we want to make sure everything's loaded before we actually start calculating things like the height of each section. And this is exactly the same as what we did in the jQuery version, except the syntax is just a little bit different. Because instead of using the jQuery object, we're going to put an event listener on the window. Window.addEventListener, and we're going to say load. And we're going to run a function. Like so. And it doesn't look that different from jQuery at this point. It's fairly similar. Remember, in jQuery, we would use the jQuery object to get the window. And we'd use the on method, and we would check for load, and then run a function. So a little bit shorter, a little bit more compact, but not really all that different. We're going to use this one down here with plain JavaScript. Window at event listener load. And what are we going to put in there? We're going to put some variables. First, I'm just going to paste these in. You're going to have to type them. I have a variable called posts that goes into my document query selector all and gets all the sections, because that's what I'm going to be scrolling to, is the different sections of the page. So I'm going to put that into posts, and then I've got my array for post tops, and you already know what that's going to be. That's going to be used to hold the number of pixels down from the top of the page each section is. Page top, which is going to change as we scroll down the page. It's going to have a number that represents how far above the top of the viewport the page is. Then we've got the counter and the previous counter. And we'll use done resizing later for our script that deals with what happens if people are resizing their window. So we'll do that again as well. Now, one thing you might notice here is that the counter is being set to 1 and the previous counter is being set to 1 instead of 0. And that's because on this script, we're going to have our sections indexed at 1 instead of indexed at 0. In the jQuery version, we use 0 indexing because we use the EQ method, which uses 0 indexing to change the properties on each of the navigation items. But here, we're going to use a different method, so we don't need the 0 indexing. We can index at 1. So the counter starts at 1, and the previous counter starts at 1. And each section will be, the first section will be 1, and the second section will be 2, third section 3, fourth section 4, and fifth section 5. So in some ways, that's actually a little bit easier, because you don't have to deal with the 0 indexing and the sort of cognitive load that provides. But yeah, so we've got this here, and we're ready to go forward with the next part. Now, we used this method in the previous script, get bounding client rect top. We used that to find the top of a particular element in the previous script. And we're going to use that again. But let's console log it out. So I'm going to do console.log and surround that with parentheses. And really what I want to do is I want to get posts. I want to get the first post. So I'm going to do posts square bracket 0 dot get bounding client rect top. Now let's console log that out. So if I go over here to my page and I turn on my inspector, and I'm going to switch it over so I'm looking at my console. Make sure you're scrolled up here at the top and then refresh the page. It's telling me minus 508 pixels. You know, I think because it should be at 200. Console log posts 0. John and Joe, cut out that last bit of going to the page and having it not work and pick it up from here. When I go back to the web page and refresh, you'll notice that I get a 200 here because I know that this first post starts 200 pixels down the page. So that's working. But notice if I scroll down the page a little bit, and refresh, we get a minus 71. Or a minus 397. It's telling me where on the page that element is, but really what I want to know, I want to know exactly what the number is. I want that 200 to stay constant for that, because I want to know when the page loads how far down is the top of each of these sections. So I don't want it to change. So I'm going to need to do something to adjust that number and fix that. And we'll take care of that in the next video. In the last video, we saw that we could use the getBoundingClientRect.top to get the top of any particular element on the page. In this case, the first element, the first section. We're getting here, post 0. But we don't want where it is anywhere on the page. We want to get the distance it is from the top of the window from when the page loads, and have that be consistent. And we can do that by adding to it window.pageYOffset. And that's the amount of pixels the window has scrolled past the viewport. And by adding that back on there, we will always get 200 pixels. So let's go ahead and give that a try. Over here, if we add at the end here, we need to add plus window.pageYOffset. This one, not X, but Y. It should be a plus window pageYOffset. Now let's save that and then come over here, and I'm going to make sure I'm scrolled up to the top of the window, click refresh, and you can see I get 200 there. If I scroll the page down and refresh again, you can see I get 200 there. I get 200 there. I always get 200 for that first post. Okay, great. So now that we've got that, the next thing we need to do is round it down using our math.floor, because some of these will generate a whole bunch of partial points past the decimal point that we don't need. We can just round it down to the nearest pixel, and then put all of those into an array, just like we did in the previous script. We already have our post tops array created here. It's empty, but we can push into it our posts, and we can do that with the forEach method. So again, we can do posts.forEach. Now, I really like this method because it's nice and clean and simple to read. And it's a little bit shorter. You could use a for loop, certainly. That would be fine to use a standard for loop. But I kind of like this method, so I'm going to use it. I'm going to pass in a function, like so. And then remember, this function is going to pass in a variable, post. Or you could call it each post, or you could call it this post. This is a variable. You can call it whatever you want. I think post makes sense. And then in here, I'm going to say, okay, I'm going to push post tops. Post tops dot push. And what am I going to push in here? I'm going to push this whole thing, so I can copy and paste that in here. But not post 0. I just want my variable post, this variable here, because it's going to go through each of these posts and do each post. So it's going to push the first post in, the second post in, and so on. Now I've made a little extra room here because I also need to put in here math.floor parentheses, and the second parenthesis will close here. like so. So math.floor will take this, round it down, and then it gets pushed into post tops. And then, of course, we want to console log out post tops just to see what the heck is going on. We don't need this one anymore. In fact, I'm just going to cut that from there, stick it down here, and change this to post tops. So now we should be able to see when we go back to our page over here. If I refresh, I'm getting the same numbers that I got before in the jQuery version. This is the exact same thing. I'm getting all the tops of my posts. So hopefully this is starting to feel a little bit familiar. It really helps with this script because it is kind of confusing, and capturing the scroll events is confusing. So it helps to do it a couple of times. And so here we're doing it with plain JavaScript instead, but really all the steps are the same. And it's the same process. It's just the syntax that's a little bit different. In the last video, we put all the tops of our posts, or our sections really, into post tops. And we can alert that, or console log that out, so we know where they all are. And again, we're putting all of this inside of the window load event because we want to make sure that the page loads so that we get the correct numbers for those tops of those posts. Because if we don't get the correct numbers, then nothing's going to line up properly and it won't work. So we want to make sure that all the images load, because that's going to affect how tall each section is and where the top of the next section starts. So that's why we're putting everything inside of the window load function. And now we're at the point where we're ready to start working with our scroll event. So we need to add an event listener for capturing scroll effects. I'm just going to comment that out for now. But we can add our event listener for capturing scroll effects. So again, I'm going to attach it to the window.add event listener. And we're listening for scroll event. And then we're going to run a function. Like so. And all of our stuff will go inside of here. Now, this looks very similar to the jQuery version of the scroll event. In jQuery, we did it like this. We used the jQuery object to grab our window, and then we used the on method to capture scroll, and then run a function. So again, it looks very similar, but just slightly different. And yeah, the jQuery version is a few characters shorter, so that makes learning this stuff a little bit easier, I think, in jQuery. But the plain JavaScript syntax is not that much longer, and you don't have to download the entire jQuery library to use it, or force your users to download the entire jQuery library to use it. So that's kind of nice. All right, so then we're going to put into this variable page top. Page top is going to equal this thing, window page Y offset. And again, what that does is window page Y offset tracks how far up off the top of the window our page has scrolled. So I can console log page top, and we should be seeing those pixels change as we scroll down the page. Let's test that and see. So I come back here and refresh my page. Now as I scroll down the page, you can see those pixels are going up. And again, as before with the jQuery version, we're capturing every little bit that scrolls, but we're not necessarily capturing every single pixel. The slower we scroll, the more pixels we'll capture, but the faster we scroll, the fewer pixels we'll capture. But that event is firing every time we scroll a little bit. We get up to the top of the page, we should be getting a 0. When we get down to the bottom of the page, we should be getting a number that represents the full height of the entire window. That's working great. And really what I want to do is I want to track not the very top of the window, but the start of this first thing, or maybe a little bit down from it. I want to push down a little bit from there. So really what I want to do is I want to come back and add 250 to this. I did 210 in the other one, but I'm going to do 250 here. So I think it's a little bit better. So I'm going to add 250 there. And it's worth noting that the strategy for this script is exactly the same as what we did for the jQuery script. When this number, the page top number, is greater than the number of the second section for post tops, where that one starts, then we must be viewing that second section on the screen. And if it's greater than the number for the top of the third section, then we must be viewing that section on the screen, and so on. So that strategy is exactly the same. And as before, you can either be scrolling down the page, starting at the top, or going down, or you could be somewhere in the middle of the page and scrolling up. Those are really your only two options, because this page doesn't scroll left and right. It only scrolls up and down. So those are your only two options. So those are the two conditions that we need to watch out for while we're handling our scroll effect. To handle those two situations of scrolling up and scrolling down, I need an if and an else if, just as I did in the jQuery version. And I'm going to paste this in here. You're going to have to type it, but I'm going to paste it in here, because it's actually exactly the same as what we had in the previous script. And in fact, I don't think it's different really even at all. I'm going to comment out this console log call there. We don't really need that now. But here, I'm saying if page top is greater than the post tops counter. So the counter starts at 1. So if it's greater than the first element inside post tops, the counter is going to get incremented. So if we're on the first section and we go into the second section, this counter would be 1. And so now we're in that second section. So then we should increment the counter. And we must be scrolling down. And then when we go into the third section, we'll increment the counter again, and so on and so forth, as we get down to the bottom of the page. Then the else if, we're going to check to see if the counter is greater than 1, not greater than 0 this time, but greater than 1. Is it greater than 1? Because 1 is our first section. And if page top is less than post tops counter minus 1. So if it's less than that, then we must be scrolling up if both of these are true, in which case we'll decrement the counter. All right, let's give this a try. This should be showing us in our console over here. If we come back, scroll up to the top of the page, click refresh, and then scroll down the page. When I get to that second section, when that second section hits 250 pixels from the top of the screen, it now says scrolling down 2. And it didn't do the 250 pixels though, did it? It should be doing it there. I see what I did wrong. Over here, I put the plus 250 in the wrong place. It should be here. Plus 250. There we go. Let's try that. Scroll up to the top of the page. There we go. Now when I get to section 2, scrolling down 2, when that is 250 pixels from the top of the page, it hits it and says, okay, we must be looking at section 2. When this one gets to 250, we've got 3, 4, 5, and then when we go up, we get 4, 3, 2, 1. So that's working great. So I can tell this thing is firing. I'm not getting calls for every single little smidgen that I scroll. I'm only getting calls when that section comes into the page. And that's the beauty of this script. I think it's really wonderful. I love it. Okay. And that's what we were able to do with the jQuery version as well. And that's what makes this script very powerful, because only when those things happen, we're going to make other things happen on the page, not for every single pixel that we scroll. Just as before, we want to see if the counter is not the same as the previous counter, because if it isn't, then we've moved into a new section. And the first thing we want to do is remove all of the classes from those links at the top of the page, which is that class selected that should be on one of them. But we want to make sure it isn't on any of them. We'll remove that class attribute from everything, just to be clear that everything has no class on it up there. So let's go ahead and add this if statement over here. So down here, I'm going to add an if counter is not the same as prev counter. If they're not the same, then again, I'm going to use my for each. And I already have up here at the top of the page, I already have nav links gathering all these. So we've already got this variable. So we can just use it again. And just like before, I'm going to just do navlinks.forEach function, curly braces, each link. It's going to go through each link of navlinks. And what is it going to do here? We're going to say, okay, each link dot remove attribute, this one here. Which attribute are we removing? Class. So that'll remove the class attribute from each of those. Great. We'll stop this video here, but in the next one, we'll put the correct item on the correct link, the correct class on the correct link. We'll put the selected class on the link that was clicked so that it can get highlighted properly. Put a semicolon there before we go. We took the class attribute off of all the links. Now we need to add it to the correct link. So I'm going to add a variable const this link. I want to add it to the link that I clicked on. And I'm going to get the correct link here by using a query selector. So I'm going to say document.querySelector, query selector. And this is a little tricky, this query selector. What we're going to use is nav ul li a, but we want li colon nth child parentheses, because over here in our HTML, remember, we want to get, if we clicked on this one, we want to get the first list items anchor tag, or the second list items anchor tag, or the third list items anchor tag. Remember, the list items are all siblings. The anchor tags are cousins, because there's only one anchor tag in each list item. But the list items are all siblings. So this is the first one, second one, third one, fourth one, fifth one. So over here, I want to get nav ul li nth child. And if I were to put in a 1, that would get the first link. A 2 would get the second link. A 3 would get the third link, and so on. So this is why we're using 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 for our counters instead of 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4 in this script. In the jQuery script, we use the EQ method to find the first, second, third, and fourth link, but that's 0 indexed. So the first one in that one is 0, whereas the first one in this one is 1. So that's why our counter is a little bit different in the script. But we could have probably used the nth child method in the jQuery version and had it be the same, now that I think about it. And that would be another way. Because remember, in jQuery, there's about 100 ways of getting to each element on the page. So we could have done it this way as well there. But what I want to put in there is my, what I want to do is I want to change this so I'm using my, not my up and down quotes. Oops. Yeah, I know it's a problem. I want to use my tick marks so that in here I can pass in $, curly brace, counter. And that will put the correct counter. That will get me the correct link there. From there, it's simple. I can use this link dot class name is selected. Make sure you spell selected right. And then, of course, we want to say prev counter is now assigned the same value as counter, because now we're ready to go into the next section. So if I save that and test it, assuming I did it all right, it should work. Let's see. Refresh the page, start up here at the top. Oh, look at that, it's already working. Second, third, fourth, fifth section. So that's working perfectly fine. It's nice and smooth because the animation is happening in the CSS. And the JavaScript is super efficient because it's only calling these as you move into these sections. And not only that, but when you click on these, it'll actually highlight the correct section as you're going to, and even sort of highlight in between. It's that fast. So that's working really great. I'm really pleased with the way that works. Over here in my console log, I can see where I'm scrolling up and scrolling down, and these numbers must be coming in when I'm clicking on one of these links. I must have left a console log open in that script as well. So we could go over and kind of clear out these console logs. We don't really need them all. They're kind of handy to have while we're making the script, but we don't really need this one or this one. Or up here, I must have one up here somewhere as well. Here it is, original top. So I don't need those, or you could just delete them altogether. And that's great, and this script is working. The last thing that we need to do is take care of the situation, those edge cases of what happens if somebody is resizing the window or if they refresh the page while you're scrolled down the page. And so we'll take care of that in the next video, and then we're done with this script. And you'll have two versions of it, one that works with jQuery and one that works with plain vanilla JavaScript. Just as we did before, I want to add an event listener that captures when I'm resizing my window. So over here, I'm going to get rid of a little bit of spacing in here just because I want to be able to see everything here. All right, so I want to add this event listener after the event listener for my scroll function here. So I want to add it after that, but before my event listener for when the window loads. So I want to add it in here. So make sure you're putting it in the right place because that's really important. And here I'm going to just do window.add event listener, and I'm going to look for a resize event. I'm going to type a function that's going to run when the window resizes, semicolon. And we will put stuff in here. Now remember, when we were doing jQuery, we used our jQuery object to get the window. And we used the on method to then capture the resize event and run a function. That's how we did it with jQuery. So here the syntax is slightly different, but not that different. We're just adding an event listener to the window and resizing it for when we resize. So it's not that different. It's a little bit different. And the jQuery is a little bit shorter, but that's okay. Once we're in here, what we're going to do is we're going to use this variable that we left up here, done resizing. And we're going to say done resizing dot equals. No, I'm doing this wrong. I need to do clear timeout. Clear timeout, done resizing. And then I need my done resizing equals set timeout. That's what it works. Set timeout. And set timeout runs a function after, comma, a certain period of time, 500. So this is exactly the same as what we had before. And basically what's going to happen is this is going to capture while we're resizing, but clear timeout is going to keep this thing from actually doing anything until we're done resizing. So we only want to capture this when we're done actually resizing the window. Console.log time resizing, which will happen 500, half a second after we're done actually resizing the window. So let's just test that really quickly over here. I'm going to refresh the page, and I'm going to click this button here to get into resize mode. And then I can resize this window up and down and sideways and do all this stuff, but it's not going to actually do anything until I let go and stop resizing. In that case, it'll say done resizing at the end of that done resizing. Okay, great. So what am I going to put inside there that's going to run when I'm done resizing? I'm going to add my function reset page position. I think that's what I called it. That's the same function we had before in the jQuery version. So I'm going to come down here. I'm going to add a function reset page position, parentheses, curly braces, and we will go on from there, and we'll build that up in the next video to kind of finish this script off. But this is really all exactly the same as what we did for the jQuery version. We're down to the end of this lesson, and we just need to fill out this reset page position function here. And we're going to start by coming up here and basically just stealing this thing here and sticking it in here. I also want to make sure post tops gets reassigned an empty array, just to be absolutely certain that that thing is empty. And then I'm going to go through each of my posts and push into there the top of that post top. So that makes sure that, again, if I'm resizing my window, I'm recapturing where the tops of each of those sections is, because they may have changed based on how wide the window is once I've finished resizing it. The next thing I want to do is create a variable called page position, and again, set it to the window page Y offset 250 pixels. This is going to report to me, page position, how far down the page I am, because I need to know that if I'm refreshing my window, refreshing the page, and I've scrolled down the page somewhat, I need to know how far down the page I am. And then I'm going to set the counter to 0, and I'll explain why in a minute. And it has to do with this next piece of code that we're going to write here. I want to go through the post tops array, post tops dot for each. And I'm going to run a function here. And for each of the posts that are in there, for each post in post tops, and really this is the actual number that represents the top of the post. So for each of those, I want to do an if statement. If page position is greater than the post, that number for how far down the page that is. If that's true, then I want to increment counter. Counter plus plus. Now think about this for a second. Page position is going to be at least 250 pixels. If I'm scrolled up at the very top of the window, it's going to be at least 250. This first post we know is 200. So even if I'm scrolled very much to the top of the window, counter is going to get incremented from 0 to 1. If I'm in the second post, if I'm scrolled further down and I'm in the second post, somewhere below the first post and in the second post, then it's going to get incremented not once but twice, because it's going to do this. It's going to go through posts each time. So it's going to check, is it larger than the first post? Yes. Is it larger than the second post? Yes. So then it's going to get incremented twice. If we're scrolled further down the page inside the third post, then this is going to go and it's going to say, am I larger than the first post? Yes. Am I larger than the second post? Yes. Am I larger than the third post? Yes. And counter is going to get incremented to 3. So each time I go into a post, it's going to get incremented. And then it's going to check the fourth post. Is it larger than that? No. So it's not, this if statement's not going to run. It's not going to get incremented. So counter is going to end up being the number that matches how far down the page we are and which post is actually showing. So hopefully that makes sense. It's a little tricky, but hopefully it makes sense. Okay, so if we've done that, the next thing we need to do is remove the class from each link. And we did that up here. We already have that up here. This for each here. So I'm just going to copy that one and come down here and paste that in. Make sure you put it in the right place. This is closing out this for each loop here. Navlinks for each, I'm just going to remove the class. Once we remove the class, we're just going to do this same thing here. So that the correct link gets highlighted. So it's kind of a long function where it looks long, and we could probably shorten it up. This could all go in one line, really. Kind of a long line, but not that bad. This could probably go all in one line. You could add some comments in here saying exactly what does what, but that kind of shortens it up a little bit, makes it a little bit more compact. Maybe it'd be helpful with some comments. I don't know. All right, great. So now that we've got this, the last thing we need to do, we're already running it. We're already running this function here. We need to run it again up at the top of the page. And we can run it instead of this stuff. We can get rid of this altogether because this is going to include doing that. So we don't need to do that again. We can just run it here. And that should work. So let's go over and test it out really quickly. I come back to my page over here, and I'm going to make sure I'm scrolled up to the very top. I'm going to refresh, and then I'm going to resize the screen. Well, I guess I should scroll down. So if I scroll down to section 3 here and resize the screen down, when I'm done resizing, it should give me the correct location for that. There we go, now section 5. There it is, 5th section is showing. Scale it down again. Now I'm in the 4th section. So that's actually working. If I'm down the page, say here, section 3, and I refresh, the 3rd section should come up highlighted. If I'm showing the 2nd section and I refresh, the 2nd section should come up highlighted. So this part of the script seems to be working a little bit better without jQuery. I think the JavaScript version is a little bit smoother and a little bit cleaner. jQuery sometimes it's just not quite as smooth as plain JavaScript. So I think actually I really like this version of this script a lot. So with that, you have a great script. This is a script you could use to do all kinds of really cool effects based on where you're scrolling on the page. And we have it both in jQuery and in JavaScript. So you could use either one if you like. And I think that that's really fantastic. It should be pointed out that frequently people will use plugins to do this kind of thing, or libraries. There's some good ones out there. There's one called Animate on Scroll. Oops, Animate on Scroll. This library here. And you could plug this in and do some, and it gives you access to all kinds of really cool effects that you can use while you're animating, while you're scrolling the page. But I think it's really helpful to have a foundational understanding of how this kind of thing actually works. And, before just jumping into using a library, or if you want to do your own thing, I think it's helpful. This script is really great, and I think really you could do a lot with it without even going to a library like Animate on Scroll. But that's up to you. Scription Site, Part 1, Building the HTML and CSS. In this lesson, we're going to look at building a web page that looks like this, and it's a long scrolling page. So we look down here, it's got a bunch of elements on here. And when we're done, this page is going to have a number of interactive elements in it, and you'll be able to use a lot of the skills you've gained so far in this course by creating these interactive elements. This will be a slider using Flex Slider up here, and further down the page we'll have tabbed interface, we'll have content rotator. So you'll get to use some of these different scripts, including the smooth scroll script and some of these other scripts that we've created on this page. And I think that's really fun and will be a really great lesson. For this first lesson, for building the HTML and CSS, it's not required that you do this. This is optional. But remember that JavaScript and jQuery are manipulating the HTML and CSS. And I think it's to your benefit to build this page and see how the HTML and CSS come together. We're going to put it together mostly by copying and pasting snippets. So it won't be quite so tedious with having to type it all on one hand, although you could type it if you really want to understand the HTML and CSS. I certainly would applaud you for doing that. But it's not really necessary. I think just by sort of copying and pasting the HTML in place, copying and pasting the CSS in place, and going through this lesson, you'll get a lot out of understanding how this page is built and how it all comes together. And then you can take on the challenge of adding the interactive elements because you'll understand how the HTML and CSS come together. So we'll be copying and pasting from snippets, and I have some snippets over here so you can see that we'll be sort of copying and pasting these to build up our HTML. And I've got more snippets for the CSS. So you'll see how that all comes together. Okay, so we've got that, and that's really cool. There are a few things to pay attention to before we really start. There are some start files to download, and on those start files, you'll notice that the description start files include the basic HTML file and the CSS file with a link to an empty JavaScript file. On the HTML file, there are links to the normalized CSS script, and what that does is it ensures that styling is the same or very similar between browsers, kind of normalizes the differences between different browsers. Then you'll see that there are links to the Google fonts that we're going to use on our own style sheet, jQuery and the jQuery easing plugin that we're already familiar with are already in place, so they're ready to be used. And the style sheet has some different sections for different parts of the page and some media queries for some different screen sizes. So the site will be constructed with this mobile first approach, where we'll be adding layout for the larger screens in the media queries. So the page will be responsive, but it's not great responsive. I think it could be better, but it's enough to get us started. So here you can see here is the link for the normalized script and the Google fonts, our style sheet. We've got links for jQuery, easing, and then on the style sheet we have some sections that we can put our different pieces in. So those are all in place and ready to go, along with some media queries for the bottoms of the page and getting it all into place that way. And then on the JavaScript, we have a script file here with some comments for where you're going to put your scripts. But you'll be adding that in a later lesson. For here, you're just going to build up this HTML and CSS. Okay, so now we're ready to get started. And the first thing we need to do is put our basic site structure in place. This kind of thing. So this is the basic structure of the page. We've got a header, and then we've got a div for the slider, and then we've got a section for each part of the page as you scroll down the page. So going back to our design here, if we look at this, you'll see up here, this is going to be the header with the navigation, and we've got, this will be for the flex slider here, and then that's a section, that's a section, that's a section, that's a section, and that's a section. So we'll be and then the footer. So we've got all of those pieces in there. So to get that going, we're going to start by going ahead and adding this HTML to our page over here. So we can go ahead and add that into our body here. Boom, done. So this is how this page is going to come together. A lot of copy and paste. And you just have to be careful to paste things into the correct place. But if you go wrong, don't worry about it. At the end, I will give you my finished file so you could do this without going through this. But I think it's helpful to go through it anyway. inside the header, you're going to have a div with the logo in it and the H1 for the page. It's important for pages to have a main heading because Google pays a lot of attention to that. And then we've got our navigation. And again, this is on the snippet, so you don't have to type it. It's all here. You can just come in here and copy this and paste it. So we're going to come over here and it's going to go inside the header. There, like that. So it's all displayed properly there. Great, so that the HTML for the header is done. We can save that. And let's see what we need to do next. The HTML for the slider is set up ready for us to use Flex Slider. And we'll be using your challenge will be to implement the more complex Flex Slider where you put the pictures of what's going to go on the slide in the background and then put a div on top. So I have this set up with just one slide so that the page looks good, but then later you can add Flex Slider. But you'll have the right markup in place to make it easier to add Flex Slider later. So let's go ahead and take a look at how to put that in there. Over here, it's on the snippets. We can just copy this piece here and then come over to our layout, our page here, and stick that stuff inside the slider div. There we go. Easy enough. And then we've got the overview section. And there's a lot more HTML than can be shown here on this slide, but in this image on the right. But it's all in the snippets. And basically we have an article with an H2 and some paragraphs. And then we've got a section with some articles in it. And what we're going for is something like this. I come over here and scroll up on this thing. So we've got an article with some paragraphs in it, and then we've got a section with some articles in it. So this section is going to come over here and take care of that. Okay, so let's go ahead and put that in. It's on the snippets. It's this whole big chunk here. And you click in here to Command A and Command C. And then come over to your file, and that's going to go inside the overview section. Paste. Now there's nothing too fancy in here. There's no reason to make you go in and type all of this. It's just articles with paragraphs with H3s. But it's important to recognize the structure. So we have a section that's going to have this whole thing. So we've got a section inside of a section here. And it's important to recognize when you're making markup for things that you're looking at your design and trying to figure out, okay, how do I need to break this down into smaller sub pieces? Next comes the download section. And again, there's more actual markup than fits in the picture here on the right. But we've got an article with a div and an unordered list. And then we've got another article with an H3 and a div with an unordered list. And ultimately, this unordered list that has the class each feature is going to get animated. So that will be part of your challenge later, will be to animate that unordered list so that it works in place. And I'll show you the finished version later and how it's supposed to look. But for right now, we can just get the markup going in place over here. So I'm going to come over here and come down and just, here it all is here. So I'm just going to come in here, Command A, Command C to copy it, and then come back to my code and put all of that over here. And it's going to go inside the download section here. So it's just going to go there, just paste it all in. Perfect. Nothing too fancy. And it seems really long, but this is all of our content for our page. Okay, great. We're coming along really well here. We'll stop this video here, and then we'll pick up putting in the rest of the HTML in the next video. We will continue placing HTML into our index file. And if you thought the other sections had a lot of content, this one has even more. This one is going to represent the tabs that show up in this tab section here. And it's kind of an indicator of how powerful tabs are, because we've got content here and then we've got the same amount of content in each one of these tabs. And it really adds up to a lot of content. But when you use tabs properly, you're really reducing the cognitive load of your user, because you're not giving them all of the information at once, and they can click on the correct tab that applies to them. And you'll be adding that script later as part of your challenge. But for right now, we just need to get the actual HTML in place, which I have here. I have it in pieces here. So first we'll just add the structure for the tabs. So I'm going to put this in over here. And it goes down here inside the pricing section here. And each one of these tabs is going to get content in here. So I've got tab 1, tab 2, and tab 3. And each one of those is going to get a pile of content. So if we come back here, you can see this is all of the content just for tab 1. So I'm going to select all of this and all of this. So you have to be really careful to put it in the right place. So here, this is all going inside of this container for tab 1 here. So make sure you're in the right place and paste it in. And then scroll down, and the next one's going to go here inside tab 2. Let's put that in. Tab 2 content, copy all of that. That's a lot of content. And then tab 3 content, same thing. Tab that in, and then come over here and come back and grab the next pile of content for tab 3. That's a lot of content. And tabs are really efficient at making sure you're not showing too much content at once when they're used properly. So there we go. So we've got all of this stuff in here. We're already up to over 300 lines of code on our HTML file. Okay, great. So we've got all of our tabs in place. And then the next section we need to work on is the, I have the pricing section content here, and then the hey listen section, or the listen section. And this is going to get a rotator. You can see ID rotator. We're going to rotate block quotes. For right now, we've just got one block quote in, but later when you make that work, you can add some more block quotes. So let's come over to our snippets. And here's our listen section. And again, just to go over to our design and see what that looks like, that's this section down here. It's going to have this piece and this piece of content here, which we'll use our rotator, or content rotator, to actually rotate that around. So you'll get lots of practice putting this together. So that's going to go inside this listen section here. And then finally, after that, we have our team, which isn't too long. That's going to be next. Not quite the last thing, but we'll get that next and put that in our team. And then we'll go and get the footer content and copy that and put it into the footer. You've probably never built an HTML page quite so fast. And it's great to be able to copy and paste this stuff in, but I recommend taking a few minutes to look at how the page is structured, how the content is structured, and how the page is using best practices and semantic markup to make sure that things that are articles are marked articles, things that are lists are marked lists, headings have the correct headings on them, have the correct levels of headings on them, and all of this kind of stuff. We want to make sure that everything is marked up properly, because Google will be looking at it and scanning it over and using this kind of information to make your page findable. So it's really important to make sure that you're using semantic markup properly. And with that, we have all of our HTML in place. If you were to come over and load up the page over here, you would see it doesn't look very good, but it's readable. Without any styling at all, you could read the page if you had to, without any styling at all. And that's kind of the purpose of semantic markup, is that if for some reason the styling doesn't work, or if somebody's working on some real low quality browser, the page is still readable and the information is still accessible. In the last video, we finished with the HTML, and now we're going to start styling and getting the styling in place. And I have a new set of snippets, so you make sure you open those, because we're also going to copy and paste the styling into place, so it goes fairly quickly. But hopefully you got all of this in place. And what I recommend you do is we're going to do a mobile first approach. So what I recommend you do is right click on the page and choose Inspect, and then make sure this little button is toggled on here, this button here, because when it's toggled on, you can actually set a size for your page here. And I'm going to set it to like iPhone 6, 7, and 8. That seems like a good size to set for to begin with. And yeah, so there we are. And hopefully that's all working well. If I got the viewport thing is set there. Okay, good. So we should be all set with that. And from here, we can go over and start working on some styling for the page here. Now, I have some initial basic resets. The normalized CSS helps smooth out differences between browsers, but I've often found it helpful to change some default styling on some elements to help speed up development. Removing padding and margin from a bunch of elements helps. Removing bullets from unordered lists and ordered lists, if they happen to be inside of nav elements, often helps. The asterisks on the box sizing means that I'm going to switch everything from using box sizing content box to box sizing border box. If you don't know the difference between those two, I recommend that you look it up and become familiar with it. The short answer is that in CSS, when you have the width of an element set, suppose I have a section and I set it to 500 pixels wide. If I add padding, if I add border, if I add margin, it's going to add to the width of that element. The 500 pixels is the width of the content. So when we switch it to box sizing border box, when I set the width of the element to 500 pixels, that will include the padding and the border, not just the content. And so that's usually pretty helpful to have set. And we'll just set it that way for everything. For images, I'm going to set the max width on those to 100%, and I like to set them to display block. Images by default are inline elements, but we rarely use them inline. So I think it's helpful to set them to display block. I'm also going to get rid of the ugly underlines on links. I don't really like the way they look. I'll style links differently. And I'm using some variables for the colors of the page. So if you wanted to change the colors of the page, you could just change them here once, and it will change it throughout the whole page. If we come over and look at the design here, you can see, if I move up over here, that I've got, this is the color scheme that I'm working with. I created a color scheme. So these are the colors that I'm actually working with to create all of my colors on the page. And it's helpful when you're designing to start with a color scheme. You may not stick with it exactly, but it's helpful to do that. All right, so we can come over to our snippets here and copy this first snippet, which has all of that basic styling on it, and paste it in over here on our style sheet. So we're going to start working on the style sheet. And I'm going to go all the way up to the top and put this stuff into the basics reset section here. Save that. And Visual Studio Code doesn't like my shorthand styling for things, which drives me nuts, but I have yet to figure out how to get it to not do this, because I really prefer it not to, but that's okay. It's fine. It'll space everything out a little bit further. And, you know, it's always a good idea each step along the way to come back and see how this is affecting the look of our page. And it's already kind of affecting the look of our page. And it's making it look worse. And generally resets do. They'll make your page look worse. Because you're taking styling out, you're resetting it to a basic, and then you're going to add more styling back to make it look better. All right, there we are with the resets. That's great. Next, we can add some basic typography. Again, I'm using some Google fonts, and they're loaded already in the HTML. They're loading from Google. I'm setting some colors, some sizes, and that kind of stuff. And you'll see that this will quickly start to bring some life and breathe some life back into the page as we add this stuff back in. So let's go over to our snippets and add these rules here. And there's more than what I showed on the page. There's rules for the footer and for the button as well. So we'll add those in under basic typography. And I do like to do things in this order where I sort of set some basic settings for the page, basic resets, typography, and maybe some basic page section stuff that's going to get inherited across the entire page. Let's go take a look at what that looks like with those rules applied. Boom, already starting to look a little bit better once we get a font in there and some stuff working along and going along. That's great. All right, we'll continue with the styling in the next video. Next, we'll apply some styling that will attach to the whole page. And there's just a few rules here, but they'll actually make quite a big difference. So let's go over and grab these 3 rules. Paste them on our style sheet here inside the basic sections section. And you'll see, just with these little bit of rules over here, it's going to make a big difference. So currently, we've got no padding here. Everything's running right up against the edge. It's kind of a mess. Doesn't look that great yet. But I'm going to scroll up to the top here, and if I refresh, you'll see immediately we're starting to get some spacing between the sections and a little bit more. It's getting a little bit better, a little bit more readable. Coming along. And as you work down the page, starting with these basic sections, and as stuff further down the page is inherits, then you need fewer and fewer rules as you go down the page. You'll see as it sort of works out that way. Headers are always a pain in the neck. They always have a lot of styling in them to kind of get things to look right. And so I'm going to copy all of this stuff. And I'm going to go ahead and paste that in the header section here. There's a lot to look at in these header styles. So it's worth spending a few minutes on this. I changed my background color for my header here to a gray, but you could try a different background color. This is one of my other colors with some transparency. The 0.75 gives it a little bit of transparency, but you could uncomment this out if you wanted to see how it looks. The header is going to be set to position fixed so that the header stays up at the top of the page no matter what as you scroll down the page. And I'm setting the top 0 and left 0 and then width 100%, and I'm making sure it stays on top with the z-index set to 10. The logo is going to be set to position relative because I'm going to do some absolute positioning for the H1 inside that logo down there. So that's set to relative positioning. Margin auto is going to center that, give it a width, and set the margin on the bottom. I have the, when you hover over the logo, it's going to turn the pointer to a cursor because ultimately that's going to be a link, something that we can click on, and it's going to activate a smooth scroll effect that you'll put in later when you're completing the interactive challenges part of this lesson. But you can see basically everything's kind of coming into place here. I've got the rules for the navigation in here. We're displaying it as flex. Flex is a display method that allows you to get things to line up next to each other in a row, which is what we want for our navigation. And then the anchor tags are set to display block, and that's because anchor tags by default are inline elements, and usually in navigation you want them to be block elements. And then I'm setting my colors and my font size and that kind of fun stuff. So with all that in place, we should go over and take a look and see what all this magic does to the header of our page here. Boom, look at that. All that styling got that all into place. So the navigation could maybe be a little bit better for mobile. I'm kind of squeezing it all in here. You could replace it and put a hamburger menu and have a drop-down menu, but that's a lot more work, and I wanted to make the project feel a little bit, otherwise it was going to be a lot of work if I added that for you, and I didn't want to do that. But you'll notice now the header is fixed. So the header will stay there as I scroll down the page. And if you wanted to try the greenish background, you could put that in if you wanted to. I kind of liked the gray in the end. I kind of liked it that way. All right, so the header's in place, and we're ready to see what we need to do for the next section. Continuing with our styling, we'll add some styling for the slider. And these styles, again, are on the snippets. And it puts the image for the slider in the background of this element. So let's go ahead, come down here and add this. I'm just going to copy all of this, select it all, copy it, and then come over and add this into the section for the slider here. And there's a lot going on here, and if you're not that familiar with CSS, I recommend poking around with this. What happens if you remove some of these declarations and see how it looks, see how it changes it? The angle brackets here indicate that I'm applying this to the direct child, and this makes sure that if I have another div that's further down the chain, that it doesn't get that styling attached to it. But the best thing to do if you're not really sure about how this is working is to sort of mess around with it, play around with the settings. Even if you screw it up entirely, you can just delete it and then paste it back in again from the snippets. So don't worry about messing it up. All right, with that in place, let's go see if our slider is displaying properly. And there we have it. And for the mobile version, we're going to have this call to action sort of stretch across the entire slide. And it'll look better for the desktop version because as you saw over here, it's going to look a little bit different. When we get to desktop, it's going to look like this instead. And I've left off this thing. I haven't actually decided to put that in, but it's going to look like this with our call to action here instead. Okay, so we've got that in place, and we're ready to go on to the next part. We don't need to do much for the overview settings because a lot of it is set nicely already by the styles we've already added. So this is what I meant by, as you go down the page, you need to do less styling because a lot of things get inherited. So we just need a few rules to kind of sort out some of these things and set the overview section to display as a grid so that it looks right there. So let's go ahead and add these rules for the overview section. Just a few of them here. We just need to stick in over here inside the overview. I'm going to save that. And then when we come back and refresh the page, we've got what description, and we've got kind of an overview here with our columns of stuff. And it looks really good. It looks really nice. You can imagine seeing this on your phone. It should look pretty nice. And again, we're doing the mobile first because we'll be adding the desktop view in later. And then next we've got to look at the desktop, the download section. Download styles, let's add those. There are a lot of rules for the download section. Some of these are specifically in place because of the JavaScript you'll be adding later. Again, I recommend adjusting the settings or removing declarations to see what happens. Only a few of the rules are shown over here, but I've got a lot more on here. There's a whole big chunk for the download section. That's a lot. Let's just grab it all. And again, the best thing to do is to kind of mess with it and see what happens if you mess around with it. And if you screw it up, you can always paste it back in again. It's not a big deal. So we'll put that in. I'm not going to go through and describe all of these, but they're all in here. Let's go take a look and see what that did to our page. Download section. It looks pretty nice for mobile like this. This thing here is going to be an element. I'll show you the finished version that sort of animates and moves these things up and down, or moves them up into place and highlights them as they go by. And you'll be adding that script. You'll have a challenge to add that script on your own in a future lesson here. Okay, great. We're coming along. We're going to continue adding styling to our page, and the next section is the pricing styles, and that's going to set us up to get our tabs working the way we need them to work when we add the tabbed script later. You'll be able to add that later to make that work. So most of that content is going to be hidden because we're only showing the first tab, and the other tabs are going to be set to display none. So there's only a few of the rules shown here, but there's a lot more over here on the snippets down here, pricing section styles. You can see there's a big old chunk of styles here. And again, if you're not sure what these do, I recommend playing around with them and inspecting your page, take some out, see what happens, change the values, mess around with it. It doesn't matter if you screw it up. It's totally fine. So I'm going to go ahead and add those here under the pricing style section. And you'll see once we get that in and save it, and then come back here and refresh the page. I'm going to scroll down to the pricing section here and click refresh, and just like magic, look at that. We have tabs. We have a tabbed interface. These tabs don't work because we haven't done anything with them yet. And now I'm getting those things up there in the header. I don't really want those there. But we'll get that to work later. That'll be great when we get that to work. But we've got all of that content designed and looking pretty good. Now we just need to go on to the next section. Let's get the styles for the listen section. And it's not that many here, it's just a few. We'll add more, you'll add some more later when you do the JavaScript to make the actual content rotator work. We'll add a few more. But we'll get those into place, and then let's come back over here and put these in just to kind of get that to display properly. Save that, and then let's take a look and see how that is actually coming through. Refresh this, scroll down, and here's our listen section. Looks nice for mobile. Next, we've got the Our Team section. Let's go ahead and add that. There isn't going to be any interactive elements for the rest of the page, so these styles will just stay the way they are, and we're not going to do anything interactive with these last two sections, the Our Team part and the footer. And again, if you're not sure what these rules are doing, I recommend playing around with them. So take some time with it to see what they actually do. Save that. Let's come back and see how the rest of our page shapes up. There's the Our Team section for mobile and the footer. And now we've got the entire mobile version of this page set. The next thing we need to do is we'll adjust styling in the media queries for when the page gets larger. So we'll do that next. You've finished the styling for the mobile version, and now it's time to get the styling in place for the tablet version. So to get ready for that, come over here to your view, switch this to responsive, and make the screen just a little bit larger than 670 pixel. What did I say over here? I've forgotten now. 760. 760 pixels. And honestly, I probably could do a little bit more for the styling in between these sizes, but somewhere in here, 761, sure, that's fine. But at this point, we're getting to a point where our layout just doesn't look quite as good at this size. We could do a better job. And so we can add a media query and kind of adjust our layout a little bit based on this size here. And again, we'll just copy and paste our styles in place so you can kind of get a sense of how that could work. Okay, so once you've got that set up, let's go in and add some styles for our media query. And again, Visual Studio Code's going to mess up my formatting for these, but that's okay. I kind of like them, when I'm putting stuff inside the media query, I kind of like things to line up all in one long line rather than to sort of expand out. But Visual Studio Code's not going to cooperate with me on that, but that's okay. So I'm going to add some media query, 760 media query styling for the slider and for the overview to kind of make those two areas look a little bit better. So I'm going to copy that, come over here and scroll down, and you can see I have a media query here for 760 pixels. So these rules are going to go between these two curly braces in here. I'm going to paste those in and even tab them in a little bit there. When I click save, it's going to expand them all, which kind of drives me nuts, but that's all right. But if I come back and look at that, if I come back here and refresh up at the top of my page, you'll see it's adjusted this. Down here, it's made some adjustments to this area. And basically what I'm doing here is I'm just overriding some of the styles that are up above with some slightly new versions. Set overview to display flex, for example, so that I can get this entire section here. So I can get this column sitting next to these columns rather than all just one column. By the time I get to 760 pixels, I've got enough room for some additional columns. So this is, it's a lot easier to add layout as the screen gets wider than it is to take it away as the screen gets smaller. So that's why we start with mobile first, is that we can easily just add layout by just telling this section to display flex and just add a few rules to add some layout as the screen gets wider. Okay, great. So we got that into place. I have a few more rules for the download and pricing style sections. So again, they're just giving me some layout by saying display flex and flex wrap, setting the article to flex 1, just giving me some layout since I've got enough screen space to do it here. And all of these are actually just providing a little bit of layout using the Flexbox model here, Flexbox layout model. And again, these are going to go into the 760 media query. So just after these rules here, but this is the closing of the media query here, that curly brace. Don't lose that, because that'll screw things up. It goes after that one. And I wish that it didn't do this thing where it piles them all up. In fact, I'm going to leave those like that and not save it until I go and get the next set, which is for the listen and our team. And then we'll do a few minor changes for the footer as well. So let's go ahead and put all of these in. And again, if you're not sure what these do, I really recommend coming in and messing around with them, seeing what they do. Take them out, see what happens. We got that, and then we've got the ones for the footer as well. Hopefully, and I realize that by copying and pasting this stuff in, you're probably like, well, I'm just copying and pasting without really understanding and sort of following along. But hopefully, some of this sort of sinks in a little bit in terms of seeing the page come together so that when you start doing the interaction design stuff, it'll make more sense. That's my hope. But if it doesn't feel like it seems like it's doing that, then that's fine. You could skip to the end. I will provide this file for you finished when we're done. But you can see I've added a little bit of layout here. Down here, I've added a little bit of layout. Now pricing is over here and my tabs are on this side instead of one on top of the other. This is now on the left instead of on top. And then we've got our quote here, which we'll use our content rotator for. The R team has been reconfigured to make that look a little bit better. And then the footer is set up to look a little bit better. By the way, in the footer, I have the names of all the different people who provided these images, which I got off of Unsplash. Okay, great. We've got the 760 media query done. Let's go ahead next and work on the next media query for the full desktop size. The next breakpoint for my media queries is 1020 pixels. When I get my screen that wide, I want to make further adjustments to the layout. And we're really getting much closer to the design that you saw over here on my Adobe XD file at that point. We'll have one more, but we're getting a lot closer to that. So come over to your thing here and set this so that it's 1020 pixels wide or a little bit wider. And I might need to move this thing down or maybe make this a little bit smaller here. And 20. 1021, that's plenty. There we go. At this point, if you look at this, the visual relationships just aren't as good as they could be. This is too wide in here. I've got too much space in here, and this is kind of squunched in here now. So this is where I want to make some adjustments. Here too, this looks kind of funny. Maybe if narrow enough, I'm wide enough now that I can get all these three things kind of in a row here. So we just want to make some adjustments to how these different elements lay out and the space available for them to make them look a little bit better. And this is all just part of what you do as a designer. So I'm going to come in here, I'm going to grab these rules here for the body, the header, and the slider styles. Just got some basic styling changes that I want to make happen here. And we will put those inside of the large tablet size, 1020 pixels. Stick them in there. That's going to take care of those elements. The body, the header, and the slider all get slightly different layout, slightly different padding. You can tell all this stuff has to do pretty much with layout. Width 33%, padding 30, it's all having things to do with layout in here that I'm applying to these elements. And again, if you want to mess around with it, feel free. We'll add these ones for the pricing. Tab those in. I'm going to add, that's the pricing and the downloads. This one is the listen and teams. We don't need to do anything for the footer. It'll just get wider. Listen styles, tab those in. Now when I save this, is all going to get expanded, sadly, but there we go. Maybe you like reading it that way. For the media queries, I like them all in one line. I find it, there's usually just one or two declarations, not that much going on. This one had more, but I prefer to put them on one line. Let's go take a look and see what all of that did for our 1020 version of our page. Refresh. Now, this is now taking up a third of the width of the page. My logo's over here. My navigation's lined up. Down here, the spacing looks nicer for this. Down here, this is all in one line, like I was mentioning before. That makes sense. This is all set and ready to be animated, which is kind of cool. Over here, we've got less space for this thing and more space for the tabs. Makes sense. Now that we've got more room for that, it's just a matter of coming up with the right proportions. Down here, this has been made smaller and this takes up more space and the size of the font has been adjusted. This is looking slightly different with the picture over here now, so that's all in one row and the footer stays the same. There we go. The 1020 media query is done and our page is really coming together. I'm going to look at the next one in the next video. The media query for 1200 pixels wide is for